I did have another go at trying to do my hair again the other day. I'll be so glad when people break this sort of deadlock and go, do you know we're going to open the hairdressers? In fact, I think we're talking about hairdressers tomorrow, are we? Tomorrow. To find out why. I don't know why they can't open. I mean, just put masks on. I'm not asking for a lot. Not asking, I mean, I have to stand in the bathroom sort of looking at it thinking, I think this just isn't working properly. And for some reason on my one, it's got the actual on-off switch on the bit that you hold. So constantly I put it in and then it just turns itself off again, which is very annoying. Very annoying. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails this morning. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And the bad news is that half of Britain's curry houses could shut for good unless social distancing is cut to a metre because they do cheap food. You know, it'll be sort of curry nights, you know, £4.50, £6, something like that, eat as much as you like. And they like to pack people in onto tables because obviously the more you put in, the more chance there is of them breaking even. Well, they say if they have to socially distance for 2 minutes, they're just not going to manage it. Not going to manage it. They think pubs could be opening a bit quicker than we were first imagining. 230 million pints are ready, they reckon, for June the 15th. So they think that the pubs could be open by the end of the month. How are we going to work? I mean, it's just going to seem odd, isn't it? Going into a pub and the person behind the bar is going to be wearing a mask. Isn't that going to be the oddest thing? It's going to be the oddest thing ever. Also, Britain's biggest sausage roll, hey, 1.5 feet. I mean, you'd never get that in your mouth, would you? I mean, James O'Brien obviously stands a fair chance, but no, 1.5 foot of sausage roll. The single mother caught with a cannabis farm at her home, tried to convince the police that it was in fact a sunbed. Yes, we always have sunbeds with plants, don't we? The ducklings who fell into a drain and got rescued, and they all sit there going, oh my God, we were hoping to go and swim down, but we can't. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Holly Willaboobies, Big Regret. And Philip's low-key 99th birthday, a table for 2 at Windsor. Just him and the missus, and I'm sure it'll be lovely. The stars of Coronation Street in a panic. They've got to do their own hair and makeup. And, of course, none of these people can do their own hair and makeup. It's always been done for them. In fact, in all of the places. So that's why if you think some people are looking slightly odd on television, it's because they can't manage their own hair and makeup. They're always used to doing it. All the girls on Loose Women, they'd be sitting there, somebody put their rollers in for them and do all their makeup. Now they have to do it for themselves. Woo! My God, I tell you, we've separated the men from the boys. Also, the foul litter legacy of the day trippers. The rubbish that's on the beaches. It really is odd. But if you are up there in Scotland and you see a strange man sitting on a beach or walking along a beach in the moonlight, that'll be Darren Adam, okay? He'll be walking along the beach, probably collecting shells or something like that. Can you thank Corey, says Ailsa, for taking apart the racist guy on Twitter? Yes, I read that as well. I don't like it when they have opinions, honestly. It quite frightens me. All of a sudden the producers started becoming political, you know. As I know it was facts, it was just, you know, you're just a producer on LBC, okay? You mustn't get wound up by these people. They're very stupid. They deliberately say things because they're stupid. But she says, clearly, Corey is an intelligent guy. Moving on, some of the other Twitters, I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh no, I've got a producer who's an argumentative person. He's going to start arguing with people. Ooh, somebody said this about Steve Allen the other day. And I think you'll find what he meant was, I can just see it. The trouble is, once you give them their voice, you know, we are producers, hear us roar, you know, out they come out the woodwork. Have you seen that advert on the television where there's this bloke dressed up as a lion and he does exercises and all the rest? I thought the kids would be terrified of him, but apparently not. Apparently not. Also, you say masks. I say masks. What do you think there's a different... It's a mask. Mask. No, it's a mask. Don't start that one, honestly. Don't be argumentative with me. You'd be tangling with the wrong person if you start arguing with me. Depends where you come in the country. You know, if you're from up north, you probably say mask. You know, and but I do say masks because it's in the plural, not masks. I wouldn't say that. It says, you know, do you call a tomato? Tomato? No, tomato is American. It's like oregano. We call it oregano. They call it, or do we call it oregano? I can't remember. We call it oregano, they call it oregano. And they actually call it heavy cream. We actually call it thick double cream. They call it heavy cream, heavy butter, and all these kind of things. Would you like some basil? No, I'll have some basil, okay? B-A-S-I-L, peasant. Basil. Oh, do you mean basil? No, we don't. You could go around the world, couldn't you, finding out words, you know, that sort of... It's like we actually say Paris, but the Parisians say Paris. We say, you know, the Eiffel Tower. They say Le Tour d'Eiffel. Everybody's got different things. You say producer. I say producer. And, because you have to. Because otherwise, you know, as his hair gets longer and longer and longer... It really is disastrous. But yesterday I sent a thing to the garage. I need them to have a look at a tyre. And they very kindly, they don't open until today, and it'll be appointments only. They sent me a thing back saying, give us a ring this morning and we'll sort out an appointment for you, which is good. I just got to check it. I think one of my rims is a bit off. I think I must have fallen into a pothole. I spent my life falling in potholes. Ronnie Corbett was the same. Used to play 18 rounds of golf, 18 holes of golf, fall in 6 of them. And, you know, that was... people would say to him, what was it like when you woke up this morning? He said, well, I was sitting on my perch in the cage, he said, and then I decided to sort of break free. He used to make jokes about his height all the time. Just suppose you would, if you were little. If you were sort of a little person. But I've seen littler people than Ronnie. I thought he was great. Of course, the most frightening experience for him was coming in here once. And obviously there was a list that went out every day of who was coming in to see Steve Allen or coming in to see all the other different presenters. And I got Ronnie Corbett in, and there were 2 boys, I think from the sales floor, were big Ronnie Corbett fans, and they said, can we meet him? Is it possible? I said, well, yes, I think so, but it mustn't be for long, because, you know, you don't want to sort of frighten people off. And so he sort of came in, and we were downstairs in the studio, and he said, I'd love a cup of coffee. I said, I'll get you a cup of coffee. And I've left him with these 2 salesmen who quite clearly couldn't believe their luck. They were locked in a room with Ronnie Corbett, who didn't know who they were or what they were doing there. All he knows is they were taking pictures of him and everything. And when I came back, they went, oh, thank you very much indeed. You could see the look of panic on his face. Don't leave me again. Not with those people. They frightened me. Good bit of frightening there, which went on. But he was a lovely man. Lovely man. Loads of stories in the papers, as you can tell. Oh, Pixar's Mexican cartoon voted the top movie to make you cry. It's a cartoon. And then we learnt something new about the producer again this morning. It turns out that he's been in... What was the show you were in? He was in Blood Brothers. He was neither... He was the posh brother in it. Some years ago, I hasten to... I don't know what to make out. It was sort of a couple of weeks ago, and Bill Kenwright snapped him up. No, it was quite some time ago. Nowadays, he couldn't get away with being the posh one. The hair's way too long. But it is lovely to have your company. Yesterday, I didn't do anything. I had a very lazy day. I went out and did a little bit of shopping. That was about it. And opened the big box, which is lovely. And I suddenly realised I'd obviously had a breakdown, because when I opened the box, I'd ordered 2 boxes. You know those peanut things? You know, the peanuts in toffee? Those ones. I've got 72 of those now, because I ordered two boxes. I don't know why. And I've got the lights to put up. They're solar lights, but they flicker. They look really good. And I shall take those out of the box today and some bits and pieces. And phone the garage, arrange to get the car in so they can just have a quick check. And I've got a couple of little... They call it mopping. I think it's called mopping. It's where you've got a couple of little, you know, scratches or things like that, and you can mop them out. You don't need it spraying. You can just mop it. I don't know how it... I've never quite fathomed it out, but it's a well-known thing they do in garages, which is good, actually, for all of you who want to go back to your garages, get the cars... To be honest with you, I get the cars booked in as quick as possible. Servicing in time for Christmas. The MOTs will need doing. Loads of things. I was having a down week, says Sarah. But you're such fun and a lifesaver. So thank you yet again. She's Original Spikers Group. That's nice, isn't it? Actually, I've got a lovely few things. We've got another poem for you this morning from the lockdown. Poems of the People from the North Norfolk Methodist Circuit. We had a very good one yesterday, so we'll have another good one today. And a lovely letter from Anika Knowles. I'll tell you about that one a little bit later on, because that one looks a bit of fun. And the oldest girl guide, Margaret Rigby, has died. She was 105. I don't know whether any of you were in sort of the Scouts or the Cubs or things like that. It was oh, you would have been, wouldn't you? Yes, Luke, of course, was in the Cubs. Probably didn't make it as far as the Scouts, did you? Scouts didn't want you. They wouldn't allow you in, I can well imagine. You can imagine them saying, OK, so you've got some Cubs who want to move up? Yes. Which one? Luke, no. OK, it'd be as simple as that. No. Would you not like to take him into the Scouts, you know? He said he's really looking for... No, we don't want him, thank you. What badges he got? You can imagine he's got any badges. Trail finder, you didn't get any badges. No. Made your own badge. I can remember, though, coming home from Cubs, and we had to identify leaves from trees. I don't know why we did this. I never wanted to be a Chris Packham or anything else, but we had to you go, that's an oak leaf. And we identified all the different trees. That was a lime tree. That was, weeping willow. That was, also ash and all sorts of things. And then you'd stick them into your book, and then you'd take it in quite proudly. You'd put your woggle on, your little short trousers. Honestly, God knows what we must have looked like. I was in the first Hong Kong, I forget which pack I was in. I might have been in Wolf Pack, but I can't remember when I was a cub. Did we have beavers? I don't know. I was only young. You had beavers when you were young kids. What was that? What, all beavers, or... Oh, you were little, because you were little, weren't you? Was that the same as the cubs, then, or was that the junior version? Oh, right, beavers. I didn't do beaver. Never have done. And I went straight to cubs. But I remember my little uniform. We used to look really smart. Really, really smart. And we might, or we might not have sat on toadstools. I can't remember if we did that, but that might have been the Girl Guides, the Brownies. I can't remember. All I remember is, our Kayla, we will do our best. She'd say, Cubs, do your best. And we go, our Kayla, we'll do our best. And you'd have to salute and everything else. I was rubbish at the saluting bit. Rubbish. Not my sort of thing at all. But then as I was about to move up to Scouts, we left Hong Kong. And I didn't want to do it over in this country for some reason, but we had to learn to do knots, sheepshank, half this, half that, and then we'd learn to tie each other up. That led to other games, and then I liked it. I thought it was good fun, actually. I think if more kids nowadays had a youth club to go to, we wouldn't have all this sort of drinking and disgusting goings on all over the place. People have a purpose in life. It was quite nice. My cousin John, he was in the Boys Brigade, which was another popular one to join. So I liked it. I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. They have a big jamboree, don't they, down in Essex, just very near Chelmsford. One of the houses there. And every year they have scout troops that come in from all around the world, Africa and places like that. And they always have a scout troop that disappears into the country. It's their way in of sort of, not really seeking asylum. They just disappear into the country. Some of them looking a lot older than they should be, really, I think. But, no, I thought it was good fun. I think it was very, very good. People nowadays don't have a purpose, do they? There's nothing that they really want to do. They just want to be rich. They want to be like footballers, or they want to be a page 3 stunner. Or they want to go on Love Island. That seems to be the most popular thing to go on, isn't it? Love Island. And there's a picture of Karen Brady's daughter. I don't really approve it, because I thought Karen Brady would clamp down on that. Her daughter's looking a little bit like a little bit of somebody from Love Island. It's all sort of the hair and sort of tight up bikini and all that kind of stuff. Not the sort of thing you really want to see your daughter dressed up as, but there you go. Billy says, tell the Americans to say aluminium, not aluminum. It is aluminum, isn't it? It's aluminium, I know. Listen, everything's always going to be different. My brother's like you. Why order one item when you can order 100? He says it's an investment when he orders 100 packs of Butterscotch Angel Delight. Yeah, you see, I always order in twos. There's nothing the matter with that, is there? I got the sweeties, but I thought, because, as you know, Luke's fasting at the moment. Not at this precise moment, he's not. No, he's opened the packet of pop. He's found them. He's like an Exocet. He's like a little Exocet. Ooh, wait. Poppadoms. Ooh, poppadoms. And he's going through them at the moment. And this is the man who told us quite proudly yesterday that he was back on the fasting. Obviously another fib. Quite a few, aren't there, really? Quite a few. Steve, if you merge Yosemite Sam and Droopy, you get America's first cartoon president. I'll think about that one, actually. I'll think about it. So it's tomorrow, British Hairdresser of the Year, Robert Eaton, at 6:45. Let's have a quick break, shall we? Coming back. Hey, Siri, is there any rain today?
It might rain in the morning, starting at 8 o'clock, with rain continuing into the early evening.
There you go, 8 o'clock this morning. Now, whether that's whole country or just London, I've got no idea. But so we're going to get it from 8. What time do we finish? 7. Brilliant. Brilliant, isn't it? We're so lucky. But I have brought an umbrella with me. Little tiny umbrella. On the front page of The Sun this morning, 3 boosts for COVID. Deaths at 0 soon, they say. A little bit optimistic. EasyJet's holiday plan and 250 million pints being sent off to the pubs. So they're hoping that the pubs will be opening, what are they saying, June the 15th? And they've got restaurant fears over carrying on with the 2 metre ruling. Bit of a problem here. Turkey, Istanbul, there's a bar there, uses mannequins to keep a safe distance between the tables, which is quite good. In Spain, customers in Pamplona, oh dear, that's where they do the bull running, isn't it, brought drinks on a tray carried by a robot. I quite fancy that idea. What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
That's the robot.
Where? Not on my television, it's not. No, I have Sky News up in here. I've only got the one television. I'm pointing wildly into the distance, going, that's it, that's a robot. And I'm looking at this poor woman reading the news, thinking, it doesn't look like a robot to me. If it is, it's very lifelike. She talked about the virus pandemic, the parliamentary process. Also in France, at a Paris brasserie, things looking a little bit more lively. Bored Brits booze blitz. People are drinking earlier. Apparently they're not even waiting till it gets to lunchtime now. They've started drinking sort of early in the morning, which actually I find impossible to do. But I've just realised I was going to do some planting up today, and I can't do it now. Because if it's going to rain by the time I get home, I just have enough time to warm the baskets up with a little bit of light water. That'd be quite nice. I thought it was ages. This is Daisy Lowe. Not heard from her for ages. I thought she disappeared, but apparently after the telly dance show, she was struggling. Didn't leave the house for 7 months. They always say things like that, don't they? It's a case of, if you want to get a story in the paper, you've got to find something that nobody's done before. So she said she went in and out of rehab. What for? I've got no idea. It was 4 years ago her grandfather died. Blimey, even I was doing quite well 4 years after my parents died. Steve, I always wake up at 4 to hear your very funny take on life. I've even started to add cream to my beans. We don't have it all the time, but it does sound delicious, doesn't it? A tin of baked beans and a little bit of double cream on the... Oh, dear. I tell you what you should really do. I think you should really put some grated cheese on it, even though the producer doesn't do grated cheese. And I saw an advert in the paper the other day for vegan cheese, which looked really awful. And then there's the sort of other cheese. So you could do baked beans, then with some grated cheese over the top of it, and then with a bit of double cream. Oh, come on, you've got to... It's double cream in your cooking. Yeah, have you never used it? Do it in spaghetti bolognese, anything you like. You can just chuck it. Don't go mad with it. A swirl of cream. Oh, it's delicious. Absolutely. Oh, it'll change your cooking from average to average. And no, it'll be nice. You'll like it. Seriously, it's very popular. Herbs, not herbs. That one gets me. Yes, we're having herbs today. Steve, I was a brownie, says Jane. I was in the fairy group. I perfected semaphore, scored 10 out of 10 and 8 out of 10 for my homemade jam tarts. Well, that was very good. We never did semaphore. We never did. I don't know why. We didn't live near the coast. We didn't think we needed to do semaphore at all, but I like the idea of doing it. It's Tom and Jerry's birthday today. They're 80. Tom and Jerry are 80 today. They're not. They can't be 80. They came out years ago, didn't they? When you never saw Thomas's owner. We just knew she was a big black woman, and that was it. You never saw her face. Her face never appeared. You just saw her from waist downwards. Thomas? I used to love Tom and Jerry. I've actually bought box sets of Tom and Jerry to play in the car on the DVD player. Then I sold the car, and I don't have a DVD player in this current car. I must change the car, actually. See if I can change the car and get one with a DVD player in it. I saw a black one the other day, black car, which has got some quite nice wheels on it. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, it's got what I don't like. 2 doors. I don't do 2 doors. Steve, you said you don't drink in the morning, you work nights. What time is your morning? Well, normal. This is absolutely normal. I'm not working nights. You think this is nights? No. I don't think this is nights, actually. This to me is morning. I've been to bed. I went to bed yesterday, and I woke up, got myself ready, and then came into work. But no, this to me is daytime. When we leave here this morning, the sunshine will be out. We walk down the road blinking, because it's quite bright. I get into the car, takes me home. Producer goes and tries to find his wheels, and which are generally in Liverpool by the time we finished doing this programme. And then he sort of, did you manage to find cheaper wheels yesterday? Yes, he did. He's found cheaper wheels quite a lot, actually. Far from the £200 to £300. He thought where he was getting these figures from, I got no idea. Cloud Cuckoo Land. Probably the same place, I should imagine, that you probably found the £82 million spent housing 1,000 veterans. I should imagine it's probably in the same place. The mysteries of your mind. I said to him, well, where did that story come from? He said, is it not a story? I said, no. £82 million. It'll be something similar, but it's emerged in a different way. He's determined to find it now. But from this one here, from Stephen Birkenhead, he said, I asked the members of the Ultimate Steve Allen Spikers group, would they eat this meal? Somebody mentioned you would, even if you, or somebody mentioned if you would or even could eat it. Oh, I could, absolutely. 4 sausages, 2 eggs, beans and chips. Oh, yeah. No trouble eating that whatsoever. At this precise moment, I could eat that. 4 sausage, the chips and the beans and the eggs. The only problem is the eggs. They look as though they're going to be runny. And I don't do runny eggs. You know, so they would have to be cooked, both sides. But no, the chips look my idea of chips. That looks like chip heaven to me. Oh, dear. I never understand why people say, you can't have chips in the morning. Of course you can. Steve, I think you should all do a show enjoying a few glasses of Prosecco. Oh, my goodness me. No. Now, somebody says, was he in Blood Brothers with David Cassidy? I went to see it when David Cassidy was in it. It was great, says Pam. Yes, no, David Cassidy did it with his brother. He did it with his brother, and then they did it in America. Yes, he was only local production, I'm afraid, Pam. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Seen by more sort of ants and cockroaches than actually bums on seats, you know. And then he had to sing as well. God knows what that must have been like. She's in Southend, so she knows what an End of the Pier show is like, and theirs wasn't even End of the Pier. Well, it would have been End of the Pier, provided they'd gone right over the end of the pier in Southend. Longest pier in the world, isn't it? 3 miles. Little railway that goes along it. I always take the railway. I can't be bothered to walk, not at my age. Blow that for soldiers. But no, he did a local Amdram and stuff like that. He was very pleased. Obviously, his mother wanted him out of the house, and it was a good way to get him entertaining people. Although the truth of the matter is, he never entertained anybody at all. He just went into the shows and they went, oh, God, Corey's back again. Would you like to play the posh boy? He doesn't have too much to do in it, you know. He wanted to be Mrs. Johnston. That was the trouble, you know. And he never got to be narrator either. She does have the best songs, doesn't she? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was such a lovely show. Such a lovely, lovely show. Steve, and Army Cadet's good. Our major was always drunk, but great laugh. The Army Cadet. Yeah, we've got an Army Cadet thing in Twickenham. They're still very popular, aren't they, for young people to join? And you've got to join and do something. You know, even if you join an Amdram group, it doesn't matter. You've got to do something. But what did you reckon to David Cassidy? We had him in for In Conversation, actually. Not for that. It was something else. I can't remember. Barbara Dixon. Tell me it's not true. I went away with Willie, who wrote it, of course, because we all got taken to America by Bill Kenwright. We all went there for the Broadway opening of Blood Brothers. Barbara Dixon, love Blood Brothers, and love all the cast. So the character, Mrs. Lyons, Mrs. Johnston, Mr. Lyons, Sammy, Edward, Mickey. He was so good. They were all good. It was just a lovely, lovely show. Lovely show. I miss all those sort of things, actually. It transferred to the Phoenix Theatre, just round the corner from here. And that's where we went to see it. But I didn't know there was an Australian production. I should imagine it probably ran all over the world. All over the world. But it was really lovely. In London alone, 10,000 performances. It was originally written and presented as a school play. First performed at Fazakerley Comprehensive School in Liverpool. I love that word, Mrs. Fazakerley. I think that she came up in an old film years ago. I think The Smallest Show on Earth. Was it The Littlest Show on Earth? And it was an old cinema run by all sorts of strange people, and this couple inherited it. I'm sure it was Mrs. Fazakerley who was working in the box office. Was it the Littlest Show on Earth? Anyway, my friend Ian says, do you remember the last couple of seasons of Minder? They had Arthur Daly walking down Southend Pier for the end credits. Really? How lovely. Such a character. We're so lucky, aren't we, really? We've had some great actors and actresses and people, you know, people who are really, really good, and some really good radio presenters. Only I could name them at the moment. It's very difficult to name people like that. Is David Cassidy's brother, says Trevor, Hopalong. I mean, you've got to be a certain age to remember. Remember the big brush the woman in Tom and Jerry used to push backwards and forwards on the floor? Did she have a big dog who would... Well, there was a dog called Butch. But I don't think it was her dog. I think Butch lived next door. But Tom and Jerry were great. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. I'm still looking at this. I wish people don't send me in photographs of food. It's grossly unfair. I've got another 2.5 hours to go yet, and here I am looking at four sausages is quite a lot. 2 eggs would need to be fried again, the beans and chips. And they're homemade chips. You can tell they're homemade chips, because they look like homemade chips. Somebody says, do you get terrible wind with all the baked beans that you eat? I don't eat that many baked beans. I seriously don't. And also, I might go and buy a kite or a balloon. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. No, I don't, no. No, I seriously don't eat that. People seem to think I eat beans on a regular basis. Just because I was talking about the beans and adding cream and stuff like that. That's so exciting, honestly. I'm going to have to get some today, aren't I? But if it's going to be raining, I'm going to get wet. And we're all going to moan, aren't we? We're going to moan later on today. Oh, it's so wet. Can't win in this country. It's either too wet, too dry, too this, too that, wrong sort of leaves, wrong sort of snow. It's never the right kind of weather at all, but I do like it. We need it to keep the streets a little bit clean every so often and to make your garden, because overnight, you'll see all the grass looks very parched at the moment. A good deluge of rain, if it ran all throughout the daytime, by tomorrow morning that will be sparkly green. And it'll make you feel an awful lot better. Your garden is going to look sensational. It really is. So I'm looking forward to a little bit of rain later on. They're getting a bit panicky, aren't they? I think, of all this sort of dryness going on. And people think, oh, my plants are going to dry, but don't worry. Somebody says here, there are police helicopters over Church Road, Harleston, as of the Block Street party with fireworks and hundreds of resellers. How come it's not on the news? Well, I should imagine there's probably quite a few of these sort of parties. When we went home yesterday, there was an incident just before you hit the Hammersmith flyover, and it was obviously something serious because the police had erected one of their tents. And they don't erect a tent unless there's something, seriously hidden in it, and there were police vans and cars and everything else, and they'd cordoned it off, so the road had come down to one lane, so there were traffic tailbacks yesterday going out of town. Bad enough coming into town. That really was particularly bad yesterday. Steve, if it rains, how is the queuing going to be affected outside shops? People are still standing. You've heard of umbrellas. I mean, surely you can use an umbrella. I've got a little umbrella. I don't need anything. I mean, I could go, I suppose, to the garden centre, but I don't need to go to the garden centre. I just, I'd rather get the car in today or tomorrow or Friday. It doesn't make any difference, actually, when it is. But all I have to tell them when it goes into the garage is, don't please open the boot, because the boot is full of stuff. Jane Moore, today, in her column, talking about a picture, which is apparently Love Island contestant Megan Barton Hanson. She never won it, she came fourth, so that's called losing. Being given property advice by developer Harry Fenner. Well, that's what he's reportedly told his wife, who Megan says she knew nothing about and consequently has now dumped him. Whatever it can now join the ever-increasing list of famous excuses that have us all stroking our chins sceptically and saying, really? Dominic Cummings testing his eyesight on a trip to Barnard Castle is another, as is Prince Andrew's I was at Pizza Express in Woking. Jeremy Corbyn being there but not involved at the wreath laying next to a terrorist grave, and former Secretary of State for Wales, Ron Davies, watching badgers at a well-known cruising spot. She says it reminds me of the 2004 incident where actor Kevin Spacey was mugged in a London park at 4:30 a.m. He said he was there because my doggy had to go. Yes, that was bizarre, isn't it? I mean, presumably, one of these things, we haven't actually seen him on our screen for a while, but Kevin is still trapped in that doorless building that he was in before. Walking around a park at 4:30 in the morning, I ask you. But, now you've got Megan Barton Hanson kissing somebody. She knew he was married. And also, he's not a very pleasant person. Not a very pleasant person. They always put them down as being, he's a multi-millionaire property developer. Not in this day and age, he's not. Because I think their property is now dropped. It's another 11% down. Not good. Here they all are. Millions made the most of the wonderful weather yesterday. Beaches were busy. Heat wave set to end today with the temperatures falling. Thank goodness. So today, cloudy with showers, the low 5 degrees. Tomorrow, sunshine and showers again. And Friday, showers. Which is not good for car washes as far as I'm concerned. I like it when it's dry and then you go to the car wash. And if there's a queue, I have to come away because I can't sit there in a car. Doing things like that. So I sort of always nip back later. Always manage to get the car washed. Always manage to get it washed, which is fantastic. It's much better. Steve, we had great characters in comedies like John Inman And Gordon Kay, in today's PC world, do we have any equivalents? I don't think we have any programmes, do we? They don't have people like that anymore. They really don't. I mean, we've seemed to have lost all of those sort of people. I think it's a shame. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, back again. Day 2. Had a natter with Kev the Milkman and little Julie on the original Spiker Space Group yesterday. We love you and Corey and the gang, and I feel honoured to be one of your long-standing listeners. P.S. He says, big debate in Parliament today regarding the aviation situation. Corey and the gang, honestly. Corey and the gang. Because we're all going to be back together again very shortly for a few weeks, and then we sort of split up again for a little bit. Unfortunately, we still get stuck with Corey. And, no, he'll be there, seriously. Tell me it's not true. Say it's just a story. Something on the news. And, so it'll be Corey and Thomas back again. We lose Luke. But unfortunately, he's still going to be around. He promises to come up every day and say hello to us, which is very sweet. He'll probably just wave through the door and we'll wave back. We've got one of those attack dogs, so we're looking forward to sort of testing it to see if it works when we use the key word. But there you go. We love you and Corey and the gang. He's thrilled by that. He's thrilled. He was just speaking Chinese to us a minute ago, which of course is a bit pointless because neither myself nor Luke speak Chinese. So he then has, he could have been saying anything. And he then goes, I was just telling you I speak a little Cantonese. That's it. I mean, the biggest load of rubbish I've ever heard. I don't want to learn it. I don't want to do lessons together. What is this idea? You see, we're going back to that thing from a couple of weeks ago where he believes we're friends. It's one of those, no, we're not. We're colleagues. We work together. We're not going to meet at a cafe once a week and sit down there with our Chinese textbooks or do anything. I did find another version of the Ding Dong song by some lovely lady singing, and she's obviously in concert singing, but she's singing the Ding Dong song in Chinese with a live band behind her. It sounds really good. Really good. In fact, very good. He said you like things Chinese. I said, well, I would do. I lived there for 2 years, which was good. Waitrose staff kindly supplying umbrellas if it rains to us shoppers while social distance queuing, says Jane. Wow. Somebody says, I've just heard the GC mentioned you on I'll Get This on BBC Two. It must be an old programme. She hasn't been on television for ages, so it's probably that old one that we had before, actually. Shane said, I went to the club yesterday. The clubs and pubs opened on Monday. Weren't many people. There's a limit of 50 people allowed, and they check your temperature at the door. Can you imagine? Doesn't it seem so funny that after all these things, they go, oh, by the way, as you come into place, we're going to be checking your temperature. Checking the temperature. I got that yesterday. I do feel my chest on occasion, once I can find it, and feel if it's hot, because apparently it's on your chest or your back. Well, who can feel their back? How can you feel your back? That's not easy to do, is it? You can feel your chest. That's a lot easier. But to be honest with you, I've got no idea. So, Steve, they're putting new trains on the pier to see RNLI station and the sea. You know why they're putting new trains on, Pamela? It's because the trains are small. They were made for smaller people. I still like it. I do like a little railway. I like a little railway. I've been on one in a garden centre, which Neil will tell you all about. And I love things like that, a little railway. In fact, if I had a big enough garden, and I mean a big garden, I'd bring in the local train club, and they could put their train tracks down. We could have a little train running around the garden. There's a garden centre I goes to on the way to Epping, but now they're further on, and they've just installed a little railway as well in the grounds, because kids love it. A little tiny miniature railway, and it's lovely. I've decided I think I want to go back. Steve, not much funny on television anymore, just you on the radio. I know, I never know whether that's supposed to be a compliment or not. You on the radio, I don't know. How does he do it? Why does he do it? He does it because he loves it. I was thinking about it yesterday, actually, because I heard sad news about friends of mine who've lost their jobs recently. I didn't think it would take too long before you started knowing people who had lost their jobs. And as I say, I've been through it years and years and years ago, and it is the most awful experience because all of a sudden your world collapses. All of a sudden you feel like that there's nobody there for you and that people don't care. But people do, because many of us have been in that similar situation. And you just have to believe that you can get through it. That's all you have to believe. Did I have a safety net? What's that mean, a safety net? Could I fall back on something? I did think about I could fall back on things. You have to think about what you can do. You know, if the avenue that you're currently pursuing is taken away from you, what would you do? And there's a number of things I could do. We'd be certainly renting the car out on a regular basis. That'd be it, you know. Would you like to go to the theatre or wherever? Yes, Steve will take you in his car. I'll be polishing it up on a daily basis, using it for weddings, things like that. All of that sort of, anything really, but it's so difficult to get yourself motivated if you've just been told. If it comes out of the blue, if it comes as a real shock, it's such a bolt to the system. It's a case of, what do I do now? And if you're one of those people, and I know many, who don't have any savings, They've got nothing. There is no savings at all. So that's why it's very important, and I'll tell you more about this a bit later on, that Make Some Noise is going to be helping people who've fallen on these hard times. And you can do your bit to help. I'll tell you all about that a little bit later on. Steve, when this coronavirus nightmare is over, will you take the boys to Joe Allen's for lunch? Or taking them there for lunch, tea, dinner, whatever they want? That's my regular friends, not these two. Not taking these two anywhere at all. I know what they're like. You know, because they don't eat out in nice places very often, so they'll be used to eating at the salad bar and stacking the plate 3 foot high, you know. Or Steve, can we have chips with that? Yes, you can. You know, the only one sitting there with a big pile of chips. It'll be very northern. We'll have sausages. Do they do bangers here? Excuse me, lady, do you do bangers? Just imagine, can't you? And then they'll be going, can we have drink? Probably not. That would not be the wine. You imagine drunk producers ordering in Joe Allen's. I'm not sure I could inflict them on Joe Allen's at all. Yeah, have you got any Henderson's relish? Hey, but have you got have you got ketchup for this? Thank you. Is it right to part whip it under table? You can just imagine, can't you? There's no point in spoiling them. I think I spoil them on a daily basis. I've always spoilt them. You know, they always get, the one who's fasting. Less than a day that lasted. Less than a day. Birds song in one ear, you in the other, and raindrops on the roof of the truck, says Mark, who's in a lay-by at York. York. That sounds nice, doesn't it? A lay-by at York. And Steve, I have my temperature checked daily. I work for Amazon. Do they check that on a daily basis? I think that's good. I think that's very good, actually. Also, somebody else was saying here... Oh, so we did... Oh, I've done that one, actually. So we'll take more of your texts in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We're on track, so they say, of no deaths. No deaths from coronavirus, but don't hold your breath. This one could bite back on our bums, I'm afraid, quite badly, so just be careful. And can you spot a super fake? Why do people buy fakes? Because they can't afford the real thing. And today... It's not going to work on the radio, is it? Handbags. But I can at least tell you the cost of them. I love that programme where it's porn stars, and they use a place in this country where there's a couple of twin brothers out at Weybridge, Esher, somewhere like that. There's one in Richmond, there's one up north and all the rest of it. There's a very good-looking guy who goes out there. He's always got his shirt slashed open to his navel. And I haven't seen any of those for ages, and I loved it. People would take bags in there, and they had a handbag expert. Because people spending, £1,000 on a handbag. I know. I can't believe it either. And they take different things in, and some of them are just wonderful. They're just wonderful. Sometimes the things aren't worth very much money, and people have been led to believe. I think there was one woman, she'd been bought this ring by this bloke, and he said, the bad news is, he said, it's not genuine. And she went, oh, and he went, no, it's not genuine. She thought it was really expensive. He'd obviously just bought her a piece of cut glass, which they do nowadays, don't they? What's that stuff that they call it? It's sort of fake diamonds. And also you can do heat-treated diamonds. They have to sort of be very careful on the television, when they sort of say, oh, these are sort of genuine diamonds. $9.99. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Gemma Collins was on I'll Get This. Yeah, that was filmed ages ago. That was really a long, long time ago with Adrian Chiles and a few other people. And, Sue Ann says she's attention-seeking. I would think that was... But also she didn't contribute very much to the programme. At least if you sell yourself as a reality show person, at least try and string 2 words together. It was all a bit disappointing, really. But the first time that I realised it was an old programme was when you looked at the length of her hair, because she's got much shorter hair now. Had all the extensions taken out. Loose Women, great comedy, Steve. Yes. Depends who's on it. I mean, I don't know why they have to have so many. Why don't they just have 3 on the panel? Don't bother with putting 2 up on televisions. That's a complete waste of time and money. You don't need it. Steve, do you like the smell after the first rain? I do. But we're not doing... This is not BBC Local Radio, I should point out to you. We're not doing your favourite smell today at all, because that would be fear on this programme. But brings back great memories of summer, says David, at Loch Lomond. That must be... What? Funny joke. Okay. That dinner at Joe Allen's gets further and further away. All right, I'm doing a break. Push me, honestly, very, very rough this morning. I'm doing it at my own time, you know. I'm trying to sort of ease myself back into it again. I'm a creative person. I know it might not seem like it, but I promise you, to be funny every day takes some going. Morning, Brenda says, did you ever watch the quiz where the public get into a taxi and the taxi driver asks them questions? Yes. Is it called Taxi Challenge or something like that? That sounds like the kind of programme that it would be. Steve, I run a small business for 25 years. Most of my clients are demanding huge, unreasonable reductions on their invoices. I know. Probably won't survive life or business. It is terrible, isn't it, that people are asking. I think what they're doing is that they're going to be offering discounts on cars. They're going to be offering discounts on clothes. I went to buy some... Actually, I was lucky, so I bought some pants. I went to Marks and Spencer's in Richmond, and they've moved the stuff down from upstairs to downstairs, but you've got to hunt around. So they've got some women's stuff, they've got some stuff for blokes, and I found pants. Not my pants. I had to buy other pants. But, so that was okay. I sort of staggered out of there, thinking, I'm sure they put the prices up. Another one says, what about Victoria Beckham on Loose Women? Oh, she wouldn't do it. She absolutely wouldn't do it. She would, no. What? Listen, she won't even go on tour with the Spice Girls. And I thought that she would definitely want to go on tour with the Spice Girls. The excitement of, you know, playing to stadiums and stuff. I thought that would be a big plus point. That's what I would have thought if I was in her position, but I never was a Spice Girl. But, you know, the idea of all that, you know, people screaming and shouting, not unsimilar to a Steve Allen show, but I quite fancy the idea. You know, and then they're going to pay you huge amounts of money to go on stage and be treated like you know, a star. I think it's fantastic. Steve, any coronavirus lurking on cars will surely be swept away when they go through the washing stage. I don't think there is any coronavirus lurking on cars. I don't think there is. I think they've already proved that it doesn't. I mean, otherwise it's going to be really worrying. Porn stars, I love it when the things are worthless and they really believe they've got a treasure. Makes me chuckle, Steve. And looking forward to running in the rain today, but only for a day. Not much looking forward to indoor homeschooling. Ooh. I don't like running in the rain. Well, I don't like running full stop. But I definitely brought I think I brought my umbrella. I have to check. Don't have to run for the car because I look ridiculous when I run. I mean, I just don't look right. It's not my sort of thing at all. So we've got a poem for you coming up after 5 o'clock. And here we go. Foreign holidays look to be back on the cards for delighted Brits. I wouldn't hold your breath. A few friends of mine have got holidays booked later. But in fact, I think Thomas has got some holiday booked. He wants to go home. Corey was thinking of booking some holiday and to go to one of his favourite places. Going to go to Hong Kong. Are you going to go to Hong Kong? Are you going to go to Hong Kong? Maybe, if you can, yeah. Thomas is just going back home to Edinburgh, which is nice. And then I spoke to my friend Ollie the other day, who used to be with us. Now he's sort of sporting, as they say. And it was funny because he said that his parents listened to the programme, which I thought was quite sweet, actually. So Ollie's mum and dad, he says, he's asked me all these personal questions because he left a little while ago. He says, who's your AP at the moment? I hear there are some new girls who've joined. He said, my parents are loving the show. Which is nice, isn't it? So Ollie's mum and dad listening to the show. I think we get Henry's mum. We get occasionally Thomas's mum listening to the show. And I think Corey's family's been there as well a few times. I know. So just so they can keep an eye on you, that's what it is. They don't want to listen to the programme. They just want to make sure, as long as he mentions our Corey's name, you know, that'll be all right. Dog knows that. They hear his name, you know. He's coming home. Football's coming home. You know, with our flat caps and whippets. Who was funnier on Supermarket Sweep, says Donna? Rylan or Dale? Now, you know you don't have to ask me that at all, because I never watched it with Rylan. I don't like watching remakes. It was that one was slightly more personal. Dale originated that. That was his sort of thing. I mean, the first series, he was rubbish. Even he admits he was rubbish on it, until he said, "Can I be myself?" And then it sort of turned into sort of the campery that turned into the most requested show for the public to be on. But no, you can't make things. Ryland just looked like he had too much makeup on, and what was I watching the other day? It might have been an Only Way is Essex programme. My God, they're weirdos, aren't they, on that one? They've all got the wrong size teeth in their mouths. All the boys have had their teeth Tipp-Exed. Looks very odd, very peculiar. The programme is called Cash Cab, Steve, and in it, some people won hundreds of pounds. Wow. Steve says, no, I said, I'm Steve, what am I talking about? I saw Posh Spice on a chat show with Ali G, and she was absolutely charming and lovely. Look it up on YouTube. Yeah, she does smile. You know that you see pictures of her not smiling for most of the time. I think because she doesn't like lines. But there was a piece in the paper today that they're building a little place. I thought it was going to be a security hut for their security, but obviously not. It's a little place with a bedroom, a sitting room, a kitchen and a bathroom so that their celebrity friends can stay in it. I thought, what, like an outhouse? Can you imagine Elton John going down there with Dave, Auntie Elton and Auntie Dave turn up, and they go, OK, you're sleeping there. I'm sorry? You're sleeping there? I don't think so. No, the driver will take us back home to get into Windsor. Why would you want to go all the way down to the Cotswolds to sleep in a shed? Ridiculous. But they are putting in I think they have a pool, and they, all sorts of things, actually. All sorts of things. I love it. How about the smell of onions being cooked on a hot dog stand? Stop it. I told you we are not doing things like that on the programme, but you're quite right. That's the only reason people buy hot dogs, because of the smell of onions. I love frying onions off. I don't cook them myself. They're already cut. You know, cut onions. You buy bags of them. You can buy purple onions or normal onions. What's the matter with that? Don't you use cooked onions? Why don't I just buy an onion? Listen, if God had wanted me to buy an onion, he would have taken away the sliced onions from the supermarkets. That's what they're in there for. The sliced onions are in, not just to sit on the shelves and look pretty. They're there. You put them in the frying pan, then you put some steak in, you cut some steak up, some nice fillet steak or rump steak or sirloin, and then you cook that off, and then you add some asparagus, then you add the double cream, and then you've got a perfect meal. It's in the same place. No, of course it's not in the same place. The grated cheese is in the side where the milk and the cheese is. The onions are on the vegetable side. I don't know why you don't know these things, honestly. Why is it up to me, the presenter, to tell you where this stuff is in the supermarket? Of course you can get sliced mushrooms. I wouldn't... Yes, of course. Chopped or sliced mushrooms. What do you have? What, you go and buy mushrooms and cut them yourself? Peasant. Don't bring your heathen activities onto my programme, matey. You cut your own mushrooms. You're a danger in the kitchen, you are. What, do you do it with a knife? Go, dear. I tell you, you're an accident waiting to happen. No, that's what they make them for. Sliced mushrooms, sliced everything. Sliced apples, sliced oranges. They're not making them for fun. They're making them for people like me, who don't mind paying a little bit extra to have a little bit of luxury on my plate. So there you go. I love the idea. Oh, don't you cut your Of course I don't cut the mushrooms. Listen, if they made fillet steak cut into cubes, I'd buy that as well. It's like saying, oh, you don't buy ready-made soups, do you? We make ours in the liquidizer. That's what I'm putting up with, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, you know, people have written to me over the years, but we managed to get rid of them quite quickly, you know. Are you sure that's an essential thing? It is when I do it. Of course it is. It's like Piers Morgan. I was telling a friend of mine, 75 people wrote to him to complain about him saying that he'd had his car cleaned. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. How about the smell of Joe Malone candle, says Michael. Any other content ideas, Ian? He says that Ian can use this morning. Have you got 15 minutes of content yet out of our chat yesterday? The smell of Joe Malone candles. Or Joe loves, actually. Joe loves candles. They do a nice Thai lime and mango. And do you know what I've just bought? I bought it on Amazon the other day. And it's, you know, these air freshener things that you fit into a little box and it goes every so often. Mango scent. Mangoes. I bought 4 of them. Cost £5 or something, or £8, I can't remember. But I remember thinking, mango. The smell of mango. There you go, Michael. I've got a body spray from Joe Malone, which I think is Thai... What? I can see you smiling from here. We're not doing smells. I'm just telling you my personal smells. We're not doing smells, all right? We won't do smells anymore. But new mown grass is quite nice, isn't it? I've got bubble bath at home. and why not? It's my bath. And it changes colour. You sprinkle this stuff in, it starts off as blue and then it goes to red. I don't know why I've got that. An ex-producer gave it to me some years ago. I think it's quite sweet, isn't it? It's different. I don't like baths, no. I don't. I do showers. I'm a shower person. It's mainly because it's quicker and you're not sitting in your own dirt. But I've got a shower head at home which changes colour. The water going through it spins a little thing and it changes colour, which is good, isn't it? You want to see your body bathed in red light. I look like I'm working the Reaper barn. I really do. I say Steve Allen. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You are very welcome. Today, the temperature changes. Today, the temperature has dropped. We're going to have rain from about, I think, 8 o'clock this morning. Whether it spreads across the whole country, I'm not too sure. But the good news is it's much needed. We need it for the reservoirs. We need it for the gardens. We need it for the parks. We need it for all sorts of places. Just to, if it rains, and it's apparently going to rain for most of the day. Which doesn't bother me, I have to tell you. I'm not particularly fearful of rain. It's just that we don't like getting wet, do we? People are constantly saying, "Oh, it's going to rain today," and then the strange thing is, you've been putting out all morning. It's definitely going to rain, and you see people queuing at bus stops getting absolutely drenched, and you think, "Well, you're not listening to LBC. You certainly must." Now, every day we have a poem. And we were sent in a book of poems. Normally we leave it up to the producer to find a poem which we think is very apropos. But then we were lucky enough, because I'm obviously the darling of the Methodist circuit, because I've got more Methodist ministers listening to this programme than anything else, which is lovely. I always get stuff from churches because I'm a very spiritual person. But this particular one came from the North Norfolk Methodist circuit and the Reverend Pauline Barnett, and they've got a little booklet out, Lyrics from Lockdown, Poems of the People. So it's quite nice, actually. It's quite nice. We did a couple of them yesterday, and I think I might do 2 this morning, actually, because they're all to do with lockdown and all to do with things that we can all identify with. So the first one is from Mary Jennings, and Mary Jennings's poem is called Ode to Lockdown. I'm sitting here to find a clue, pondering on what to do. Jigsaws, puzzles, I have galore, books and mags by the score. Much of my time I can spend in reading, or go outside and do some weeding, cut the grass and trim the edge. I'm glad I haven't got a hedge. Deadhead the daffs and sweep the path, water the pots and fill the bird bath. What with cooking and cleaning too, there's plenty there to see me through. I have lots of time to do all that, so I'll drink my tea and have a nap. There you go. They're really, it's such a clever idea, and they raise money for the church at the same time. And the other one is from Eileen Vickery. It's called In This Time of Isolation. In this time of isolation, there has been much consolation. We've had time to contemplate on all we could not celebrate. Birthdays, anniversaries and such. We've been alone but kept in touch with families and friends, phone calls that never seem to end. Oh, how lucky we have been with outside space and garden green, splashes of colour as spring unfolds, and many views to behold. With so many blessings we have known, friends and neighbours who have shown such kindness and such helpful ways which helped us through the lonely days. So thank you, God, for seeing us through and giving us feelings for those with no view, no gardens, no beauty, no love. We pray for those people, please send from above your endless mercy and infinite love. There we go. 2 more from Lyrics from Lockdown, Poems of the People from the North Norfolk Methodist Circuit. They've never had so much publicity in their entire days. Thank you very much indeed for that. It's very nice indeed. More stories from the newspapers. Ministers scrambling at the moment, as you know, to soften the 14-day quarantine plans. They're demanding on behalf of the lockdown Britain, Boris must step in to save the summer holidays. It's not a case of saving the summer holidays. It's a case of finding places that will let you in without doing the quarantine. They're not wild about doing it in a lot of the countries, even though they're sort of more than happy for their people to do something. They're not keen for us to do it over there. So, I mean, it is a bit of a fiasco, actually. EasyJet are going to fly again in Europe, which is good news, and they're promising to offload 1 million seats for as little as $29.99. See, I always think that's amazing, don't you? That you can sell a seat for $29.99. It's an awful lot of savings. Also revealed the truth on COVID death risk. And ethnicity and obesity are factors, report that confirms, but age is by far the biggest killer. That's all I need, honestly. I seem to be fitting into so many categories. So, working-age men were twice as likely to die of the virus than women. The 60 to 69 age group were 27 times more likely to die than the under 40s. The 70 to 79 age group were 50 times more likely to die than the under 40s. The over 80s were 70 times more likely to die than the under 40s. The underlying conditions... just under 45% of COVID deaths mentioned heart disease as an underlying condition. 21% of COVID deaths noted diabetes as an underlying condition. 26% said dementia was an underlying condition. 20% noted high blood pressure. Obese adults, 27% more likely to die than those who weren't obese. Obese is a body mass index of over 30. So I don't know how you do that one. The risk rose to 56% if they were severely obese and was 2.5 times greater if they were morbidly obese. Ethnicity, regional deprivation. People of Bangladeshi ethnicities twice as likely to die than those of white British ethnicities. Death rates 50% higher for Pakistani and black other ethnicities. 30% higher for those of a black Caribbean ethnicity. And overall deaths... the death rates were higher in London, higher rates than the southwest, which was the lowest. And I think the council which has got the most deaths is Brent. Brent is the one that's reporting the most fatalities. Not much use if you're living in Brent this morning and listening to this programme, is it? You're going to go, thanks very much indeed, Steve. Steve, I've noticed, says Ron, petrol prices are creeping up by a penny daily as we come out of lockdown. Oh, they're going to get it back again, believe you me. Definitely. Steve, is it possible, says Shane, we can delete 2020? It's been a horrible year. I agree with you. It has been a horrible year. In fact, for many, I don't think they'll ever get over the shock of losing loved ones and seeing, jobs disappear and things, really, really terrible. Really terrible. So I'm with you. Let's delete 2020. I don't mind some of the nice bits. But some of the awful bits. Paul says, if only you could buy a candle that smells like fresh donuts on Southend seafront. Yes, I'm burning wax melts at the moment, but they're vanilla, French vanilla. Doesn't make any difference where it comes from, I suppose, but they are particularly delicious. And there's something about vanilla. I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's because it smells of ice cream. Because vanilla ice cream smells very, very similar. Steve. Towie, they've all got the wrong teeth in their mouths. My stomach is hurting with laughter. But they have. You look at poor old Chloe Sims. I mean, whose teeth are they? They've not been down to Old MacDonald Had a Farm, have they? And sort of borrowed a few from the old nags down there. And then the boys, dreadful skin complaints, and yet they've got Tipp-Ex teeth. I mean, it just looks ridiculous. I mean, you've only got to look at Paul Ryland to realise what the word... stupid looks like. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't look natural. Nobody's got bright white teeth. You really don't. They're sort of... In fact, it's funny because when you ever have teeth put in, if you have bridge work or you have crowns or something like that, they always sort of get the chart out and you go, I'll have the white ones. And then when they actually pick the colour, you go, oh, is that the colour? And they go, yes, that's the colour. That's the way it goes. Steve, the smell of bacon being cooked does it for me. I've told you we're not remotely interested in what your favourite smells are. I cut all my vegetables, Steve, but I understand the temptation to buy ready-cooked vegetables, says Grace. You can get the casserole cut steak. Indeed, the poems are very uplifting. Yes, I mean, I've seen bags of cut vegetables. They do like a winter mixture. And that's particularly nice, isn't it? Although if you're one of those people who can't do without your... sort of fix of McDonald's. Here they are again. Yesterday we had a picture of IKEA and all the people queuing. A mile queue. This is people standing in the car park. And here it is. This time it's drivers. And they are queuing for McDonald's. They are queuing for McDonald's. And I'll tell you, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's about 60 cars queuing here for a McDonald's takeaway. 60 cars. Who are these people? Are these sort of people who've got an addiction? Here they were. I mean, in Livingston in Scotland, they've got a drive-through McDonald's, and there was a long line of queues all day. And the headline is, go ahead, Mac my day. I mean, I don't know whether there's a limit to how many you can buy, but I wonder what, sitting in a car queuing. David Beckham, of course, did that sort of marvellous thing. They go, oh, he's gone over and above. And, of course, they have to put it out as like a press release. Dave drove 28 miles to a fish and chip shop so he could get fish and chips for the family. Obviously, none of them can cook, which I think seems fairly obvious, doesn't it? We don't ever look at the Beckham family and believe that they can cook. I should imagine, actually, she would be sort of doing all sorts of bits and pieces. And what's this one here? Oh, this is from Faye Barker. She says, I recently, she said, I hope you're well. I just heard the poems you were sharing, and I thought I'd send you mine. I wrote it recently on a surreal, quiet walk from central London, from ITN to Waterloo Station. That's quite a little walk, isn't it? I only did that once, actually, Faye. I didn't manage it anymore. It was my first time in a train in 2 months, and I wrote down a few thoughts. So here it is. No one looks out from the London Eye. It is still and empty. The city is dozing. Every day a lazy Sunday. The sky is clear and quiet today. Beautiful. Here and there is a flicker of life, like a dream, where the twitches of memory touch on a different time. I can still picture how it used to be, fresh in my memory, but yet, somehow, a different world. From afar I see you, and I know you feel the same, but for now I keep distant until another day. She says, and then I went all arty last week and recorded it. You're welcome to share it or ignore it if you prefer. Thank you very much indeed. The London, honestly, they're funny. Do you know, I've got friends of mine, one friend in particular, Faye, who is literally, every day he goes on his bicycle and he drives around London and he finds deserted areas and he takes pictures, because it's just amazing when you can see it. But yesterday, coming into town, there were so many cars. And I said to my driver, I said, I've never seen so many cars. It was gridlock coming in. Wow. Joe says a BMI of 30 is fairly normal in today's Britain. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Petit Cherie by Anik Gutel. Candle smells of cut grass and spring, says Jane. Cut grass and spring. How lovely. Also, somebody else has got a poem. Loads of people have got poems for me. Thank you very much indeed. Which is good, actually. Somebody doesn't like loose women. You see, I'm 6 and 7s on loose women. I don't think you need 4 people on the panel. I think you could save an awful lot. I'm not interested in seeing somebody sitting in their sitting room or standing in the kitchen. It's as boring as hell. You just need the 3 people in the studio, socially distancing, and that's it. You don't need anybody else at all. And they don't contribute to it. You know, there are other people on there who are there because they've got opinions and they're good at discussing things. You know, and Jane Moore would be one of those people that I would bounce off every single time. But there's a few people on there, I mean, frankly, I would get rid of them. You're never sure if they're there as a like comedy moment or if it's something a little bit worse than that. And then you watch it and realise, no, it's not comedy moment. They are quite serious. It's just not the same. It's not the same. Not the same. Morning, everybody. Roses are red, violets are blue. If you believe Dominic Cummings, then anything can be true. Thank you. Nice and short and sweet. That's what we like. You know, people are drinking earlier. That's got nothing to do with Dominic Cummings. I don't know why I linked that seamlessly from one story to the other. And it's because we drink more in lockdown. And we start early. But the producer had just admitted to me that he's only drinking at the weekends. Which is, I don't know if that's an order from the doctor, or whether it's his girlfriend saying you're drinking too much, or whether it's just me piling guilt on him. I don't know. I mean, I do have a little sherbet every day. My little pick-me-up. But also I've discovered, actually, I never used to drink chilled drinks. My friend Graham used to think I was mad. He used to say, your vodka's in the freezer, isn't it? And I go, no. He said, you're supposed to put vodka in the freezer because it thickens up. It won't freeze because it's alcohol, but it thickens up a bit and it becomes a different drink. And yesterday I drank a bottle of, little bottle, of Prosecco, and it was chilled. You can go into the supermarkets and they keep them chilled in the cabinet. It was delicious. It was even better than the normal stuff. Does it keep me awake? I'm not drinking it now. No, I climb into... I've told you before, I climb into bed, I'm out for the count. I mean, yesterday, I spoke to a friend of mine, and she looks after my banking and things like that. And I was chatting away to her, and while she's chatting away about what she's going to be doing, and she's going to be for tea, and then she's going to make some bread, and she's going to do some bits and pieces, and I'm looking at the clock going, oh, goody, it's bedtime. And so I finished off the chilled Prosecco, and I said, right, I speak to you. We speak every day. I don't think there's a day that we don't speak about something. And the moment I put the phone down on her, I went, right, that's it. Went into the kitchen, did my injections, came back out. I always keep it in the kitchen. Don't ask me why. I've got no idea. I feel I could do that. My 2 injections. And I climbed into bed, and that's the last thing I remember. That is the last... I'm out for the count. I was just sort of... At the moment, I'm listening to Robin's Nest, a comedy show from years ago, and I've got the DVD on. I've never managed to make it halfway through the first episode, because I've gone. So, of course, I can keep playing it time and time and time again, because I never get to the end of it. And it's lovely. It's a DVD of the shows, and I just fall asleep listening to it. So it's like my own sort of comedy heaven. But sleep, I do easily. And people say all the time, like he was saying the other day, I can't sleep because of the heat. And so I bought him a fan. And he sleeps so much better. He comes in with his tousled hair and everything else. He looks like he'd been in a wind tunnel. But it's an oscillating fan. It's an upright, tall tower thing. And it's, to be honest with you, I couldn't sleep without a fan on. I really couldn't. But, some people manage to get to sleep normally without anything. I'm one of those who needs a little bit of assistance. But once I'm in bed, gone forever and a day. Perdita says, Steve, I happened upon an amazing show called Pose, surrounding the LGBTQ and gender non-conforming ballroom culture scene in the 1980s. Have you seen it? No. It's heartwarming, brilliantly acted, and extremely pertinent given the current climate. Highly recommended. There you go, a recommendation... Can't speak now. Recommendation from Perdita for Pose. Thank you. Did you know, if you can smell a chip shop from afar, it's not a good chip shop? Something about the smell of chips, isn't there? I've never I've never thought about that, actually. I might have to ponder on that one. Thank you for letting me know it's going to rain, says Eve. I'll start my walking exercises now. Yeah, I think it's going to start about 8 o'clock this morning, but don't hold me to the time. See, look, I'm looking at Leicester Square. The sun's coming up. So it's not as bright as yesterday. It's not as, certainly not as warm as yesterday. But we sort of go back to a little bit of wet weather today and tomorrow and to Friday as well. So now you know. Steve is a legend, Corey's a hun, and Luke's a cutie. I think you got that one wrong, haven't you? Oh, there's more to it, is there? Luke is a cutie. Oh, right. Thomas is fun. They make our mornings as happy as can be. And according to Steve, they make very good tea. They're all very popular with London and more. Monday to Sunday, we all wish for more. Very popular before, yes. Steve is a legend, Corey's a hun, Luke is a cutie. I don't think he's ever been called a cutie. We don't subscribe to language like that. Look, you can't wipe the smile off his face now. It's so embarrassing, isn't it? It's like, I told you years ago, I remember saying to my mother, do you think I'm good looking? She went, don't be so silly. Honestly, talk about insecurity going on. So I said, well, you're not great looking either. Left it at that. Can you imagine your parents saying that to you? No, of course you're not very good looking. I don't know. Nicola, the answer is no. No. When I wake up, I do that. So, what was the other one here? So, we mentioned that show Pose, so now you know. But if anybody's seen it, let me know as well. And somebody else talking about petrol prices creeping up. Yes, I mean, I haven't put any petrol in for a little while. But if it's going to rain today, that's okay. We can cope with that. The rubbish on the beaches, especially on Dorset's Durdle Door beach, volunteers were left clearing up piles of discarded face masks and remnants of barbecues and picnics. People are so disgusting, aren't they? It's just dumped all over the place. It's horrible. And Sandbanks, that's where Whatsit lives, isn't it? Harry Redknapp, he lives down Sandbanks. And also Ilkley's Pebble Beach in Yorkshire, just booze bottles piled up. I think people should be made to take it away. It's like people who leave cans sitting at bus stops. That really drives me crackers. They're sitting next to a bin and they just put it on the floor. You want to go... Oh, it's a woman. I had to say to a woman the other day, she got on the bus, the single-decker, which holds between 8 and 10 people, and you pay for it now. And so she goes, hello, to the bus driver, and she walks past. And the bus driver said something, but because they were wearing a mask, this woman couldn't hear it, and she sat down. So I turned around and I said, you've got to swipe in. She said, oh, of course, by that time the bus had set off. So the driver said, no, do it at the end, So when she got off, which ironically was my stop as well, she then paid. So just remember, when you get on buses now, you have to pay. If you're getting on at the front, you pay. Okay? Anybody tries to do it differently, get into big, big trouble. Big trouble. £82 million. I found the story. £82 million in the Daily Mail spent hounding thousands of UK troops. The producer heard housing troops. You are daft, honestly. This is over the deaths in Iraq. But one lawyer says all but one claim has been ditched. One of them is a major. He's been investigated and cleared 8 times in 17 years. A Military Cross hero put in the dock by the deliberate lies of the accusers. It is absolutely... But the agony goes on for Troubles vets. There's troops engaged in rioting in Basra after a petrol bomb was thrown and they were on fire. But £82 million has been spent. Got to stop. Hilary Meredith, a lawyer who campaigned for Iraq veterans' rights, says the long, cruel witch hunt of our troops in Iraq is over. Now give them an apology. We don't do apologies, do we? We're not very good at apologies. Also, Sarah Vine's column. She's talking about the joy on the faces of the children as they finally began to return to school was a sight to see. I said yesterday, they look so sweet. They put their school uniforms on. Do you know why they're excited? They're going to see their friends. They're going to see their friends, and that was the good bit. So they were all smiling. They all looked so happy. And I remember thinking yesterday, and I think I said actually, that's all they want to do. They want to see their friends. They've been isolating for such a long time. Steve, what's happened to the Steph show? I think it was binned. I think it's coming back. I don't know why. I think they're actually coming back because I think it's a case of the neighbours complained. She's in a cul-de-sac. You thought you'd all be living in a mansion, didn't you? How wrong we can be. And the neighbours were complaining. They had, the film trucks there and they had the people and all the rest. Just ridiculous. So they've shelved it and they're going to be putting it into studios. I don't know why. It wasn't a particularly good show in the first place. In fact, it didn't make any difference whether she was self-isolating at home or she's not a great... It's no good just smiling and looking pretty. That is not the ingredient of a chat show host. And if you're doing something that is a sort of a multimedia type presentation, it doesn't work for Steph. She made her name because she was... she had a northern accent, and they made a big thing about, it's a northern accent, and nobody likes me because of this and that, whereas I hadn't even noticed it, which goes to prove how much my hearing has deteriorated over the years. Then the next thing was, it turned out she was gay, and then she was having a baby, and so we went through all of that, and then somebody put her onto another programme, and then they automatically think, she'll make a great presenter. I've got no idea why they thought that. No idea at all, but as I say, just looking pretty with a nice smile... nice hair and all the rest. It does not make a successful programme, so maybe not the thing to bring back. Steve, I've acquired an allotment, says Linda, as my mornings are now filled. How lovely to have an allotment. How lovely. Every Englishman and woman should be allowed to have an allotment. In fact, I think you are, if they've got any spare in your area. Very difficult to get hold of, aren't they? But you are definitely going to sort of at some point end up with an allotment, and then you can grow all your little bits and pieces, which is nice. And I just heard you say you have a sherbet every day, which means a drink. So let's get this going, people that know what I'm talking about. I say I'm going to see the quack, says Shirley, which is a doctor. I'm going to see my brief, which is my barrister. Let's see how many we can get. P.S. Love you going to work. Soon 9 children in my school, says Shirley. Wow. 9 children. That's good. Do you know, there was a school the other day, they had to close. And the reason they had to close is because 7 of the teachers, unfortunately, had the coronavirus. They tested positive, which was bad. But seeing there were some cute pictures in the papers the other day of the kids going to school, and they all looked so happy. Of course, they all did their standing on the spot, distancing, washing their hands outside. They put in special sort of metal bait, looked like cattle troughs outside the windows of the school, and that looked really nice, and I was quite pleased about that. But then, of course, when it came to playtime, they were kicking footballs around and all the rest of it. Just want to go and talk to their friends, don't they? They don't understand what it is. They don't understand how dangerous it is. But it doesn't discriminate against people. It seems to be across the board. So we might be living with it for a long, long time. And I mean a long, long time. I've just got this horrible feeling that it's going to be around for ages. And the amount of deaths, I think, will actually go down. But I think we're going to be living with coronavirus for some time. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. Faye Barker wrote back and said, thank you for reading that. It was done beautifully. Thank you. One does one's best. Do you know, it's so funny when you say you walk from ITN to Waterloo Station. I remember we used to walk through Lincoln's Inn Fields, and it used to be full. It was like Tent City. It's a beautiful... If you've never been to Lincoln's Inn Fields, I do urge you to go on a weekend. Go and park on Fleet Street or wherever you can park and walk through into Lincoln's Inn Fields. It's got the most beautiful houses and the most beautiful... It's like a little lost bit of London. It's almost you chance upon it and you go, I'm coming here again. Some really lovely places to look at. So there you go. Put it into your map, Lincoln's Inn Fields. You'll find it. Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Colder today and with a bit of rain. So now's the chance to if you need to do anything, do it now. Should kick in about 8 o'clock, I should imagine. A British classic car dealer has won a High Court battle over a super-rich US collector over an £800,000 gearbox. Gregor Fiskin has been fighting American lawyer Bernard Carl over the £37 million sale of a rare 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO since October 2017, when the car, the world's most expensive and the second GTO ever built, was bought from Mr. Carl by Mr. Fiskin's company, Gregor Fiskin. It did not contain the original gearbox. But the unique and special piece of kit was subsequently discovered. Mr. Fiskin's firm insisted Mr. Carl was obliged to deliver the gearbox to them, but the American refused, eventually insisting he be paid another £500,000. Now, after a trial at London's High Court, Judge Richard Pearce has handed victory to Mr. Fiskin's company by ruling that Mr. Carl was contractually obliged to deliver up the gearbox. Absolutely! Of course he was. You can't just say, here is this £37 million Ferrari, 37 million. I can't believe I had to read it twice myself. £37 million Ferrari. But it's got the wrong engine in it. Where's that? Well, that'll cost you another £500,000. I think not. We're going to court. And so off to court they went. Handbags. Now, I know that ladies everywhere like a good handbag. And there's probably most of you on this programme. But can you tell the difference between the real and the fake? The new breed of designer rip-offs that are so realistic, it takes experts to identify them, because there are little key things. And when you look at these ones here, for example, there is, let's see if we can find one that's, that sort of is going to be, yeah, good. A Louis Vuitton Keep Pal. Okay, that's what it's called. It's called a Keep Pal. The price of it is £1,160. That's for a genuine Louis Vuitton Keep Pal. The fake one is £100. They've managed to keep the patterns symmetrical. However, all the attention's gone on the outside. They look inside bags now. So it still doesn't do too badly. It doesn't do too badly. Sometimes the colours are a bit off. There's a Gucci Marmot velvet shopping bag, shoulder bag. This one is £1,510. The fake is £196. And it's very convincing as long as you don't open your bag and no one looks too closely. It looks like it's Gucci. Because it's got all the logos on there. The colours are slightly off, but it's the price of these. There's one here, an Hermes Birkin. Now, you won't be allowed to buy one of these. It's not for us, I'm afraid. It's only for people like Victoria Beckham. The original cost of this bag is £7,000 for a bag. I've heard of bags costing more. The fake is £150. The price difference, £6,850. Both the real and the fake were made of calf leather, but the grain on the counterfeit was rougher. The fake's handles are a different shape. So if you're one of these people who's employed by these places that buy people's handbags, you've got to know all of this kind of thing. I can't imagine. It's not the most expensive handbag, though, is it? What's the most expensive handbag, Corey? How much would we be paying for a very expensive handbag? I'm sure I've seen a price of about £20,000. I'm pretty certain. But to spend £1,000 is not too difficult at all. I mean, it really is absolutely unbelievable. £800. A Stella McCartney shoulder bag. The original £340. The fake one is going to cost you £10. And let's have a look here. Here we go. This is the Row, the most expensive handbag. This is a handbag. Wow. Actually, no, I found another one. Muawad. This is 1001 Nights diamond purse. So I'm assuming it's covered in sort of diamonds. Hermes have got 3 bags. This particular one, Muawad, 1001 Nights diamond purse, is $3.8 million. $3.8 million. I mean, and you look at it. Oh, that's it. It's a bit naff. I wouldn't want to buy it. Not for $3.8 million. That's way too expensive, isn't it, really? They say, wait a minute, go down. Stop. Most expensive handbag in the world and holds the position in Guinness World Record. See, the trouble is, there's always going to be somebody who's going to want it because it's vulgar. It's got 105 yellow diamonds, 56 pink diamonds, and 4,356 colourless diamonds. It took 8,500 hours to create it. It was sold last year at a preview in Hong Kong, 3.8 million. However, I've got a rather nice little Hermes Kelly Rose Gold, and this is it's a little bit more sturdy, and it's priced at £2 million. It's got 1,160 diamonds. Only 12 of these bags have ever been created. So there's also the Birkin bag by Ginza Tanaka. That's quite reasonable, actually, £1.4 million for a bag. You imagine if you put it down, you're having a little drink in Soho and somebody nicks it. They won't have the faintest idea because they will assume that it's a fake. They're not going to assume that it's a genuine bag. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, walking through Lincoln's Inn Field, you come across a statue of the founder of W.H. Smith. Ha, lovely. The producer just had a quick look at the picture. He's very impressed because it's a little hidden place. Steve, you said this country has good actors. There's only one actor who really is the best, and that is Martin Shaw. Looks, talent, and he's brilliant on stage and theatre as well as TV. So that's good, isn't it? So he'll be delighted to get a mention. Nobody's like Martin Shaw, says Connie, who's obviously got a little bit of a hot spot for him. Steve, I think your friend Christopher did also buy one of the rarest Ferraris ever made. But is it worth owning a car that is so expensive you're afraid to drive it? It's owning it, isn't it? It's owning it, I think. That would be the key to it. Steve, hope all is well, cool, fresh and slightly breezy here in Milford Haven in West Wales with the arrival of the rain, says Ken. Oh, sounds lovely, doesn't it? It's still, listen, we need it. KFC garbage, back on my early morning walk, says Pamela. Better when closed. Rubbish customers. I know, it's when people leave stuff all over the place which really annoys me. Goodness sake, you can at least find a bin, can't you? And then, Rahim says, Steve, what idiot would pay $3 million for a handbag? Don't ask me, I've got no idea. Didn't Victoria Beckham spend $20,000 on a handbag? And I remember thinking, you show off. She's only the daughter of an electrician. She'd never have a £20,000. I'm sure it was 20,000. Whatever it was an awful lot of money for a handbag. I mean, it's just a handbag. But most ladies, most of you listening, have got at least half a dozen. And the fake ones are very good, although which was the one I looked at? Yeah, the Yves Saint Laurent. £780. The fake is £25. It gets a 2 out of 10. The best one is the Gucci Marmot velvet shoulder bag. That gets an 8 out of 10. Yep, all the others are... Wait a minute, just checking. Oh, no, also the Gucci Soho disco bag. £805. Fake, £5. So, they say here, for its price, it may be good, but it doesn't take into account the human price of counterfeits. That gets an 8 out of 10 as well. Frightening, isn't it? They don't do the same thing for men. Men don't really want handbags. They don't want, and £3 million just seems like an awful lot. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's Philip's birthday coming up. Prince Philip. I was a little bit familiar there. Philip's birthday, as if I know him. But I don't. It's Prince Philip. And all he's going to have is a simple lunch with the Queen. And what do you think they talk about? Bloody Andrew, he's been a right pain, hasn't he? I'm sorry, sweetness. Awful. First of all, Harry, then your sister went off the rails, and if you can imagine what they talk about. It must be like the collapsing of a family. But at least her horse ran the other day. First receiver carried the royal colours to victory in the 3:55 at Kempton Park. I think people hold the horses back. Let her win. She's the Queen. Let her win. She's the Queen. So much better. But royal sources have confirmed no plans for a party to mark the occasion. What would he do at a party? He's 99. He doesn't want a party. He's been in isolation with the Queen since before Easter, the longest period the couple have spent together for as long as anybody can remember. I bet they're driving each other mad. I bet she's thinking, I don't want to do this ever again. Ever again. He's 99, for goodness sake. But not one for fuss. They says he's always insisted on no fuss, no bother. Interestingly enough, Lady Butter is 95. She shares a great-great-grandfather, Tsar Nicholas I of Russia, with Philip. He has such an incredibly active mind, and he's a great reader, so interested in things. Oh, I think he's amazing. I love him. I think he's the saving grace. What with him and her, indoors, in Windsor Castle, with the 27 staff, I think they're great. You know, carried on to... All right, he's only recently stepped down from doing all his obligations, and yet some of the other ones, totally useless. I mean, bringing shame on the royal family, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Also, Adolf Hitler's birthplace, you might have seen this the other day in the television, is to be transformed into a police station which will deter Nazi pilgrims. It's in Braunau, where the dictator was born in 1889, bought by the Austrian government in 2016. A new chapter will be opened for the future from the birth house of a dictator and mass murderer, said the Interior Minister Karl Nehammer yesterday. Scheduled to finish 2023, the conversion, and it will transform the appearance of it. But if you've got pictures at the moment, then you're lucky. You've got what it looks like before they start changing it. And always playing things like that down. Always playing things like that down. Josephine Baker, born on this day, 1906. Of course, Josephine Baker from the jazz age. And she was a singer and dancer, known for wearing a skirt made of fake bananas. She learnt to dance, wait for this one, watching kangaroos in a zoo. In later life, she had a cheetah that slept in her bed, as well as a goat and pig. Hope to God they were house-trained. Don't want a cheetah in your bed, do you? And the cheetah does something, because they don't think about things like that. I don't believe that story. I don't believe it. So, everybody telling me about Pixar's Mexican cartoon voted the top movie to make you cry. And it's called Coco. I don't even know if it's out yet. Is it out? Is it? Oh, it's been out for ages. Oh, has it? Oh, really? Is it available on Amazon? Have a look, see if you can find it for me. I've never even heard of it. Why have I not heard of it? This is unbelievable. How have I not heard of it? These are the tear-jerky films. We've all got our favourite tear-jerky films. So I'll run through... Oh, they're at $9.99. I shall buy that. Oh, look, I've never even heard of it. And it's a weepy-weepy. You know I love my weepy-weepies. So they've actually got some weepy-weepies here, and I'll tell you what they are after we've had a quick check on the state of the road and the rail. Minutes nearly to 6 o'clock this Wednesday morning. So these are the weepiest weepies. Number 10, Beaches. That's... have you ever seen Beaches? That's sad. That's about somebody dying. It's always about somebody dying, isn't it? It's always terribly tragic. Number 9 is The Notebook. I don't know The Notebook. I don't know it at all. It doesn't mean anything to me. Number 8 is The Green Mile. You ever seen that? You never seen The Green Mile? Tom Hanks, yeah, plays a prison warden, a man there who can cure people. He's a prison. It's a beautifully done film, beautifully done. Number 7, Avengers Endgame. Who wrote this blooming list? Number 6 is Toy Story 3. Terms of Endearment is at number 5. Up is at number 4. That's not a weepy. Who wrote this rubbish? Number 3, Schindler's List. I'll say, so you've got Up at number 4, Schindler's List at number 3, number 2, Marley and Me, and number 1, Coco. No mention of Steel Magnolias, no mention of half a dozen Christmas films that make you weep. Lion made me weep, yeah. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, for, 1 minute they've got Marley and Me and Up, and then Schindler's List pops into it. Admittedly, Schindler's List was just beautifully crafted. Terms of Toy Story 3. And a cartoon is number 1. A Mexican cartoon. Coco. I got a letter from Anika Knowles. And Anika wrote to me the other day, and she said, firstly, I must say how much I enjoy your show. Been a listener for quite a few years now, and automatically wake at 3:30-ish. I'm sure having young children has a part to play with this too. The reason I wanted to write you is because I often hear you and your listeners talking about magic and illusions. My mind was made up the other day when it was mentioned a few times, and luckily my brother is staying with me. My big brother, who I'm incredibly proud of, created, designed and manufactures his card and coin collection. He does all of the filming himself for the tutorials and trailers, and I thought you would appreciate his work, as I know you like magic. So I put some of his work in here for you as a gift. I know that you're a key worker and lockdown isn't quite the same for you. But if you had spare time and wanted to try any of it out, head to his website, which is www.mechanicindustries.com. Or he's got videos on YouTube. He's not commercially orientated, but as you'll see, he's a fantastic designer creating unique products for the industry. So mechanicindustries.com. There you go, Anika. Just thank you for keeping me company in the early morning. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you very much indeed. I shall go home and play, as they say. Or probably tomorrow, actually. Steve, there is no film to make you cry like Hashi with Richard Gere. We could hardly go to work the next day. Well, actually, you see, I've sort of got a few films. Steel Magnolias I can watch time and time again. Because I just think it's so sad, but it's so lovely. It really is. You want to go and live there. Steve, you have to watch Coco. Heartwarming movie. I love your show, thank you. And then somebody says, how dare you not know The Notebook, Steve? Best weepy ever. Stays with you for days. What about The Bridges of Madison County? I've heard about that, and I can't remember if I've seen it. Steve, Lincoln's Inn Fields was one of the places of execution in London. Difficult to imagine today the horrors that used to take place there. Likewise, St Paul's, Smithfield, and many other places in and around the city, says Moray. It is lovely, isn't it? When you look at the houses there's some really super houses. Really, there is one house I've been inside. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Stuart says, I can't believe The Champ didn't make it onto that weepy list. No, I mean, I agree. Steve, A Monster Calls had me in floods of tears. Beautiful film, says David in Loch Lomond. And apparently, Steve, Prince Philip calls the Queen cabbage. Why discarding the outer leaves makes me think of Prince Andrew, says Pamela. Naughty, 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 naughty. Steve, a lot of people talk about The Notebook, an incredibly sad film. Ryan Gosling, James Gardner, says Helen and Epping. It's a real tearjerker, and you know I love a tearjerker. What's that big Christmas film that, Love Act? You see, that gives you an idea of people's age. I go big Christmas film, big weepy, with James Stewart in it. Wonderful Life. And he comes up with Love Actually. I mean, really. Fake snow. Hello? At least in Love Actually it was real snow and he was visited by an angel. We like The Bishop's Wife, but that's not a weepy. But Love Actually is absolutely a weepy. Not Love Actually. What was the other one? What did you say? Wonderful Life. Yeah. I've got it in black and white and colour. On the same DVD. On one side it's black and white, the other side it's colour. Honestly, Love Actually, because he liked the girl who starred in it, Martine McCutcheon, didn't you? Go on, admit it. You're so shallow, honestly, with your films. If they're good looking and look as though they want to go out with him, he likes the film. That's it. You prefer Emma Thompson, really? Dear, honestly, he's not normal today. He's not normal today. So weepiest film. But so Coco, I'm going to have you Coco. What's it a story of then? Have you seen Coco? What is it a story of? It's about the Day of the Dead in Mexico. They do have the Day of the Dead in Mexico, and that's apparently why it's a weepy. They bring all these sort of people out. But they say it pulls on the heartstrings. Coco. Here we go. Miguel pursues his love for singing in spite of his family's ban on music. He stumbles into the land of the dead, where he learns about his great-great-grandfather, who was a legendary singer. Oh, it's got Anthony Gonzalez, Benjamin Bratt, Gail Garcia Bernal, and other people as well. Oh, it sounds quite good, doesn't it? Quite like it, because they do have the Day of the Dead. After meeting a charming trickster named Hector, the two new friends embark on an extraordinary journey to unlock the real story behind Miguel's family history. Wow. Well, I'm definitely going to be ordering that one later on. I've seen it. You know, if it's a weepy, I think it would be quite a trick if a film that is basically a cartoon can have an effect on me. Because I never cried at Bambi, even though the mother got killed in about the first few minutes, and I didn't associate that with being real at all. Here we got the Queen's Curtain. Will it twitch for the birthday royal parade? Because she's down in Windsor, so they're going to do a small version for her, which I think is quite nice. She'll be peering through the curtains. Somebody will get a picture. You watch. Somebody get a picture of that, which I think is actually quite nice. Lovely letter from Margaret from Bexhill-on-Sea. She says we need a vaccine or a drug to lessen the virus effect. We do. It's very indiscriminatory, isn't it? It doesn't matter who it can affect all sorts of different people. But she was talking about Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, carried out 200 engagements last year since she married Prince Charles. She shows a lot of kind and caringness. I agree with you as well. And little Julie says, can you give Wendy from the original Spikers group a mention? Every day without fail, she's posted pictures of Ed and Ted, teddy bears, who've been giving so much joy to children and adults alike with their adventures from their front garden in Stockport. You featured them on the show a while back, and so I've sent you a couple of pictures from their final photos, which includes putting up the Christmas decorations. So well done to Wendy, who is part of the original Spikers group. How lovely. How lovely. I can't wait for Christmas. Cinema Paradiso, says Helen. Oh my God, you will cry and cry. Although for Denise, Beaches with Denise, with Denise, and Bette Midler is on Beaches, the ultimate weeping. And somebody says I can understand Up being on the list due to the bit at the beginning. Oh right, yeah. I think I suppose so, but it's well, all right. Steve, my son 7 had tears running down his face whilst watching King Kong. When his dad teased him about it, he said, "I'm not crying." They always say that, don't they? Are you crying? No, not crying. Only wussy people cry. I cry all the time. I always cry all the time. E.T. makes me cry. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree. I'm a military veteran, you know, Steve. We have hearts. You're pathetic. They wrote that. They wrote, I'm pathetic. Listen, it's good to have an emotion watching a film, isn't it? I think it's very good. Very good. I like all of those sort of things. So somebody says Brief Encounter should be on the list. Of course, I would think so. And Steve, Atonement's very good, but I couldn't watch it again. It ages you as you watch it. Greyfriars Bobby made me weep, says Alan. Do you know there was the story only a short while ago? And it was the Greyfriars Bobby. They weren't sure that it was true. They weren't sure that it was true. They thought maybe it was a little bit of a made-up story for the publican to get people back into his pub. So we weren't sure on that one. And one here from Rahim. He says, I only recently found the Steve Allen Show whilst randomly listening a few weeks ago during Ramadan. And I must say, his early morning show is absolutely brilliant. Yes, I mean, I would agree with you there. I'm going to go home and listen myself one of these days. It's absolutely brilliant as shows go. Actually, which reminds me, I've got something for you. I need your very close attention this morning. I did it yesterday, and I got a lot of people writing to me saying, listen, can you give us some more information? And this is on how, and we do have something for you. You know, the other year we had the tea towel, the Steve Allen 40 years tea towel, of which we sold 5,000 units, which was lovely. And we have got something for this year. And I can't tell you what it is yet because I don't know when we're going to do it. But I have a feeling it's going to be soon. I know that the producer's got a reserved phone call in with the boss, and I have a feeling it could be to release details of how we're going to do it. So you have to hang fire. You have to trust me on this one. But I promise you, because people have written in saying, I missed out on the tea towels. What have you got for this year? Well, it was your suggestion, actually. A lot of people came up with the suggestion of what we should do after the tea towel. So what is it going to be? You'll find out later. But I've got something for you after the news at 6 o'clock, which is coming up. And we did it yesterday, so if you're a regular listener to the programme, you know that every year we do make some noise, and we make some noise for all sorts of wonderful, worthwhile causes. And for this year, we've decided, because it has been an unbelievable year. I mean, some people saying at the beginning of this programme this morning, wouldn't it be nice if we could just write off the year 2020 and forget it ever happened? And so what we're going to do this year is we're going to try and support those hit the hardest by the COVID-19 outbreak. People for whom their lives have just collapsed. People for whom will never be the same again. And if we can help out in our way, then I think that's what we have to do. We could have done any one of a number of things, but I think helping out those hit the hardest by the COVID-19 outbreak, I think is going to be very important. So I shall tell you how we're going to start doing it just after the news at 6 o'clock. Also, the stars of Coronation Street in a dreadful panic. You know why? They've got to do their own hair and makeup. And, of course, most of them apparently can't. Plus the early breakfast on LBC. So we're gradually easing back in. A little bit. I still think, for the schools it's a little bit too soon, which is what we heard yesterday. And I was listening to various people talking about things. Actually, I need your help. There's a film that I can only remember for the person who starred in it. And I need the title of it. You will know this film if you're over a certain age. It's a film that stars Betty Davis as a society beauty. And she lives in a beautiful house, I think, on Park Avenue, and there's a staircase, and everybody wants to go out with her because she's absolutely gorgeous. But the trouble is, as she gets older, she has to put more makeup on. She has to wear wigs because her looks have faded, but she still thinks she's this society beauty. And people invite her around because she's very, very gay and very sort of, gay in the original meaning of it. And all I remember is at the end, she's aged so badly, but I can't remember for the life of me what the film is called. If you can help me on that one, somebody will know and they'll go, absolutely, I can tell you. Steve, very excited to have found the 70s TV show Sapphire and Steel. Yes, you can buy the box sets, actually. You can buy box sets of Sapphire and Steel. Somebody says, I've got Coco on DVD, recommended to me by my 4-year-old granddaughter. Beautiful film, makes me cry every time, says Debbie. The animation is great and the colour's fantastic. You must watch it. I'm going to order it. I'm going to order it today. Because I like things like that. I like it when people sort of, recommend something to me. And then I go and find out that I like it just as... What was I watching the other day? Oh, Battle of Britain, the film. That's a great film. The music is fantastic. Really is fantastic. Cool, fresh and slightly breezy today, Steve, as you will realise when you walk out the building. Yes, I can feel it already, actually. Sam in Chelsea says, you have to watch Coco. It's wonderful. It's heartwarming. Okay. A lot of people telling me about I turned on here, you talking about actors. Nick Ferrari was talking to Nicholas Soames, Churchill's grandson, recently. Nick asked him which actor did he think played Winston the best, and he cited the late Robert Hardy, saying, when I saw him, it was as though my grandfather was there in the room. Yes, Robert Hardy was fantastic. Fantastic. I agree. Steve, what about most of the Betty Davis films? The Old Maid, Lana Turner, Imitation of Life, and also I don't know this one. I know the film, but I haven't seen it. And... it's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, a roller coaster. It's Mr. Skeffington. That's the film. Somebody says it was Sunset Boulevard. No. Sunset Boulevard, I knew very well indeed. Very well indeed. That was sort of with the little actress who played in that one. But it's Mr. Skeffington. Thank you, Julian York and everybody else. Mr. Skeffington. Well done. It's a really heart-rending film, is that she's this society beauty and she's so fair and it's so wonderful and it's so lovely and all the rest of it. And then as her looks start going, she doesn't go out. I think she falls ill with something and then she tries to get herself back again. So she's troweled on the makeup and, people can see how old she is underneath and it's a wig on her head. It's very tragic, but fabulous actress. So listen, here is where I need your help. As you know, every year Globals Make Some Noise raises an awful lot of money with your generosity for some fantastic causes. This year we're doing it a bit earlier to support those hit hardest by the COVID-19 outbreak. And I can now bring you the first of our exciting appeals. So it's your chance to win a car. A 3-door Fiat 500 in Bossa Nova white. Lay me down the Bossa Nova. With thanks to Arnold Clark. You can zip stylishly through the streets with this punchy 1.2-litre engine and sharp exterior, chrome handles and signature LED headlights. Not only is it comfortable on the inside, but it's trendy too, with its white leather steering wheel and quirky retro switches. I haven't even seen a picture of this car yet. So the producer's now going to find a picture and put it up of the 3-door Fiat. So it'll be 2 doors and then at the back, I'm assuming, Fiat 500 in Bossa Nova white. Sounds delightful. Now, for your chance to win this brand new Fiat 500 motor car, simply text CAR, C-A-R, in capital letters, and you send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5. That's all it is. You could win... Oh, it's lovely. You could win a car for £5. That is fantastic. £5 from every text supports the Globals Make Some Noise emergency appeal. You've got until 3 p.m. on the 19th of June to enter. So keep the phone handy. We could be calling you. Standard network rates apply. Got to be 18 or over and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules can be found at lbc.co.uk. So text CAR, C-A-R, capital letters, to 84850. And thanks to Arnold Clark for that one. So that's nice, isn't it? You could get a car for £5. It's got to be the bargain of the decade. So you can enter as many times as you want. Each entry will cost you just £5. I have a feeling by the time we get to the end of this week, we're going to have so many things to parade in front of you. You're going to be thanking me because it's going to such a good cause. Steve, film was called Bet Davis Grows Old. Thank you. It's Mrs. Skeffington. We know that now, don't we? Steve, I love Prince of Tides and The Mask with Cher. I think I might have seen Prince of Tides, but I can't remember exactly. We're looking for Weepies, because Coco, which is an animated film from Pixar, has just been voted the saddest film of all, and it's a cartoon. How is that possible? How is that possible? Robert Hardy was great as Mr. Farnham, the vet in All Creatures Great and Small, and Christopher Timothy as James Herriot, says Alan. Yes, we interviewed Christopher Timothy. He's lovely. Do you know, I'm sure he's in his 70s now. He doesn't look it at all. Absolutely does not look it. Steve, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is the name of the Betty Davis film. No, Nicola, no. It's Mrs. Skeffington. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane was the fact that she was a child star and then she sort of grows up, and that's the famous scene with her and Joan Crawford. Hated each other, but actually worked really well. Martin says, being a postie, I prefer it much cooler than the heat we've had lately. I don't know how you managed to walk around in this, unless, of course, you're in a van, which is good. Julian says it was Sunset Boulevard. No. Sunset Boulevard, good film anyway, and the stage show was fantastic. Also, Steve, this one here says, I think you're talking about Sunset Boulevard. I am not. We're talking about Mrs. Skeffington. So you must get it out. It's a good film. Very good. Only goes to prove that what a wonderful actress she was. She really was quite brilliant. Somebody else knew it was Mrs. Skeffington. Thank you very much indeed. I'll definitely have to go home and order that, because I think I've got it, but I can't find the blooming thing. All these things vanish. Seriously. Quick look at one of the other... don't forget, we're going to be talking to Rachel Venables after past. About what's been going on. I'd like to bring you up to date with coronavirus. Also, the lifeline for the summer holidays abroad, say the Daily Mirror. They think that you're all going to be going back on holidays. They say the quarantine laws could be relaxed. I don't think they're going to relax them that much. I really don't. Corrie bosses have devised a plan to help their stars save face after they were left terrified by the idea of doing their own hair and makeup. Social distancing means actors will have to get themselves screen ready. She says, people will tune in and see how awful my hair and makeup is. I'm terrible at it. But in fact, what they're going to do is they're going to be getting remote tips on iPads, how to put the slap. I thought most women knew how to put the slap on. Certainly most of the men I know how to put slap on. So I see no reason why they couldn't. So what they'll do is when they call for costume and makeup checks, they'll radio through whether the actor needs to put their hair behind their ears or whatever the direction is. Because you have to change so many times. The Champ was very sad, says John in Kent. Yes, it was. Old Field of Dreams, of course. Of course. Ghost, Great Weep. Here we go again. I knew I'd fall into this one. Christopher Timothy is 79. Is he? Wow. Ring of Bright Water. Thank you, Tracy. Great film. Great film. Great film. Also, The Great Escape in the papers. Summer holidays could be back on if quarantine rules are relaxed. And Mallorca, they say, is ready to reopen 300 resort hotels. Are they? I think the staff are happy to do that. All the hotels in London are still closed. As far as I know. Somebody says, you don't watch many manly films. Well, I think they're all manly films. I just don't watch them. I just like a film that makes me cry. A film's got to produce an emotion, hasn't it? That's how it works, I think. And so, obviously, for those of us who sort of like a bit... I've sat in cinemas with hundreds of other people and cried, which is good. But Jack Frost I never liked. Never liked Jack Frost. I never believed the idea that a snowman would come to life. Just looked like a bloke in a suit. So I didn't go for that one at all, actually. Watership Down made me cry. Yes, I didn't think the cartoons were as good as I've seen on other cartoon. Still quite nice. The MP's 45-minute queue to vote is branded the Alton Towers farce, because that's what it looks like, queuing to get on a ride in Alton Towers. And a Labour MP who broke lockdown rules to meet her married lover has admitted she was hypocritical and said she's ashamed of her actions. Yes, I never understand why somebody, you know what the rules are, and then you just break them. Airlines that have failed to refund passengers for cancelled flights face legal action in Spain. 17 airlines. Ryanair said they've already paid out $357 million and apologised for any delays. It's a bit naughty, isn't it, really? You know, they've taken the money in, but they don't want to give it back just yet. Would you like a voucher? No. I don't want a voucher, thank you very much indeed. I'd rather have the money. There is hope that the deaths will soon end. So, I mean, that could be nice. The Office for National Statistics found deaths fell by almost a third in a week. There were 2,589 involving COVID-19 in England and Wales registered this week. That's down from 3,810. They reckon within a few weeks we could be down to low numbers. So, fingers crossed for that one, I think. Morning, 19 minutes past 6. So, take an umbrella today. Might be your saving grace. Prince Harry, according to yet another little snippet of information creeping out from America, is pining for his old Royal Marines role. He wants to keep his position as ceremonial head of the Royal Marines, despite quitting as a senior royal. He left his royal roles after the bombshell announcement in January. And they say there's the possibility of a return to military positions next year. So he's not really left the country at all, has he? I mean, it's just a load of old hooky. A former Invictus Games soldier who asked not to be named said, "We spoke about the Games, I was very respectful, and didn't ask him anything about his new life or anything. He said he simply misses his role with the Marines and one day would like to return to the appointment." I love it. They said, I didn't ask him about his new life. Well, he doesn't have a new life. He's just sitting there with no friends in America. She's, of course, fine, because I don't think she's particularly bothered either way. So we'll have to wait and see. Harry was made Captain General in 2017 when Prince Philip stepped down after 64 years in the ceremonial role. OK, that's what it is. So wait and see. So all those uniforms were just sitting in a storage cupboard with sort of moth bags all around them, I should imagine. This poor woman whose cliff-top house has vanished completely. I mean, at least they've still got the swimming pool there. House next door looking a bit scared. The lady, Emma, who owned it, only bought it a short while ago, for around £195,000. It was... what did we say? Was she insured? No, she wasn't. She was uninsured. But the family have been helping by the gift of a Ford Focus from a local firm as their car fell in the ditch too. So she didn't have any insurance. So now they've got no house, no, nothing. It's just the cliff has just collapsed and everything's fallen onto the sort of the beachy kind of bit here, which is bad, isn't it? Although actually, if this thing gets even worse, some of the other houses must be in danger of falling over as well at the same time. But she's got a car, so that's very useful, given to them by a local company. But they didn't have any insurance, as indeed not do many people. You know why they go, oh, it won't ever affect us. But I think it really, really will. Steve, could you please wish happy birthday to my partner, Vanessa? That'll make her day. Good. That's what we like. We like making people's days. And Paul says, I don't watch films in the cinema, Steve. The prices make me cry. Yes, it's quite expensive to go to the cinema. I didn't realise how expensive it was. Somebody was telling me the other day. So I tend to wait till the DVD comes out. Alan says Harry can't have his cake and eat it. No, well, he thinks he can. He thinks he can. What are those people... writing the list of top weepies on? No mention of Love Story. Is that this? The slogan was love means never having to say you're sorry. On Golden Pond, A Star is Born. Yeah, but which version? Manchester by the Sea and Brief Encounter. Which version of A Star is Born? There's been about 4 or 5, haven't there? 4 or 5 versions, I think, of people sort of enjoying them. Also, Steven Spielberg's AI, which was artificial intelligence. I didn't think it was a weepy. I think it was a couple who were sort of going through sort of a breakdown, and they were helped out by little people who came in little spacecraft, little tiny space. They didn't grow bigger or anything like that, but still quite good. Kes was a good weepy. Poor bird. Yes, I agree. But so many good films actually out, and they're still turning them out. Will says, had your recipe idea last night. Mince, baked beans, dollop of creme fraiche. Delicious. It is. Do you know, it is delicious. It is absolutely delicious. I don't know where I discovered this. So it's a mince. You can use lamb, but I prefer beef mince, which is sort of reduced fat. And cook that with some onions. Very easy. You can all do it in one pan. It's a one-pan deal. So students love it. And then after you've cooked... What? After you've then cooked off the meat with the onions in the bottom, then you add the tin of beans, stir those round, which are quite nice. If you want, and this is the luxury version, a little bit of grated cheese, and then I use double cream, but as you've heard, you can use creme fraiche. It says, well, I prefer the double cream, and just pour a little bit over the top of it and just stir it in. It's delicious. It is The vegan version is you can't have any of it, okay? You just sort of have to suffer being a vegan. It's not for you. You can't have beans, because it's got all the wrong things in it. You can't have the meat. You can't have the double cream. And you can't have the grated cheese. So the answer is, it's not for you, okay? If you want to make your own version up, then go and make it up. But not on my time. It does taste... There's something about adding the double cream to it. It really works. No, you don't need a whole load of it. I mean, just, probably, I don't know, 2 or 3, if you're doing tablespoons of double cream, just swirl it in. You know what looks right. And just stir it in. Oh, it's delicious. Oh, it is delicious. Holly Willabooby, my guilt at being a working mother. She feels guilty because she works all the time. Listen, if she enjoys it and the kids seem fairly happy... Dan, her husband, who runs the Hungry Bear Media, has had to furlough staff in the pandemic. And they seem to have the perfect relationship. They seem to be blissfully happy. She gets very broody every time they put children on the programme. But that's okay. That's okay. There's a lovely couple here as well, actually. This is Nancy and Eric. How long have they been married? 80 years. 80 years they've been married. Nancy Kingston married Eric in 1940, 2 years after meeting the farm worker on a blind date. Nancy, who is 99, says he was ever so good looking. Who could resist a chap like that? I had just enough coupons for my wedding dress and underwear. Eric, who's 98, says, I knew I was going to have her. If I could, I'd do it all again. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that fantastic? Nancy Kingston marrying Eric. They've got 5 children, 11 grandchildren, 28 great-grandchildren, and 14 great-great-grandchildren. And they celebrated with friends, neighbours and family in their garden in a place called Blackford in Somerset. 80 years have been married, 80 years of bliss. And he said he'd do it all over again. Doesn't that restore your faith in human and mankind? I think so. Jane says Lassie was a bit weepy. Oh, did you think so? Wasn't too sure about that. Whistle Down the Wind, probably more endearing than sad, though. Yes. That's why they thought they'd found Jesus in the barn, but he was an escaped prisoner. One of those odd things. Born Free was a good film. Same as Gorillas in the Mist. I didn't like Gorillas in the Mist. I only thought about it afterwards, and I suddenly realised if it hadn't been for Diane Fossey, Gorillas might still be alive. Because they went there and the guerrillas started trusting them. Unfortunately, people took advantage and killed them. And it was dreadful. Life is Beautiful, a film. No. What's it about? Is it a very good film? Yeah. What's it about? What do you mean look it up? What are you telling me to look it up for? How do you think I'm going to do that? Yeah, I can't do it in here. I don't have the facility. So, I'll like it, would I? You're 1 for 1 on films. Yeah, okay, don't push your luck. Right, so here is Life is Beautiful. This is a Jewish father and his family surrounded by Nazi death camps, living in a hostile environment. He uses humour to shield his young son from the grim realities of war. It was released in 1999. It's directed by Roberto Benigni. And it's got a feature song, La Vita è Bella. Oh, Life is Beautiful. So, very good film, is it? Is it sad? Tearjerker, weepy weepy. It's not subtitled, is it? Oh, it's dubbed. Oh, dubbed. Never quite the same, is it, really? If you get dubbed films. It's still good. I mean, I remember seeing the Cage aux Folles, the original ones, before they did the remake of the with the birdcage. But Cage aux Folles was all subtitled, and I coped with that all right. I coped with that. We were going to go and see another film, but Dale came rushing into the cinema going, Steve, can we go and watch this? I went, yeah, all right. We watched it. We came out, we went, that was a brilliant film. It was very, very good, about the gay nightclub and the two guys who ran it, one of whom was the star of the drag show. It was a fantastic film. There were two. I think Carjo Foll 1 and Carjo Foll 2. And then one of them died, and I can't remember which one died, actually. Can't remember. The Cook, the Thief, his wife and her lover. Ordinary People, good film. Homeward Bound always makes me cry. I don't know Homeward Bound. It's not a dog movie, is it? Or something like that. And The Go-Between with Julie Christie, says David. I don't know that one either. But Born Free, definitely. Donnie says, Steve, Hyde Park was like carnival last night, packed with people everywhere and litter all over the place. I know. It's the litter thing that drives me mad. And the poor cleaners have to go round picking it all up because people are too bone-idle to take their rubbish with them. Why can't people take it and leave it by the rubbish bins? It just amazes me how dirty we are in this country. Absolutely terrible. Daniel Radcliffe finds it weird and wild that his co-star, Rupert Grint, has become a father. That's what we like about Daniel Radcliffe. He's so ordinary. He's seriously not affected at all. Robbie Williams wants to entertain you. He's experimenting with Dance Electronic. Give it up, dear. You only had the one hit. And Down the Waterfall, As Long As You May Take Me. Although I still think that at Nebworth was about one of the best things I've ever seen. If you really wanted to hear the power of it, I mean, it was just brilliant. He must have had his socks blown off. You know, because it was just so brilliant. Steve, me and my colleagues at the pressure cooker factory all went out to a rave last night. Well, we have to let off steam every now and then. Oh, God. Really? Go and try my recipe. Steve, my daughter-in-law went into hospital yesterday to be induced, but my granddaughter thinks differently, so we're still waiting. I'm in Kent to look after my other grandchildren, but your listeners in Wallingham, my friends, will be waiting too for the news. So thank you for being there. Anne, usually in Wallingham, but in Kent. She said, thank you for keeping me company. Love, Anne. I know, everybody's being induced at the moment, or not as the case may be. Right, after the news, LBC's correspondent Rachel Venables, we're going to be talking about the Public Health England report, and the headline seems to me that the people from ethnic minorities that are at a higher risk of dying of COVID-19, but that the deaths of COVID-19 appear to be dropping. The papers are sort of pushing the fact that, you know, we might be heading towards no deaths. Definitely colder out there this morning, definitely colder, and with rain. And the amount of people who've written to me saying, oh, we're in certain parts of the country, Steve, and it's tipping down. So all you have to do is sort of just take an umbrella. But I will see people waiting by bus stops today, I can guarantee, and getting on and off trains with no umbrellas, because they've either failed to understand that rain makes you wet, or they don't possess an umbrella. They're so, I must have about half a dozen umbrellas. Philomena would make you cry. Oh, I saw Philomena. I went for a preview of Philomena, so that was very good, very good. So, front pages of the papers at 10 to 7 this morning, this Wednesday, the 3rd of June. The Trump fans, the Flames. I mean, there is actually a picture of a copper here in America. There's a father standing in front of him with a little girl on his shoulders, and the copper is pointing a gun at him. I mean, it just always beggars belief. Trump, of course, posing with the Bible. Not that he'd know anything about the Almighty. The lifeline for the summer holidays abroad. This is where they think the quarantine plans look set to be relaxed. But, as you just heard from Rachel, we've got to take this in stages. We've got to wait and find out. We're not going to say straight away, yes, you can book your holidays. I keep seeing this programme on the television where they're trying to sell cruises, but for next year, because there's obviously nothing going this year. In fact, there are still some people, are there not, who are stuck on cruise ships. They haven't actually managed to get off the blooming things yet, which is slightly worrying. So the foreign holidays could be possible, not will be, just could be possible. The Daily Mail today, the fast way to help fight off corona. This is delicious recipes. I don't think you've beaten my one, actually. Also, save our summer holidays. Ministers scrambling to soften the 14-day quarantine plans. But it depends on what some of these other countries are like. You know, and have they opened all their hotels? Will it be, you know, are they offering huge discounts? We don't know. So the Mail has demanded on behalf of Lockdown Britain that Boris must step in too. it's the ethnicity and obesity dramatically increasing the risk of dying from coronavirus. This poor mother of five's agony as her entire house has now dropped off the edge of the cliff because there is no cliff. They had the cliff. It was a little way away from it. It was quite close. That was, the first warning as the cliff gave way. And then the car slid, and then the garage went with it, and a fence. And now the entire house has gone. And somebody did ask the other day, they said, did she have insurance? I said, well, if she had insurance, she'd have sorted this one out. She had no insurance. She spent £195,000 on this. 20 properties have now been evacuated. I hope to God that they've got insurance, because if you haven't got any insurance and you've got no savings, what are you supposed to do? She bought the thing. And also, I'm not sure how you stand with the building society, because it's not their fault. They must have done a survey, mustn't they, to find out. So, will they still be demanding the mortgage paid? If she spent £195,000 on it, I'm beginning to wonder whether they're going to go, well, what do you expect us to do? We're not going to pay for it. You should have had insurance to cover it. Hopefully she's got some sort of insurance to protect the mortgage. Mind your PMQs. The queues as in people looking as though they're sort of waiting to go on a ride at Alton Town. It's quite good fun, actually. About the first time we've seen them being fairly ordered. Also, Trini has a makeup disaster. This is, she's hundreds of thousands of loyal fans who look for her to have beauty advice. Can't imagine why. Must have been years ago. Can't have been recently, can it? Over at McDonald's, long queues of drivers. I counted, I think, about 80 cars queuing. Can't see it being that exciting, can you? Hospitals discharged 20,000 in lockdown's early weeks without testing most of them. And the 82 million spent hounding thousands of UK troops over Iraq deaths. Now lawyers say all but one claim has been ditched. What a waste of money that turned out to be. People telling lies. Daily Star this morning. Don't forget your toothbrush, Britain's summer holiday joy. Listen, they shouldn't be putting this. This is giving people false hope. They've agreed nothing. They haven't agreed that you can go on holiday. They haven't agreed that the hotels are going to be open for you when you get there. They're as panicky as we are. There's a lovely World War II hero who survived a Japanese kamikaze attack has been presented with new medals after thieves stole his originals. Do you know, why would somebody want to steal somebody's medals? You can't sell them anywhere. They're linked to him. Somebody will find you. Dennis Gregory was 93. Well, he is 93. He was heartbroken after the awards were taken. 4 strangers banded together to get him replacements and organised a ceremony. He served in the Royal Navy between 1943 and 46 and was aboard HMS Indefatigable aircraft carrier when it was hit by a kamikaze pilot's plane. His son Robert, who's 68, said that Dennis was a source of pride and inspiration. Well, they've got his medals back again. Well, made up. Somebody somewhere is sitting on them. Hope they get caught when they try and sell them. The lottery's made a recovery. I wasn't aware it wasn't in recovery at all. Sales have bounced back as we went into coronavirus. Mind you, didn't we have a record last weekend? £39 million was won by Brits. I'm so happy. Couldn't be happier. The Sun, exclusive stars shock revelations. Daisy telling you, after Strictly her hair fell out, I didn't sleep and ended up in rehab twice. People love sharing their experiences of life, don't they, really? 3 boosts for COVID-19, EasyJet's holiday plans, deaths at 0 soon. It's not happened. You can't predict these things. There could be another, we could be swirling back into this again. So I don't want to sort of raise your hopes. On the other hand, I want to make sure that we try and stay as sort of positive as possible. Somebody says here, this is all the jockeys keeping their distance in the parade ring. It looks like a game of chess. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. TV's Dom and Steph hotel had £2 million debt. They rented it to somebody else, their house, and they apparently are responsible for the debt. So Dom and Steph say, but they're going to try and. They said we're sorry they couldn't make a sort of a go of it. Bit of a pose picture. Summer Monte's what's her face posing in a river. A claim to fame, had a fling with Mr. Hollywood. As I say, must be loads of people who can probably say that. Nobody milking it with as much boredom as Summer what's it, the former barmaid. The single mum caught with a cannabis farm in her home apparently tried to claim the equipment was a sunbed. I love it. Emma Carter told officers at the front door the humming sound coming to the bedroom was her daughter using the tanning machine. But police found 20 skunk cannabis plants worth 16,000 quid. The hum was from the hydroponic equipment powered by an illegal electricity supply. All she got was an 18-month community order. Should have been 10 years in prison. 10 years in prison. The Daily Telegraph. What are the new rules on sex right now? Well, not obviously right now. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Also, we owe it to the victims to impose quarantine. The Commons queue. Probably the first time they've ever queued in their lives, I should imagine. Welby weighing in behind the critics of Trump. And this was the photo opportunity, Archbishop of Canterbury joining US religious leaders in criticising Donald Trump as he stood there clutching a Bible. Yeah, right. The Times. Front page. Chinese control over Hong Kong has led to months of protests, and Beijing has been warned to step back from the brink. 82nd Airborne lands in Washington as the protests continue. And the PM offers hope of refuge to 3 million Hong Kong people. Guardian, front page. Starmer warns the PM, get a grip or risk a second wave of coronavirus. And it's got anything to do with the Prime Minister. But kind of Mr Starmer to make a thing there. And the US President posing at the St John Paul II Shrine in Washington. Plus, the UK virus death toll reaches 50,000. The Express, get your passports ready. And then they've gone ... just in case. So just in case. Kirsty Allsop says TV is full of sexist bullies, and angry Britons are willing to pay an extra penny on the income tax to fix the social care crisis. Yeah, I'd be up for that one. Biggest crisis, according to the Eye, the UK universities have ever seen. Funding will hit every area of academic life amid uncertainty over cancelled studies. Get them back. Get them back. Thank you for your company. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I have a free podcast. It's my little bit extra. Love Island's Francesca Allen squares up to someone outside a pub. Please be assured, no relation. Rumours abound that Strictly are considering Katie Price, as long as they're prepared for her to quit in the first week, because she's never done anything, so let's not waste time, shall we? And Roman Kemp, also, with her history, I want somebody like that on the television, thank you. Roman Kemp criticises his dad for gardening. I'm not standing for that. You wait till I see him in the office. Thing, isn't it? They don't know anything. So they've just come up with a German paedophile who's in a prison because he used a telephone and then another number as well. It's all sort of put down as if, you know, this is going to be the answer to it. This German paedophile in prison on an unrelated charge is the one here. And Kate and Jerry McCann, all we've ever wanted is truth and justice. They're obviously looking for more money to go into the fighting fund. I mean, one man here, who's ex-Scotland Yard, said it's the most frustrating case I've come across in 50 years. Normally, you can sort these things out fairly quickly. If they haven't found a child or a person missing within the first, I think, 48 hours, is it? Generally speaking, that person is not alive anymore. And he says, unfortunately, I've always feared that Madeleine may have come to a tragic end that night, but this does not appear to be significant. I can't recall the police identifying a person of interest to this extent before. Yeah, where have they got this one from? He's a German paedophile. He had a camper van and he went on the telephone. Kate and Jerry McCann says, all we want to do is find her. I don't think they're ever going to find her. I just don't think. You know, this has been going on for 13 years. And even if they did find her, in inverted commas, I don't know whether they mean find her and she's living with somebody, she's not going to know who they are. She had 13, she's 17 now. Or she would be 17, I think. 17, no, 30. Would she be 30? 20. Whatever it is, she's not going to know who they are if she was taken away. She won't even be speaking the same language. Why would they think that would be the case? I think something happened to her that night, as indeed do many other people. Because at the end of the day, Kate and Jerry McCann go out and leave a child with no babysitter. 3 children they left in the room. I think that Madeleine got up to go to the toilet. She wandered out. She was on an estate, and I think she wandered into the road, and I think she was hit by a car or a lorry. And I think somebody then realised what they'd done and thought, oops. And I think they then took her in the back of whatever vehicle they had. I mean, there's as much, you know, gravitas to that theory as there is to anything else. But at the moment, it's cost millions, and we're no nearer. So every so often, when they run out of money, they need to get some more money in, so they throw something into the equation. I mean, on this particular one, they've got an artist's impression of the suspect. What does that mean? I mean, this man could be sitting in prison going, they're thinking it's me. I mean, to be honest with you, this is almost like trial by media. The paper's going, oh, is this the breakthrough that we've needed? I mean, it'll be a blooming miracle if it is. A very big miracle. And he's a German paedophile. Well, how did they find that? I mean, detectives said in 2012 she could still be alive, but they searched everything. They've spent over £12 million now. Over £12 million. They've collected, exhibits, probed persons of interest, 650 sex offenders. And I think last month it was the 13th anniversary of Madeleine's disappearance in lockdown. They would normally hold prayers, but they urged their supporters not to forget her. I don't think anybody's ever forgot. We can't forget her. They're constantly telling us. You cannot forget Madeleine McCann. However, we would not be forgetting Madeleine McCann if she hadn't been left alone in the room on that particular evening. But that's something the parents have to live with. The amount of people who've written into me over the years saying, well, of course, when we were little and we went off our parents went for something to eat, and you were little and in your pram or in a pushchair, you went with them. We didn't get left in a room, you're little children. She was 3 years old. How can you leave a little child in a room? We used to be taken... Merci. So what are we doing? Oh, right. Now I've got something that just says pass on it. I think that's like sort of... This one's... See, look, they all break in the same place. That one's going the same way. You can see it, can't you? Are they making it? Oh, good. That'll be nice. Never heard anything like it, honestly. I couldn't get in the studio. My pass... I think it's because of the length that it hangs on the thing. I think it sort of pushes into your chest, and that's why it sort of... I say chest, little sparrow chest that I've got shouldn't make any difference. But anyway, so going back to Madeleine McCann, I think that's the thing. A 3-year-old child and is left in a room, wakes up, doesn't know... You know what it's like? You cast your mind back... Even when I was 12, I used to wake up and not know where the heck I was. That was the big problem. You didn't know. You woke up and all you wanted to do is find the toilet. That's all you wanted to do. But if you're little and you don't know... I mean, we used to get taken all the time, even when my godchildren were young, and we went out for something to eat. If they fell asleep they fell asleep at the table. It was as simple as that. So they've lived with it, but it's cost £12 million for basically their mistake. But I understand where they're coming from. I keep saying to people, listen, they have to hold out, don't they? They can't ever sort of say, oh, we wish we hadn't done this or we wish we hadn't done that. They can't say that because you can't relive something. You cannot go back again and do anything like that at all. I mean, they've got all these images of what she might look like. I personally don't think she's alive. Personally, I don't. Otherwise, they do have CCTV. They do have video cameras in all these places. And so how have they ended up with a German paedophile who's in prison at the moment, but had a camper van that was in Praia da Luz on that night? This has taken them 13 years to come up with. I mean, it's a very difficult situation. But one of the papers has got 10 pages on Madeleine McCann again. So what are we going to do? Are we going to sort of investigate it? Go and investigate this German paedophile who... Why would somebody risk walking into a complex and just picking at random a door, taking a child and walking out again? I mean, how many rooms are there on this complex? Answer, hundreds. How would you just pick that one? Imagine, so you just happen to find a door that happens to be open. There's too many anomalies with this story. It's just too bizarre. However, the other story, which has kind of got me going this morning, is the one that got me going last week when they announced 2 stupid people. One called Molly May Haig, and the other called Tommy Fury. And for her birthday, he bought her a little puppy called Mr. Chai. Mr. Chai is a little teeny tiny ball of fluff they bought from Russia, from a dealer in this country, a dealer called Elena Katarova. The dog's dead. Okay, this dog should never have been brought in from Russia. Should never have. They should have investigated this breeder, Elena Katarova, who has history. There's an awful lot of anomalies that went on. They did not check the breeder. They did not check the parent. They just wanted a dog. They couldn't care less about anything else. They couldn't care less about the health of this puppy, and it's now dead. And to be honest with you, I blame these 2. These are the people, who ordered a dog from Russia through a breeder, a little tiny dog that can barely fend for itself because they wanted a pretty little dog. Now you've got a pretty little dead dog. And they've started, bleating on about their loss and about how tragic. They shouldn't have bought the dog in the first place. You do not buy dogs unless you go to another country and you go to a charity. They didn't. And that's what makes them, as far as I'm concerned, as guilty as the person who sold them the dog in the first place. They should have had half a brain cell. Really, it's just beyond belief. And then they bleated online, "Oh, we're so sad and so sorry." You killed that dog. You shouldn't have bought it in the first place. You should have left it where it was. Might have at least stood a chance of having a little bit of a half-decent life, as opposed to somebody treating you like some little toy, some little object to play with. Well, good. I think the dog is probably in a better place. Sad, though, it seems. Disgusting. It really, really annoys me. The worst thing is that in 2018, Miss Katarova, the breeder, was in court after somebody paid 5,000 quid for a Pomeranian called Bella and then discovered she had a metal splint in one leg. I mean, why would you ever want to buy anything from this woman? Why would you ever? She did admit, Miss Katarova, that the puppy had broken a leg, but accused the other person of trying to get it cheaply. I mean, it's just, they don't say how much they paid for Mr. Chai for Molly May's little birthday. Desperate old bag. But the dog's Instagram account, wait for this one, the dog's Instagram account had 148,000 followers. To a dog's Instagram account. I mean, it really is absolutely disgraceful that these dogs are allowed to be bought and sold like this. And shame on Molly May and Tommy Fury. Disgusting people. Don't you understand anything? Don't you feel remotely guilty about what you've done? You blooming well should be. Steve, says Dan, they were on Love Island. Thick as pigs. I'm just so angry that little dog was hailed. Oh, look, here it is, holding it up, playing with it like it's some stuffed toy. It's an animal. And they really couldn't care less about it. Somebody said, when Steve Allen's opening line is, "I've got a right cob on this morning," we're in for a great show. I was in a bad mood before, actually. But anyway, my mood is improving. I booked the car in. It goes in tomorrow. I've decided to have a little, because I'm a loyal person to my garage. And they've only just opened up. You have to have an appointment, so I've got an appointment tomorrow. And I said, do a service on it. Just do a service. Go on, do a service. I'm quite happy to do something like that. And they're going to use... they can have a look at one of the tyres as well. Because you've got to start helping all these people out. And that's why, because I've got two things I need to tell you this morning. Firstly, for Make Some Noise, we're trying to raise money for people who've been affected by coronavirus. People who've lost so many things, and so many things that you can do that you can make things better. And every year you rise to the occasion. I realise this year might be a little bit more difficult for some of you. But, on judging on your previous performances, you've risen to the occasion and you've been absolutely stonkingly brilliant. Stonkingly brilliant. Now, this morning we had a little bit of a spelling test in the office, and we decided to test the producer on his spelling. We weren't having a particularly good time with it, but we did get some of them. He could actually spell words that I didn't think I could spell, because I was okay at spelling. I'm better at reading, but spelling is not. Then he was actually quite good. There were only a few he lost out on, and, if, what, to, when, and cat. And Serena's very good. Serena, the news reader, she's very, very good. I mean, seriously, she even surprised me. And then she said on the way out, I thought it was nearly an HR issue. She said, "See you tomorrow then." See me tomorrow where? I'm not sure, because I got this from the Scottish boy. He said, "Maybe we should have a catch-up." Well, I know what you look like. I don't want to catch up. I really can't think of anything worse, actually. We do have a poem of the day today. Producer produced this crumpled bit of paper out of his pocket and so started spreading. It was almost like a scene from Jumanji. You remember that? So he gets this old crumpled bit of paper. It could have been a shopping list for Iceland. And he takes it out and he goes, this is the poem. I've had it in my pocket for the last 3 days. And he goes to put it on my desk, and I went, "Oi, dancing boy." I said, "No." I said, take it away. It's been in your pocket." And he went, "Oh." I said, "We've got the poetry. We've got the Methodist Church providing the poetry." "Oh." And then, as if things could not have got worse before we'd even started the programme, I like to buy him things. I mean, sometimes I buy him strawberries. And he's now got to the stage of I don't want to eat any more strawberries. It's making me ill. And we can't get any more in the fridge. And the girlfriend's selling them at the garden gate and stuff like this. Homegrown strawberries kind of thing. And so I bought him blueberries. Well, he very rarely opens the box. And so he opens the box. And we're just about to do what I call the opener to the programme. And he pops one in his mouth. And I've never seen him do that. I've never seen him even eat a strawberry. And then he was sort of popping them in his mouth. And he'd go, these are really nice. And I said, oh, good. I'm very pleased. It's unusual to see him eating. So luckily I bought 2 boxes. And then, having put his finger in the box and mingled it around to eat these blueberries, he then offers Luke, would you like some blueberries? And Luke, without thinking, lulled into a false sense of security, lulled into a, oh my goodness me, this could be a bit dangerous. Would you like, and he nearly I said, don't put your hand in there. He's had his hand in his mouth. And in there, because he spends a lot of time with his hand in his mouth. And he was, and so Luke, decided he didn't really want any. So he's got the poppadoms again. And 2 of Mr. Tom's peanut bars, which is very exciting. Because he likes those a lot. But fancy passing these things around. It's like going into a pub, isn't it, on a Sunday, and they've got a bowl of peanuts there, and everybody puts their hand in. Dirty people. And then somebody else puts their hand in and picks up, because people have put them in their mouth. Well, they generally do a handful, don't they? And then chuck them back. And he's sort of a bit like that. So, as I say, we didn't have the best start to the programme. But I do have news for you for tomorrow. And I can't tell you what it is at the moment, but I think if you're a regular listener, as indeed so many are, I think you'll know what I'm alluding to, which is good. Steve, it is so shocking about the puppy. When will people stop buying designer dogs? They get them like an accessory. Do you know, if I was allowed to use rude words, I would be using very rude words about these 2 people. It's an accessory. That's all it is. It's a little toy to hold, stick under your arm, stick it in a handbag. That's why it's disgusting. These people are dreadful. I mean, I hope somebody gets prosecuted. This dog's dead. But as I said, probably a blessed relief for this poor little thing. It was probably ill before it even set off on its journey. Really disgusting. These people should be banned from keeping animals for life. Stupid people. Ooh, so angry. Oh, I think somebody said, how long are you going to be in your job for? What would you think about somebody else taking over? And my answer is always the same, actually. Whilst I'm on record figures, you're not going to risk a failure. It's putting somebody on the programme who's a failure. You wouldn't want that. That would be ridiculous. Whole idea is to maintain audience figures and increase them. And that's what we're doing at the moment. Also, mice trials. Heads up for Baldy's cure. They reckon that a cure for baldness could become... well, there is a cure for baldness. Castration. Castration is a cure for baldness. So if I was going to recommend it to old Dave, Dave and Joe, all those sort of well-known baldies, and Wayne Rooney, who apparently just spent 30,000 quid on another transplant. Why don't you just go bald, dear? It's a waste of time and money for everybody. All those hair transplants, they just look bad. Mind you, not as bad as sort of toupees and things like that. You can get sort of toupes. And some of even Sinatra, it didn't look great. It looked like a toupee. Looked like a toupee. If he'd thought there was a cure for baldness with his money, he could have bought something, couldn't he, really? 84850. Daniel says, it's for publicity. As you said, the dog had 100,000 followers, which obviously adds to their following. It's just utter stupidity that they couldn't care less about the dog that's got me fuming. I'm so angry about it. And every animal lover everywhere should really be thinking exactly the same. They bought, and you could tell by the way they were holding it. They're holding it like it's a little accessory for me. Peasants. Really annoys me. Right. What else have we got? Cock-a-hoop, cockapoos. Do you know, honestly, I never thought I'd be using the word cockapoo on the radio in the year 2019, 2020 or anything like that. It's all these are dogs which are sort of mixtures. They basically just let dogs have a go at each other, and then the resultant dog pops out and people go, oh, I'd love a cockapoo. Well, of course, I always mishear, and I remember thinking to myself, I don't think you can say things like that, can you? I mean, it's a little bit rude. So I didn't. Also, we've got a lovely woman here who's cooked mountains of chips for people in lockdown but didn't eat one. That shows great fortitude. I mean, that shows everything. Somebody sent me a picture the other day just to really annoy me. And it was a picture of 4 sausages, beans, 2 eggs and chips with a side of chips. It looked delicious. Did you have chips last night? Did you home make your chips or salt and pepper, bit of chilli? Oh, like you get in a chip shop. I've never been in a chip shop where they do salt and pepper. Normally it's salt and vinegar. And also, what was the other thing you put on them? Bit of chilli. Not in my fish and chip shop. No, they don't do that. They just do proper fish and chips, not pretentious vegan fish and chips. I bet you didn't have fish then, did you? No, you wouldn't have had fish. What did you have with the chips? A vegan duck. How do you have a vegan... Do you know, honestly, you lot make it up, don't you, as you go along? How can you have a vegan duck? How is this entirely possible? Are you telling me it's a duck that couldn't stand upright because it was only made up of vegetables? Vegan duck pancakes. Right. I don't want to... No, don't you dare bring anything. I wouldn't touch anything you brought in. Goodness sake, honestly. Of course I wouldn't. So is that vegan duck pancake? So here we are. But what's the actual meat? What is the meat? Because it looks... I mean, it does look quite nice. Wait a minute, what do we got? Chinese 5-spice, peanut oil, 2 tins of jackfruit, whatever that is, hoisin sauce. It doesn't say what it is, actually. It doesn't say what the meat part of it is. Is that the jackfruit? Well, that's ridiculous. It's supposed to be duck. Why would you want jackfruit? And what is it about vegans? Oh, we can have our own vegan food. No, you can't. That's rabbit food. That's rabbit food. You can't have vegan duck. It's just ridiculous. Vegan chicken as well. You're just making it up, aren't you? Why don't you invent your own food? Stop jumping on our bandwagon. That's ours. OK? It was bad enough showing him the other day them in a Chinese fish market. He went quite pale. Bless his heart. I like winding him up every so often like that. It's like I've gradually... Because we're going back to the Groovy Gang... I'm gradually taking away things from him to do. So I'm going, oh, don't you worry about that. I'll do that. So when eventually we can sort of shove him out the back door, just go into the garden, lock the door, like one of those cartoons, banging nails in all over the place. No, it won't make any difference. That's what it is, you see. But I do that to keep him on his toes. Because then he goes, oh, Steve, can I do anything for you? And he was, he's... Is he crying? Yeah, not the first. Don't put the bowl in your mouth with the blackcurrants in it. Oh, dear, honestly. You like that at home? I bet your table manners are... You probably eat food with your elbows on the table, don't you? And you talk with your mouth full. I bet you do. I bet you talk with your mouth full. Sorry, no, Steve. I was just saying I was eating... I bet you're just like that. Let's have a slurp of wine, eh? Get the old bottle. Like that, yeah. Neck it down. You're having a pudding, Steve? If you ain't going to eat that, I'll eat that. You can imagine what it must be. And then people say, will you be taking them out to Joe Allen's? I don't think Joe Allen's would probably bar me, actually. See, vegan duck is deep-fried soybean. Oh. I'm not too sure, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, castration doesn't cure baldness, it prevents it. Once the hair is gone, it's too late. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm surrounded by people with full heads of hair. Seriously, full heads of hair. In fact, some of them too much hair. But it's only Corey's who's never been styled at all. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, I've got a mansion for sale for you if you fancy it. This is very nice. You'll like it. It's on sale for 3.75 million. It's called Bolehide Manor. And it was home to the now Duchess of Cornwall when she married Andrew Parker Bowles. Very nice house, very. Prince Charles was a frequent visitor during and even before the breakdown of his marriage to Diana, but it was also a favoured destination when he was initially wooing Diana some years earlier. 1986, they paid $600,000 for it. And it's got lots of royal connections. To be honest with you, it looks fantastic. It's got dark oak panelling, an ornate carved staircase. Wow. Do you know, if I had the money, I'd buy that. Not for the royal connection. That doesn't make any difference, does it? You would buy it because you wanted to buy a piece of history. That's what I would be interested in doing. I'd be interested in buying a piece of history. Prince Charles, incidentally, is in the papers today talking about the fact we need to forge new relationships with nature. It's always we've got as much land as he has, but most of you, I mean, with sort of window boxes and stuff like that. Matthew, of course, our top reporter, he hasn't got a garden. He's got a little balcony, so I suspect it'll be a little Julienne balcony. Christine McGuinness, more posy pictures. What a dreary bore she is. Captain James T. Kirk says, do not believe in little men from other worlds. They don't exist. That'll upset all the people who enjoyed Star Trek. All the people who thought, well, he's doing it, so it must be true. No, he thinks it's a load of old rubbish. And as indeed everybody else does. Oh, bad news. They're bringing back Family Fortunes. You know, we asked a recent survey, name me 4 items you'd find in a handbag. Do you remember that one from the television? Do you remember it? And you could win money. 4 items in a handbag. And the top item was what? Wait for it. This was what they actually put out on the television. Bunch of old frauds. Top item found in a lady's handbag, a spark plug. Seriously, a spark plug. Everybody sat there with their jaws on the floor. Went, a spark plug? Since when was that? And you think, that's why he didn't want to give away any money. 84850. Why don't they call it deep fried soya bean then? It's like they really want and miss proper food. Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course they do. Yeah. It's like they have vegan sausages, but they look like our sausages, but they're not. Why don't they just call them vegan looks like a slightly thicker pencil? You know, that would make it easier. But no, they have to go vegan duck, vegan crispy chicken, vegan everything. I mean, Lewis says, I tried the vegan duck the other day. It was tasty, but the texture wasn't the same as duck. No, because it's not duck. It's not duck at all. It's anything but duck. Ducks go out there. They do vegan... No, they don't do vegan steak. They do a vegan substitute for what we call steak. It's not vegan steak at all. It bears no resemblance to steak. It's not come off the back of a cow, has it? They do a vegan kebab. You're really revelling in this, aren't you? I can see you just digging this hole for yourself deeper and deeper. Vegan kebab. Just see you going into R1 in Twickenham. Excuse me, can I have a vegan kebab? They'll be looking at you like, get him out, he's mad. He's mad. No, you can have something else. Well, what can I have? Chips. Have chips. I could live on chips. But not with salt and pepper and... What were the other things? Jalapenos. Sounds disgusting. That's not for chip. Chips is a little bit of salt. Not even posh salt like, oh, this is Himalayan salt or sea salt or anything like that. That's just pretentious rubbish. You just want some good old Saxa. Over the top of it. A little bit of vinegar if you really want to sort of, you know, take your nose buds out. And that's it. Oh, I suppose we'd do the news, actually. She'll be moaning otherwise. So it's 4:30. Elding. Steve, I watched The Price is Right the other night. You were right. It was tripe. No, I like The Price is Right. I like The Price is Right. I mean, I can't believe some of the items that they were doing, but it's good, actually. Steve, Christine McGuinness looks unbelievably beautiful at the moment. Jim honed and deep tanned body. As a red-blooded male, I give my right arm, says Antonia. You know, you're not in police custody, are you, Antonia? You seem to have this thing about women that are so out of your depth that you might as well just sit by the side of the road waiting to have your feet run over by a bus. Honestly. She's not unbelievably beautiful. She's fake from the top of her fake hair to the top of everything. Really, really tedious, honestly. But mind you, as I say, I probably suspect you're on medication. Steve, look at these mansions in London. Thank you. I like looking at mansions in London. And, Steve, I asked a recent survey, what's the best radio show? Don't tell me they said this one. I mean, it's so embarrassing. That survey, it's the same one that crops up every single time, isn't it? Run by me. There's only one person who could replace you, and that's Steve Allen. So you better get investing in cloning, says Paul. Cloning, can you imagine? Can you imagine if there were 2? Good Lord, that'd drive everybody round the bend, wouldn't it? There's 2 Steve Allens. No. Actually, there are in this company. There's another couple of Steve Allens, which I quite like the idea. It's a very common name, really. I hadn't heard of them before, actually, but I started getting emails for them because I think head of sales was called Steve Allen as well. So they'd keep writing to me saying, this month's turnover and so-and-so, so-and-so, and I'd write back and go, not me, but very sweet of you to tell me, which I thought was quite nice. The Mirror. So it's Madeleine McCann. But interestingly enough, seeing as they're so confident that he was driving a camper van in a route, for some reason the German police have got interested. What's it got to do with them? I got no idea. No idea. But they haven't named him, and they won't tell you which prison he's in. Sounds a bit suspect, doesn't it, really? I suppose because they realise they'd be treading on very dangerous territory. The BBC has launched its own voice-activated assistant, bucking the trend of posh female personas like Alexis, to choose a friendly northern chap instead. That's quite a nice idea. Apparently the BBC says the accent was a generic northern one. Why I got a whipped. I mean, what do you mean, a generic northern... How can you have a generic northern accent? It's almost embarrassing, isn't it? I wish I had an accent. I wish I had an accent. I wish I was Northern. Or something like that. Well, not necessarily Northern. Irish. Scottish. Anything, really. Welsh. Imagine if you could do this programme being Welsh. And I said to her, that Gemma Collins, she'll amount to nothing. That's not going to be the same, is it? Doesn't have the same. You know, if I did it in Scottish, it'd be, I can't do it in Scottish. It makes me laugh thinking about it. All I kept thinking was, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and that's as far as I got. But, yeah, and you imagine doing this. You couldn't do this programme with a Northern accent. Why, aye, Gemma Collins, she's never going to amount to much, is she? It always goes up at the end, doesn't it? It's always slightly effeminate. But it sort of starts off and then it rounds off high. It doesn't go low. Do I know why that is? So people can hear them? I don't know. It's because they're in the valleys. They speak us in the valleys. Oh, right. Oh, that's... You do make up some rubbish, don't you? You really do. That's not the reason. They don't make that language like that because they're in the valleys. It'd be so silly. That's like saying all women's breasts are called breasts because they're like the valleys of Wales. They've always been like this, so it's a bit sing-songy, is it? They go with the land. They don't go with the land. What are you saying? Have you ever heard of such out-and-out racism? It's just absolutely outrageous. So all the Welsh people, they speak like that because they're on the land. What, they're all farmers, are they? Because they're not all in the valleys. Some people are in towns. Quite a lot of them are in towns. I wish you'd date back years and years. Do us a bit of a favour, wouldn't it? If you could wave that magic wand and get rid of Luke, just sort of send him back somewhere. So when he sort of arrives, in his TARDIS or in a cloud of dust or something, all of a sudden there's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse coming towards him. And Genghis Khan and all that. Kill that man. Can you imagine them? It was like in Back to the Future. They didn't understand what he was wearing half the time, which I thought was hilarious. Love it, love it, love it. So, is the truth close at last? This is for the Madeline breakthrough. No. I don't think so. Why would it be? Why would it be? I mean, I would want to know if the money's running out and they're coming up to the time that they need more money, because every single time they want more money, they've just got a new lead. This is our closest yet. I've read it a million times in the newspapers. I've read it since day one. Since day one. Also, here's Amanda Holden. She's very sleek and glamorous. Why can't I have glamorous people working with me? Why can't I get that? Oh, somebody says, please tell me Vernon Kay isn't coming back to present Family Fortunes. See, I didn't mind him at all on that. I like Les Dennis better. Guess who they've got coming back to present it? Seriously. Gino D'Acampo. God, blimey. I mean, seriously. How many barrels we had to scrape to end up with him? Gino D'Acampo. It'll all be about him. Unfortunately, the show is about the people on it. That's what it's supposed to be. Bad news for those working for Nissan. They could shut their Sunderland plant unless they get an EU trade deal. I think there's about 7,000 people working there. 7,000 people. I didn't realise it was so big, actually. Everybody buying Nissans, obviously. Plus, the Prime Minister offering UK citizenship hope to 3 million over the Hong Kong crackdown. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. We don't have a problem with that. This is George Floyd's daughter and ex speak of their loss. And then in London, in Hyde Park, and the marching. It's the people who are spitting at the policeman in London. Excuse me. Excuse me, you should be arrested. Who are you? I mean, why are these people like that? Why would you... I mean, one of them was trying to punch a policeman. Well, it's got nothing to do with him. Are these people particularly stupid? I think they must be in London because nobody's self-isolating. In fact, they're all practically on top of each other. 15,000 gathered in London's Hyde Park, but nobody's self-isolating. I mean, to me, this smacks of, let's get the gun out with the bullets in it. Because it's too dangerous. So people have made, their point, and they've got policemen kneeling and things like this, but, nobody's self-isolating. For goodness sake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, self-isolate. We're not out of the woods yet. This thing is still very, very dangerous. Still very dangerous. There's a man here who died after being hit by his own 4x4. I remember when somebody said to me the other day, my driver was saying, why don't you get a Tesla? I said, no, I don't want a Tesla. Do you see, Peter Andre was driving his Bentley down to the Co-op with his son, who was deeply embarrassed. But mind you, everything Peter does is deeply embarrassing. Have you ever eaten a vegetarian meal, says Susie? I've had a salad. I've had a salad. I know what a salad is, But long as it's got salad cream on it and some cut-up chicken bits and pieces. That's my idea of a proper salad. So I've had vegetarian. And Martin says, can you ask Thomas if he's single? He isn't. He isn't. His picture is rather dashing. Well, it would be if it was him, of course. But it's not. Did you know whether the lotto jackpot still fluctuates and depends on ticket sales, says Matt? Last night's was capped at 2 million. What was last night? That was a Wednesday. That's not Euro Millions, is it? Euro Millions, I think Friday is 25 million. So I think they do that on... Tuesday. Because I bought some tickets for tomorrow without realising I'd already bought some more ticket. Have you seen the Polish salt mines? Works of art, really? Yes, I have. I have. Somebody says, I just wanted to say I love you. OK, we'll mark that one up. OK, we can't fall in love with somebody. That's ridiculous. Steve, I watched Mr. Skeffington last night, says Tenzina. It's great, isn't it a great film? Come on, be with me on this one. It is a lovely film. Betty Davis. You don't get people like that anymore. I know we've got fabulous actresses in this country, but, you know, when you looked at Betty Davis, she went round the world, literally. Also, somebody says, LBC, wait, Chuck Norris is dead? Is Chuck Norris dead? I can't remember, actually. He did a lot of those sort of films. He might be, I don't know. We always have to check these things out fairly quickly. I've done that before. I said, oh, so-and-so died, and they go, really? No, he's still going. He's 80. He's 80. He's a martial artist, actor, film producer, screenwriter. He's been in the forces, and he's also a black belt in Tang Soo Do. So that's, I was trying to push the producer forward for that one. And he came, he said, I've got one of those belts, Steve. He said, butterfly belt. And it's lovely. So here he is, and he's still going at 80. He looks good, doesn't he, for 80? Imagine, I don't know what you're supposed to look like. I think if you've still got your own teeth, which is rare, and you've got your own hair, 80 is good. I mean, I'm not bothered about the hair thing. I'm not bothered about it. I'm doing it every day. I can't risk doing it without the little thing on which takes the numbers down, which is too embarrassing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, somebody else trying the vegan duck the other night. What is it with people trying these vegan ducks? But somebody's going to try my mince and beans. Andy is the studio builder. Actually, the mince, it's so easy. I did it yesterday. I went out. I specifically bought it at Waitrose in the morning. I went back to get some little geraniums, variegated leaves, which look quite nice. Anyway, so you get some onions. They do it in Waitrose. Most places already diced, even though one of the assistant producers says, oh, do you not cut your own? No, we don't. That's why they make them for us. And so I put the red onions in the bottom, then some mince, and then cooked that off. Then I added the tin of beans, and then the pièce de résistance, some double cream. Not a huge amount. Do not go mad. You're literally probably doing about three tablespoons full. That's about it. Not too much, but it's delicious. You'll love it, actually. Andy, you will absolutely, I'm telling you, you will absolutely love it. It's fantastic. So I had it last night. It's become my staple. I might change it, actually, and sort of put sweet corn in. I suppose you could probably do it with tomato. I tend to find tinned tomatoes, chopped tomato, are very messy. You know, it's like eating spaghetti out in a restaurant. You can't. It guaranteed would go down your front, you'll drop it. If you eat it at home, I still managed to drop it all over the place. So that's why you have to be very, very careful. So in response to the... do you know the estate of mansions in London still full of clothes, furniture, jewellery, pictures? Yes. I know there's all sorts of places which are still full of all the original furniture. I've seen some lovely mansions. Oh, have I seen some nice mansions. Do you know where you go if you want to know the answer to something? Google. You go to Google. And to be honest with you, I do it at least 3 times a day, 4 times a day. I love going to Google. If I can't think of anything, if I'm looking for something in particular. I mean, I went onto YouTube this morning and it always seems to put up things that I've either searched for. And I end up with a lovely Julie Rogers singing The Wedding, which was a big hit. And I used to love Julie Rogers singing The Wedding. And I was lucky enough to meet her on a few occasions. And then what else was on there? Oh, it was all sorts of... Oh, I've discovered all these Chinese singers. I mean, all over the place. And so I went on to YouTube to see if... Not YouTube, onto Amazon, to see if I could buy some Chinese albums of all sort of popular Chinese songs over the years, including the Ding Dong song, which I only like in Chinese. I can sing it in English, but it's not the same. I think we had it by Tia Chin, and I think it was English on one side, Chinese on the other. And brilliant. I even got the producer, he'd never heard of it before. And I sort of got him sort of kind of singing along to it. He doesn't sing, even though he was in Blood Brothers some years ago. But it's not the big Blood Brothers. This is the one performed in his sitting room. And he said, tell me it's not, say it's just a story. He apparently played Posh Boy. Are there any pictures of you playing? There must be pictures. How funny. There must be... Imagine what he looked like when he was a child. God knows. That would be a bit scary. Have your company. Nice this morning. It's Thursday. You will notice the difference outside. It is much colder, and there's a little bit of rain around. Not too much rain around, but there's enough for you to go. I don't think we'll be queuing today anywhere. Actually, now is a good time for me to queue. Now is a very good time, because there won't be anybody queuing out there. All the elderly people will not be going out there queuing in the rain, whereas I don't really care, actually. I bought some bits and pieces the other day. I've got to empty out a couple of pots and fill them up with the earth, which I've already got. And then when the rain comes, I like it when the rain comes. As long as it's not sort of, mad rain. I don't want monsoon or anything like that. Just have sort of normal stuff. Steve, another one here. Oh, I've got a couple of companies, actually, and an email fraud duo, Nalian and Krishnasamy, from Norfolk. They've been found guilty of money laundering and sent to prison for a long time, jail terms for them. Plus these rates outfits, tough enough times, I think, as Penniman Investigates tell you, for shop owners without being hounded by a bunch of chancers, like Rating and Valuation Company Limited, a firm that claims to help cut business rates. I've heard from retailers who say they've been hit with hefty invoices by this company, even though it hasn't reduced their rates. It wants a 15% commission from its clients off the back of the business rates cuts announced by the government. But, in fact, they haven't achieved anything, which is not very good. So you can read more on that if you're one of those people with a shopkeeper. And it must be constantly bombarded with people saying, I can reduce your rates. And, of course, if you think you can get something cheaper, that's actually great, isn't it? If you can get something... Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, people don't get anything cheaper, and it's not very good at all. The Dark Secrets of Nan's Love Child inspired Fern's new book. Fern Britton has a new book out. And her books are always good read. Always a good read, actually. And so you can also find her autobiography, Fern, My Story. I want to read Phil's story. I want to read Phil Vickery's story. That would be a nice one. We want to see pictures as well. Also, I forgot to mention, I was going to mention it a bit later, because we've got a few people celebrating their birthdays today, and one of them is young Bradley Walsh. He's 60. Can't believe I'm older than Bradley. Are you sure he's only 60? Are you sure he's not 70? Can't believe I'm older, actually, than Bradley Walsh. I'm sick. Well, anyway, he's so happy birthday today. 60th. Many happy returns of the day. That's from Amy. Steve. Did you know coronavirus is actually really the common cold and everybody's deciding that they have it? I wouldn't want to catch it, though. Thank you very much indeed. This one doesn't have a great outcome, does it? What were they saying the other day? There's some tablet that we're using at the moment. It's a normal ibuprofen or something they were saying could be useful for this. And I can't remember if I take ibuprofen or if I don't take it. I don't know. I take so many tablets, even I've lost track of them. I know I take an aspirin. That's for heart, which is good. Actually, I've been feeling really good recently. Fatal thing to say, isn't it? It's always the way, isn't it? You go, I feel really nice, actually. Oh, Phil Vickery is up. Look at him, bless his heart. He says, ha, it's a pretty dull story. I bet it's not. I always remember there's a lovely bit of Phil on This Morning, and he's cooking. And I can't remember what it was. It could be cupcakes or something like that. Either way, Pip Schofield and Fern decide to get a fit of the giggles. And Phil is keeping the straight face all the way through, which makes it even funnier. It's one of those blissful things with people laughing. I love spontaneous laughter. Oh, by the way, they're still testing ibuprofen, so we certainly don't recommend it. Well, you can take it for other things. You can. I don't think they're recommending it for coronavirus at the moment, but it will be one of a number of drugs that they're trying. Wouldn't it be funny if it's something that we've had on sale for ages and ages, and they go, oh, by the way, it's this. It was like, where is Saddam Hussein? Oh, it's in his house, I believe. Osama bin Laden. Oh, he was just next door, popping in and out of the neighbours. It'd be funny if it turns out to be something that they knew. Steve, I tried the mince and beans last night. It was lovely. Yeah. I listen, you can't beat it. You cannot beat it. You really can't. I'm still... You'll read today and you'll make up your own mind about the Madeleine McCann story, about the convicted German drifter. Not convicted of anything to do with this. In a prison. We have no idea what his name is. They don't know which prison he's in. They know nothing at all. But apparently he was living near the Maddie Resort. I should imagine there was probably quite a lot of people living near the Maddie Resort. Also, there was a phone number, which they've printed here. And they say they believe the suspect was using this number and received a call starting at 7:32 and finishing at 8:02. I mean, what's that got to do with anything? I mean, to be honest with you, if you're going to do something like abduct a child, you're not going to be having a 30-minute conversation, are you? Not on the telephone. And so they've actually, they say the caller was not in Praia de Luz. And then he tried to change something. I mean, they're just... This, to me, doesn't smack of anything at all. And as Giles Sheldrick, chief reporter, says, the 13-year hunt that has so far drawn a blank at every single turn. Every single turn. I mean, literally, every time the money starts running out, as opposed to going, can we have some more money? They go, this is the closest we've ever been. You go, yeah, we heard that last time. And the time before, and the time before, and the time before. I mean, there's a Madeleine Fund set up, but they've spent £12 million on the probe. They've failed to unearth anything at all. They've taken over dogs. They've tried to find clothing. They've got dogs that are trained to look for bodies and things like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zilch everywhere. And so all of a sudden, this is, yet more. So let's push loads of publicity out there and then we can get some more money because we think this is the man. Well, I mean, have you approached him? Has he been, interviewed in prison? Doesn't sound like it. Because I should imagine he'd be going, what? That'd be very interesting, wouldn't it? Because they've practically condemned him here. Although he's not identifiable unless you include the camper van, in which case he's probably got a very good case at the moment. For holidays, are you going on holiday? Are you not going on holiday? The answer is no, I don't think you're going on holiday. I really don't think you're going on holiday this year. I think you might have to wait till next year. And if you wait till next year, then I think you might get a better holiday. But I don't want to raise your hopes and to say, well, fantastic, you're going to have a holiday. And I think there'll be a mixed welcome for those people hoping to holiday abroad. Some of the places have opened their borders. Spain have says it will only allow UK holidaymakers this summer if the infection rate falls significantly in the UK. Tourism Minister Maria Reis Maroto says the situation has to improve. For us, it's important to guarantee that people arrive healthy and leave healthy. German, Danish and Norwegian travellers will be welcome to the Costas from mid-June as part of a pilot scheme to test whether allowing foreign nationals will import a second wave of coronavirus. Portugal's foreign minister has said UK visitors will be most welcome. Augusto Santos Silva confirmed talks of an air bridge to England, which may avoid the need for quarantine. Italy's reopened its borders to people from the UK, and the tourism chiefs in Sicily are either offering I can make some joke about Sicily and the Cosa Nostra, and offering discounted prices on hotels in a bid to attract visitors. Why do we have to go abroad? Why can't you go on holiday in this country? Don't we have nice places to go to? Of course we do. We've got lovely places. Fern said, I've got muffins coming out of my ears. I loved it when they laughed. I love the spontaneous laughter. It just always makes me laugh. Don't get much of that on this programme, unfortunately. We've always tried, actually, but, the producer, he sort of goes to tell you a joke. He can't get any of it right. Seriously, the joke would be about the vicar and the nun. He'd have it involving somebody who was tending cabbages or something. He just can't tell jokes. He has no, he can't tell funny stories. So when I come in the morning, hoping for a little bit of an uplift, hello, Steve, here's one make you laugh I heard yesterday. There was this cabbage and a vicar, and you go, just do not bother, Corey. It just doesn't work, does it? Some people are natural at being funny. I'm natural at being funny. And some people, and very modest. Well, if I don't blow my own trumpet, nobody's going to blow it for me. Not round here, are they? Got to blow your own trumpet, honestly. Somebody wrote in the other day and said, I see that you've got record figures. I go, I certainly have. If only they were on my body. That would make it a lot easier. No, we like having record figures. You've got to blow your own little trumpet. I even have to do my own jingles. Steve Allen is the best. Do-do-do-do-do. You know, they don't even make the jingles for me anymore now. They just go, you can do that, Steve. And so, unfortunately, I have to. Stephen Spikers, I need the barbers to reopen soon because I'm looking like a member of Corey's lookalike club, which I don't mind. However, I do need to get it cut, says Tom in Southend. Wait, listen, I'm so desperate to get it cut. I'm willing to pay over the odds to get, which I think we'll probably have to do anyway. I'm not 50 quid, you cheeky so-and-so. That's what the assistant said. That's why he's the assistant. You notice that? We don't normally allow him to speak. He has to sort of submit it in writing first of all, then it goes to committee, and then we decide if we want to let him say something. He on committee. Look's got a question. Look said he'd cut your hair for 50 quid. I said, for 50 quid you could buy the house next door. With Whippet. Cut your hair for 50 quid. I wouldn't let you anywhere near I've seen your hair. I wouldn't want to let you anywhere near my hair. Can you imagine, honestly, the celebrity on the programme and allowing him to touch my personage? I think not. We don't do any of that. Bradley, 60. It was quite good last night. I found an old clip of you, 1982, reading the news at IRN. Link attached if you're interested. Good Lord above. Is there? Oh, wait. I think I probably heard this one, actually. Well, I must have been. Yes, we'll have to listen to it first. I don't want you to paint me in a bad light. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, oh, that's right. I need because somebody's saying they don't want to look like Corey. Yes, nobody wants to look like Corey, I'm afraid. Not the man. I mean, I don't know why his girlfriend can't cut it for him. I mean, she's probably perfectly capable of doing it, but you know what people are like. So BA could lose the top airport slots because they're still looking at making, I think, about 12 to 14,000 people redundant. Staff are not happy, as you can well imagine. And they also say that the British public have sacrificed an incredible amount in the past 3 months. And Kevin Foster, the immigration minister, says, whilst I appreciate everybody wants their lives to go back to normal as soon as possible, we can't let the sacrifices we've all made be for nothing. And that's absolutely right. And I need your help, and I'm going to push for your help. And we'll do that the other side. Company this morning. Nice to have your company any morning. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Everything you've heard about the programme is true. We have the biggest audience at this time. Thank you very much indeed. And then Luke has just asked me the question because we've got this little clip of me reading. I say little clip. It seems to be the entire bulletin, which I might not have heard this one unless I've heard little clips of it. And I said, are you sure it's me? The producer looked a bit crestfallen. He said, he said, well, you'd know. I said, well, yes, obviously. And then Luke says, have there ever been any Steve Allen impersonators? I mean, why? Why would there be a Steve Allen impersonator? I've never heard anything so ridiculous in my entire life when you can get the same one for much cheaper. Why would you want to pay extra for somebody just because they're a Steve Allen impersonator? I can remember doing Rory Bremner some years ago, and he came in and he started talking in this strange way, and I thought, what's that? And the producer went, he's doing an impression of you. Rubbish, absolute rubbish. Doesn't sound a bit like me. Because somebody will pick up on things that you do, little idiosyncrasies. And God knows I've got 2 little idiosyncrasies that I work with on a daily basis. And they are the thing. But that's what you have to do. You sort of pick up on that. So when people used to do Michael Crawford, it was a very biddy trouble. And that apparently sort of, you didn't need to say anything else. You only had to say sort of just a few words. Lovely jubbly. You know, you would know immediately who that was. Not by the impression, of course, you wouldn't. So we got this one from 1982. I don't know where somebody's got the whole bulletin, apparently. And what it says, Steve Allen, IRN 1982. How many people... Wait a minute. How many people have had a look? No views at all on this one on YouTube. Thank God for that. Let's keep that one quiet, shall we? And I'll sort of decide how much of it we play as we go through it. So I think I was back in 1982, I think I was just a newsreader. I think that's what I was. I think so. So this is Steve Allen doing an impression of a Butch newsreader. Oh, you leave the mic live. Probably very wise. Could be a soundy likey. Here we go.
It's 12 midnight. This is Steve Allen.
I'm good.
Harrier jump jets from the British Task Force have launched 2 simultaneous attacks on merchant ships in bays on either side of the Falkland Channel, the seaway between the 2 main groups of islands. The vessels are believed to be supply ships and to have been inside the British exclusion zone since before it was imposed. ITN's Michael Nicholson, who's with the Task Force, filed this report.
This afternoon.
Posh. Quite posh. We don't need the report, no. Don't want him to get any credit for it. This isn't the one where I corpse, is it? There was a news bulletin where I corpsed. I just went, I think. Wait a minute. Let's go back to it. I can't remember where it was, though. What's interesting is when you listen back to sort of a report on how you were presenting things, these were called cuts. And the producer would bring them in from the news desk and give them to the person driving the desk. That's the first, second, third, and you load them into the machine. God, they were long. Yeah, long reports, weren't they? Well, he'd be doing this on a radio phone. Sometimes the reporters used to file. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Wait a minute, is there any more of me? Might the longest thing I've ever heard. Wait a minute.
Driven away by command. Argentina's military high command has confirmed the air attacks on the Falkland Islands, but says the Sea Harriers were driven away by defending forces and the raids had no consequence. The high command also says the Navy's found parts of an inter-island transport ship, the Isla de los Estados, which was reported missing 2 days ago. The task force reported shelling a ship in the channel between the islands on Wednesday, and a large explosion was seen. Common market foreign ministers have failed to agree to the...
Actually, I don't think it's the one where I corpse. I do corpse over something. But I remember years ago there was a reporter. I'll only tell you this, and because it was quite funny. Because in the early days of the reporters going out to file back, because we didn't have radio phones or anything else like that, they would have to go and appeal to local shopkeepers. Can I use your telephone? And 9 out of 10 times they would say yes. And so what they used to have to do, they would phone our master control room from wherever they were, and then they would go, OK, I'll be filing. And so the person in the master control room would have all these tape machines everywhere, and they'd push record and play and go, OK, fine now. And they would go 3, 2, 1. Troops today they would file their report, and at the end they say, Jeremiah, Moses, IRN, Swindon, whatever it was. In this particular occasion, one of our young junior reporters went out there, lovely lady called Lisa, and she was having trouble finding a phone to use, but she found one in a shop. And so she says to the shopkeeper, she says, can I use the telephone? And he goes, well, how long are you going to be? She said, I'm just going to file this report for IRN. So he said, OK. So she gets through to IRN. She's on the phone, and she goes, 3, 2, and then you hear his voice going, are you going to be much longer? And so she goes, no, I'm not going to be much longer at all. 3, 2, well, how much longer? This is what you can hear. And she's becoming a bit exasperated. All she wants to do is file the report. And so she goes, 3, 2, 1. So-and-so, the farmland was surrounded by... How much longer are you going to be? And then, after a couple more attempts to try and file this poor bulletin, in the end, you heard some very bad language and the phone slammed down. He obviously took the phone off her. But they didn't have that. Or failing that, they could go... We had a thing called Comrex. You could go into a phone box and you could unscrew the handset at the bottom, the bit you speak into, and with 2 little crocodile clips, you could put them in there onto the actual speaker thing, and you could feed your tape down the telephone line, so you got a really good quality. And then you'd have to sort of take the little crocodile clips off, and then, I mean, they went equipped to do just about everything, and it was such funny times. Such funny times. Steve, have you ever had a situation over the years on air when your mic was left live and you didn't realise? No. That would be instant firing for somebody, I would have thought. No, it doesn't work like that. No, they've done that. And Charlie Girling says, Steve, that's amazing. Go careful, or Tim John will start rotoring you on Classic. I liked reading the news, I thought it was good fun, actually. Unfortunately, the thing for me was I was a fast reader. They could get 5 minutes worth of news into a 3-minute bulletin, and that appealed to the news desk. So because I was a very fast reader, they would give, and I would have to race through it. So I learnt to read fast, which is good. Steve, people go abroad for weather and food, hot balmy eve by the sea or wet cold Blackpool eating pie. Yes, I don't mind eating pie. I can eat pie, but I've got poetry for you. 2 poems. Well, I might do... No, I could do 2, actually. I could do 2. And these come courtesy of the North Norfolk Methodist Circuit. They produced a little booklet, and the book's called Lyrics from Lockdown. So they're all poems about people being in lockdown. And Pauline Barnett, who's a reverend... So I've got a lot of Methodist ministers listening to this programme. This will be her second one featured on the programme. This one's called The Long Ode to Freedom. My alarm goes off at 7 and I sashay out of bed. Don't go out, they tell us. Stay at home instead. So I tango down to breakfast, a few lunges on the way, and I try to make a schedule to fill another day. It's Zumba in the morning, but how my muscles ache. For lunch, it's Jamie's special, not another pasta bake. At 2 o'clock, it's YouTube. It shows me how to knit. And after that, a well-buffed guy on how to keep me fit. Then I catch up on my emails, my FaceTime and my Zoom, before it's time for Anton and I cha-cha round the room. By 6 o'clock I'm hungry and feeling rather fraught, so I look inside the cupboard and wonder what I bought. I stick stuff in my frying pan. It looks a bit like stew, but beggars can't be choosers, and I'm no Michel Roux. At 7 o'clock, Sudoku, and after that a quiz. I always think the answers come quicker, with some fizz. This lockdown is so hectic. Will we ever be let free? I'm getting tired of being in, especially with me. By 10 o'clock I've had it. It really is a pain to know that come tomorrow, I do it all again. There you go. There's the long ode to freedom, which is lovely. A little one here from Peter Swan. It's a little tiny one. Gaviscon, Gaviscon, bless the bed that I lie on. Soothe my stomach and me keep from indigestion while I sleep. There you go. Thank you very much indeed. Methodists everywhere. We're very grateful. Sounds like that reporter was phoning from Arkwright's Corner Shop. Arkwright's Corner Shop. And, Steve, I got the Margaret Miss Marple box set yesterday from Amazon. Murder, She Said, Murder at the Gallop, Murder Ahoy, and Murder Most Found. Brilliant and funny. Lockdown Joy, says Nige from Pontyclun. That's Pont-y-Clean in South Wales. They're great, aren't they? The theme tune is fab... What? Oh, no, sir. So, yes, I'm very in with them. Listen, one of them's got to be right come the day of judgment. I want to make sure I'm in with everybody. I'm sticking around with the Catholics, the Methodists, the Protestants, everybody. Because one of them's going to be right. I don't want to get to the pearly gates and they go, I'm sorry, who are you with? And I go, the Methodists. And they go, not today. And I go, what am I going to do now? I have to go back to Pauline and get some more things, and Jake and everybody else. Hope everything's all right in Minnesota, Jake, for you. Steve, is there nothing you can't do? No, not really. I can't bake a cake, and I can't do pottery. What can I not... I mean, I can do most things. Somebody said in this business, you've got to be more a jack of all trades. Something funny in that, Luke? Something funny being a jack of all trades? Did I have to do pottery? No, I didn't have to do anything. I just had to go to the pub. I had to go to the pub. I got sent down by my then boss, where I was working before, and he was working here as a newsreader, and he said, I've arranged an appointment for you. So I put on my best jeans, and unfortunately I bleached my hair the day before, so I looked a bit like Bet Lynch out of Coronation Street, and I turned up at LBC in Gough Square, and I was interviewed by this man. He said, so-and-so, we need somebody to newsread, because I'd already sent in an audition tape of me reading the news on LBC. We just lifted it as a bulletin from the radio, recorded it, and then we took out the newsreader and put me in so they could hear what I sounded like, and they obviously quite liked it. And he said, should we go to the... Fancy a pint? Never drunk a pint in my life. Never had a pint in my life. So I said, well, I'll have a small Cinzano. And so that seemed to go down quite well. So I thought, here we go. And so we go to the pub around the corner, and we sit there and we have sort of a couple of bevies, and he's chatting about radio, and I'm thinking, God, this is boring. And, what have I been, I'd rather be working behind the counter in a sweet shop. And it would have been far more entertaining. And then at the end he said, well, very nice to meet you, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll be in contact. And that was on the Monday, I think. Well, on the Wednesday I got a phone call offering me 2 overnights for the next 2 days. Well, I'd never done anything like that. I had no idea. So I had to quickly sort of listen into some bulletins to see what it was. I didn't have to write anything. At the moment, all the newsreaders write their own bulletins and load them. Well, I didn't have to do that. Somebody just gave it to me, some paper, and the cartridges they actually took into the studio, and I just sat down and read. There was a certain intro and an outro, but it was... And then I kind of got into it. Then I kind of thought, I'm on the radio. I'm reading... I didn't think... When he said we'd be in touch, I thought I hadn't got it. Because I remember thinking that so many people get rejection letters from radio stations, and the standard one is, thank you very much indeed for popping in to see us earlier on today. Unfortunately, at the moment, we have no suitable vacancy, but should one occur, we'll be in contact. That's basically no. But it keeps people sort of waiting. It's a very competitive business. It really is. Not only is it competitive nowadays, in fact, more so nowadays than it's ever been before. You know, we were talking about this the other day, if you have a job in radio, you cling on to it for grim death. Because there's always going to be somebody who's better than you. Not in my case. But there's always going to be somebody, and they might be after your slot. And you know what that's like. 16 minutes past. Today, Steve, you were talking about the saddest films. For the saddest music lyrics, you should listen to Janice Ian's at 17. I remember Janice Ian's at 17. That was the one that went, I learned the truth at 17, that love was meant for beauty queens and high school girls with clear skin smiles who married young and then retired. The Valentines I never knew. And so it went all through. She had a lovely voice, Janice Ian. Really did. Really did. And it's true, actually. When you look back over your life, if many of you listening at the moment are over the age of 60, and then you look back over your life and you think what you've achieved, done well. Done well. Some people have had businesses. Some people have had really fantastic marriages. Some people have had loads of children. Admittedly, throughout our lives, you get to that stage where you think, you know, I'm at a very low ebb. And I can understand in these times of coronavirus, people can get to a very low ebb. People have lost members of the family that they weren't expecting to lose. And that's where we come in. Because in these early hours of the morning, when you're feeling at your worst, you've woken up and you're crying and you don't know why you're crying, we're here. Come and cry with us. Good Lord, I mean, you can sit with the producer and sob your heart out. I mean, he's very good at things like that. You don't have to look at him and he makes you cry. But it's true, isn't it? We've all done so much in our lives. And even if you've been one of those people who've lost their jobs recently, there is a bright light and it's around the corner. It's just getting to that bright light. It is possible to do. It is possible. And I always say to people, because I've known, you know, loads of friends who've sort of lost jobs recently and over the past year, 18 months. And I've always said to them, listen, they've always said, oh, you're quite positive. I said, listen, you will work again. At that time, you don't think that you're ever going to work again. You never think that things are going to get back to normal. You never think that you can resurrect your business. But you just have to believe. You just have to believe. So, you know, that's what it's all about in this day and age. And we're here to make a little bit of the magic for you, to make sure that you do believe and you do stick with that. You do absolutely stick with, you know, having a belief in something that means that eventually it will come back and it will read, you know, much, much better for you. Okay. Oh, by the way, the word car is all one word. No spaces. No spaces, thank you. Car, just C-A-R. No spaces. Do you think Christmas will happen this year, Steve? I don't know, David. I really don't. I want it to. I don't want it not to, because I get 2 Christmas dinners. I get two Christmas... I mean, if I don't get Christmas dinners this year, I'm going to be very depressed. I might have to sit in the car warming it up on the engine. But it's not quite the same, is it? So I do... I need A to C, and... I do need to see the godchildren. I've seen my brother and his wife, so that's good. But I need to see the godchildren. I know what they look like, but I mean, who knows? They might have grown a beard. That'll just be the girls. Saddest movie, Elephant Man. We're not going back onto sad movies, okay? That was yesterday. Steve, I agree with you about Madeleine McCann. Sad as it is, too much time has passed. Well, I mean, you never say never. And if you're them, you're always going to say, we'd like to think. But I think deep in their hearts... they know that as the years go by, it's just not going to be happening. But they have to believe in that, because otherwise, if you don't have a belief in something, you're never going to go anywhere, are you? Steve, our van radio is down, so managed to get you on the app today via the app, says Nath on the M1. Oh, that's good. That's good, isn't it? I thought you were talking about a radio van. You know what I mean? A radio van or something like that. But obviously not. Somebody said, Jackie says, nobody could fill your slot. You're inimitable. Yes. Steve, I put out a poem for lockdown, short and sweet, but says a lot. Okay. And we'll see if we can get round to that a little bit later on. Steve, I find it ridiculous that they couldn't find her in the first few months while the trail was hot. What hope now? You can see it in 20 years. They'll still be going. A new lead. You know, a 30-year-old has been spotted who looks similar, and a new plea for more money, says Matt the trucker. I know it grieves me that people are thinking like that. But, you know, it's cost 12 million, and quite clearly I think they're coming up to renewal time. And every time they do it, sure as God made little golden apples, they come up with, here's our best lead yet, this is it. You know, as opposed to, well, I tell you, before you start pumping this stuff out to the media, why don't you go to that prison and interview that man? Stop sort of waving a little sort of, you know, tempter to people. Don't do that. Tell us the facts. Don't just say he's in some prison in Germany. Go there and interview him. I'm sure it can't be that complicated to do. Instead, what they've done is that, so the papers have got pages and pages and pages of basically nothing. So he had a camper van. You're not telling me that's the only camper van in Praia de Luz, please. You know, come up with a little bit more than that. But so far they don't. They just say he's in a prison in Germany. Well, that's not good enough. You know, before you start releasing this stuff to the press, and so the papers are going, I'm raising up Madeleine McCann's parents' hopes that, this is the man. Why? What makes him sick? Because he was in a camper van. Never heard a camper van mentioned before. Now, all of a sudden, they're doing it like this. Pedo prime suspect. They've not even interviewed him. And already he's the prime suspect. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's not the way we do things. It's not the way we do things. Quarantine will be devastating blow to Britain's revival, says Leo McKinstry, writing in the Express today. It will. Holidays are looking dire, aren't they? I appreciate that you can actually, you know, you can do a holiday next year. You don't have to have a holiday this year. You don't have to. Steve, I'm finding it very hard, says Trevor, to be positive after losing the wife 2 months ago. I know. I can imagine exactly what you're going through. It doesn't go away, does it? It doesn't go. I know exactly how you feel because I've felt exactly the same. I kept saying to people, you know, after I lost Dad, and then we lost Mum, and then various other people, you know, sort of friends, and you start thinking, and then my friend Graham lost one of his best friends, and you start thinking it's a bit mean of the Almighty, isn't it? Really. You know, to take away children, to take away all sorts of people, and you have to learn to live with it. You have to be strong. But I understand exactly when people say, oh, you're holding out really well, and you go, inside I've collapsed. Inside I've just gone to pieces. So I'm here to hopefully be the little bit of positivity to say that I promise you it does get better. It does. It might take time, but it does get better. And you can only do it with the help of friends or close colleagues, or looking at videos or DVDs and remembering that person. I don't ever want anybody to get to the stage where they sort of say, oh, I'm trying to forget about them, so that side of my life is gone. I say, no, never forget. Never forget. Always try and remember that person. Remember the good. Listen, you were fortunate enough to have, you know, that close bond throughout your life. Many people don't even get as far as the close bond. Look at the producer. He's stuck with me. Goodness sake, if anything was more depressing, that would be it. You know, so what goes on in life? I'm stuck with Steve Allen every morning. You have no idea. Does it work? It doesn't work yet. No luck yet. Okay, don't worry. We've got another hour and a half on the programme. Be nice to get something before we go home today, but, you know, kind of everything. Do you remember Mr. Cummings? Do you remember him? Dominic Cummings? Do you remember the cottage he stayed at? Turns out they never had planning permission for it. That's what the papers are saying. The council officials have launched an investigation. They say it's understood his father bought the farm, situated on the outskirts, but they think it's not legal. They say permission for the erection of a pitched roof structure over an existing swimming pool was granted, but other than tree felling, that's the only planning application related to the address. Durham County Council says we've had a number of complaints and are currently looking into the matter. Oh, my God. Imagine if it turns out they didn't get planning permission. That'd be interesting. Very interesting. Listen, we take God made little green apples. No, he made gold apples. No, I'm on the rich side of them. Little Green Apples was made by Leapy Lee. TV Company Christine says, thank you for that. I lost my 34-year-old son to this virus. He was a nurse. I'm totally broken. But it's nice to have a radio. It's nice to have speech, isn't it? It's nice to have somebody talking. It's not the same if it's music. You can't convey the same thing, much as I adore music. But you can only get it through speech. My mother found great comfort after my dad died. She got great comfort from LBC. She'd listen all night. If ever she woke up, the radio would be on. She absolutely loved it, and I think it's still working all these years later. Steve, it was Leapy Lee, Little Arrows. Listen, I want to change it to apples, all right? Little apples in the clothing. The series To the Manor Born is starting again today on Freeview. Love it. I love it. I've got the box set. And I can watch it any time I want. Because I love it. Trevor says, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Steve, can somebody be prosecuted if you don't obey the rules of the lockdown? I was on a bus when a man was coughing. He didn't wear a face mask, which made me angry. Didn't he endanger the lives of many other passengers, says Connie? Well, I would have thought yes. But, you know, you know damn well that if you sort of turn around and go, could you cover your face with your hands, please? You know, I mean, I think people shouldn't be allowed to get on buses unless they've got a mask on. That's what I think. And also, it's very difficult to distance yourself on a bus, isn't it? Because I had to get on a bus the other day, and because they put this little, you know, the bus driver will have, you know, please stay with your buggy. Well, I didn't have a buggy. And no standing. Can you please sit down? Unfortunately, all the seats were taken except one. But then I've got somebody literally 2 feet away from me on one side and 2 feet away from me behind me. How's that supposed to be safe? It's not. It's absolutely not. But I think they should make it compulsory. Mark says, apparently the police have known about the link between the suspect and Madeleine for 3 years. Well, it's... why have they not interviewed him? You know, somebody should be interviewed on this, and then they can either eliminate him, or they can go forward with it. It's a simple... I mean, it's not complicated, is it? God in heaven, they're dragging it out. If they've known about this for 3 years, why have they dragged their heels on it? That makes me even more angry. Mylene Klass says she suffered racism as a child. She was bullied, had rocks thrown at her and was spat at. Good Lord above. I mean, you see, the trouble is, unless you are of ethnicity, if you are somebody from somewhere else, you don't know what it's like, do you? You don't know what it must be like to be black in certain parts of America, certain parts of this country, certain parts of just about anywhere. In exactly the same way, you know, to be gay. Darren was talking about this earlier on. People sort of going, oh, no, that was all right. I don't think it was for a lot of people. I really don't think it was. Bargains galore. Prices dropped by the biggest amount in 14 years. And they've got different... The trouble is, I'm going to look ridiculous in that yellow dress. There's a nice one here. Normally £39. Now it's £23. Miss Selfridge in second place. 83% off all online clothing discounted. So that's the stuff to go for. Go for the bargains. But not before I've told you, you must go for my competition to try and win a car. Please. And I've got some... Can I tell them another thing? Can I tell them this thing about tomorrow? Can I tell them the thing... Can I read it out? I can't say what it is. It's a surprise. So I can't allude to it. No. Oh. It's headlined Tease. Dieter von Teese. So tomorrow... It says here, it all kicks off. I will reveal the piece of exclusive Steve Allen merchandise we have for you this year. Do you remember last year? The tea towels. Got something else this year. Numbers are limited, so you must listen tomorrow morning and make sure you get in fast. I'm looking forward to this one, because I know you're going to like it. I hope so. So many of you recommended it, and then we put it to the vote on committee. And committee said we like that idea. So tomorrow morning on my early breakfast programme, we shall reveal what the exclusive bit of Steve Allen merchandise is. And again, but this one's limited supply. The other one was limited to, I think, 5,500. I think of the tea towels. I don't think there's anything near as much. But again, it's something that you'll never get again. And so it's lovely. Steve, are you happy to make your own tea? Yeah, I've been doing that for ages, about the last 9 weeks. I can make tea. You know, if I go like that, then eventually they might sort of pick up and go and get me something. If so, you must be drinking less as you only make it in the breaks. No, I was only drinking in the breaks anyway. And I don't drink in every break. I mean, otherwise I'd be drinking, 4 cups of tea an hour. I think even me with my weak bladder, it's not somebody who's going to survive with 4 cups of tea an hour, I think. So, I mean, I'm probably having about 2 cups an hour. The next one I shall probably get is probably about 6 o'clock, I would think. I normally nip out and go and get a cup of tea there, which was nice. Leapy Lee's hit was at Lara's, who we just heard from Jonathan. And somebody says, my saddest film is Ghostbusters. Really? Ghostbusters? Da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I like Ghostbusters. I can't remember actually watching all the film. Perhaps I didn't. Perhaps I sort of caught little bits. Jonathan has resent the text. Thank you very much indeed. I need all the money we can get on this one. I want to raise so much money. We're going to be talking a bit later on, actually, to Robert Eaton, who's British Hairdresser of the Year and Vice President of the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. It sounds a bit grand, doesn't it? Sounds like a religious experience, which of course it is when you go to the hairdressers, and God knows we need to go to the hairdressers. God knows I can't wait to come in here with people aren't pointing and laughing at me and things like that. I want to make sure it's all done. Oh, and Courtney, when you come in, if you could sort out my pass, that would be very useful. Thank you. We think you're the only one who can. Poor Courtney, honestly. You'll be going, right, I'll do that when I get in. Be lovely. Nobody else appears to be able to do it at the moment. I've recently discovered you, Steve, and love the programme. Thank you very much. People get like that, don't they? It's a very lovable type programme. Sort of. I always say that. It's a lovable type programme. I was reading something else, actually. What was I reading earlier on? I was reading something that, sort of, I thought to myself, I must mention that on the programme this morning. I get things like that. All of a sudden I sort of discover something and I think, that definitely my audience would want to go for in a big way. And I can't remember it was the Asian hornets. These hornets, the Asian, they're quite dreadful, these ones. They eat up to 50 honeybees a day. What they do is they decapitate them, and then they clip their wings off so they can't fly. Well, obviously they couldn't fly away, they've got their heads on. And then they take the head away with them. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, they're not very nice, are they? We don't like those things, thank you very much indeed. Amy Childs, child by name, child by nature, said she'd be devastated if her kids grew up to want plastic surgery as young as she did. I know. Let's hope they're more intelligent, eh? Let's hope. Christine McGuinness, more posy pictures. You can always tell posy pictures from her because they just look so fake. They still laughingly call her a model. I don't know which year that was, but with all that fake hair, not the sort of models we know. I think the models who get the old boobies out, that'd be the sort of person she is, which is not quite the same sort of thing. So very disappointed in Family Fortunes with Gino D'Acampo. I mean, it takes a disciplined person to do that programme. I don't think he's got the intelligence. I've seen him messing around in all the other programmes. Not a lot of fun, thank you. What was the other one? Oh, Molly May and her boyfriend, the two bimbos from Love Island who bought that little puppy from Russia, or as I prefer to call it, just a little accessory for the handbag. It's dead. They had it for 6 days, and they've written on Twitter, oh, we're so wrong, and all this kind of stuff, and you think to yourself, oh, Godfathers, these people, they should never have been allowed to buy this dog in the first place, but being particularly stupid, and obviously not animal lovers, they just wanted an accessory. Now this poor little dog is dead, which is probably a blessing in disguise for it. There's a lady called Jane Collins. She's over 100. She got coronavirus. One of the oldest people to actually get coronavirus. But she fought it off with a glass of bubbly. I think she must have had quite a few glasses of bubbly. But she's isn't that brilliant? I think that is brilliant. Of course, it encourages me even further to actually sort of go, well, I'll drink some bubbly as well. Also, jail terms for the email fraud duo. I'll tell you more about them a little bit later. And the queue of a mile to get into a McDonald's, but they're limiting you. You can only spend 25 quid. Well, for most chavs, I mean, that would just be for the little babies. You'd have to get your milkshakes and all your other bits and pieces. So 25 quid, you don't get a lot, do you, for 25 quid nowadays? But that's what, you imagine you've queued for a mile in your car, waiting to get in there in this heat that we had. Mind you, it's all right now. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I think you actually need to actually go now and start queuing. I think it would be an awful lot better. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Would LBC deliver the Fiat to Canada if I won? I haven't read the rules. You'll have to check. Would we deliver it to Canada? That would be quite funny, actually. Is the bee's head some sort of trophy? I've got no idea. I just think it sounds a little bit cannibalistic. Cannibalistic bees. And another one here. We always get somebody stupid, don't you? We found our first snowflake this morning. Somebody says, surprised you cannot admit to being wrong, which is the sign of a truly great and modest radio presenter. Snowflake alert. There are no internet references to little gold apples, which only exist in your imagination. Leapy Lee was Little Arrows, not Green Apples. Bobby Russell wrote Little Green Apples, which won a Song of the Year award. He also wrote Honey for Goldsborough. Snowflake alert. Really stupid snowflake alert. Obviously doesn't listen to James O'Brien. Poor soul, honestly. I'm surprised you can't admit to being wrong. Of course I'm never wrong. Never wrong. Have you heard what James O'Brien said about me?
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
Thank you. Nigel Farage as well. Nigel Farage said something exactly similar on this very station.
I couldn't do what Steve Allen does in the mornings, Daniel, I tell you.
See? You know, and then we get the snowflake and, I was just sitting here with my typewriter typing something to the local police about next door. You can imagine, isn't it? They must be like little caricatures of themselves. I love people like that. They're so funny. They generally exist in their own sad little world. Steve, I think you'd look gorgeous in a cheap yellow dress, says James and Roger the Cat. You're probably right, actually. You're probably right. I would probably look gorgeous in it, but not at this precise one. Recommend any Alistair Sims films, says Nigel. Well, any of the box sets on Amazon. There's loads of them. Loads of them. In fact, the producer is now going to put up a list of Alistair Sims films, and then I can pick out my favourites, which you will like. You'll like. I mean, all my favourites are sort of everybody else's. So, for example, Christmas Carol, when he was Scrooge, Bells of St. Trinian's, where he was the head mistress, Happiest Days of Your Life, which is with Margaret Rutherford, which is brilliant, School for Scoundrels, another classic, The Green Man, Get, Blue Murder at St. Trinian's, there was also A Christmas Carol, Hue and Cry, an excellent film. I mean, seriously, that should be enough to keep you going, and Stage Fright, which had Jane Wyman and Michael Wilding and Marlene Dietrich in it. But, I mean, so many good films. So many good films. Get them. Seriously, it'll just take you back. Transport you to another place. Let's have a check on the road and the... Every 12 minutes to 6. Alistair Sim was the best Ebenezer Scrooge ever, says David in Holloway. And another one here. Says, Sims, A Christmas Carol is such a good version. George C. Scott's my favourite. Yes. And Inspector Call, says Karen in Worthing. And Tenzina says, oh my goodness, School for Scoundrels is amazing. Love it. I love it. I love all that kind of stuff. I really do, which is good. Steve, I'm on my way into London. I'm behind an orange London cab. What happened to black cabs? Well, it could be a sponsored one. They have sponsored cabs, don't they? We have some different coloured cabs doing the rounds in London. Mainly they are black. But occasionally you might find an orange cab, which it might be one of the disabled cabs, which has got the big wide doors so you can get a wheelchair in. Might be that. Steve, any sugar in your tea? No. I'm diabetic. Why on earth would I want sugar in my tea? I haven't had sugar in tea for about the past 15 years. Very good. Holly Willoughby has opened up about her battle with dyslexia and a childhood fear of being branded stupid. She said, I've struggled with dyslexia since I was young and it used to hold me back. I used to stutter. I had a terrible stutter. It still pops up every so often now, but I think as you gradually get a bit older, you kind of sort of lose it. Steve, I was in that place at the beginning of the year, place where you just feel lost. I lost everything in a horrendous divorce 12 years ago, and at 54 this year was at a very low ebb. I know, yes. Oh, I wish I could tell you stories about people divorcing and getting nothing out of it. I had a friend of mine, and his wife had taken up with somebody else, but they had children. And of course, the worst thing is for fathers, you can understand people getting a bit angry and a bit worried, because if they choose to move abroad and they take the children with them, what's the father supposed to do? Is he supposed to save up and try and get flights to go and see his own children? I think they need to sort it out. It's been a terrible mess for an awful long time. Steve, I'm 67, on my own, live rural, don't drive. and haven't had any contact really for about 7 years. Sometimes I seem to cry and cry. I'm lucky I'm healthy. Your words have kept me going, says Lorraine. Well, that's good for you. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you've got health, blimey, you've got everything, haven't you? If you've got your health, blimey. I mean, I have good days, and I never have a bad day. I never have a day where I go, oh, God, make it go away. I never have any days like that. But I do have days where I'm not as bouncy as I am sort of other days. Today I'm going to be bouncy. Today I'm going to admit to being bouncy. I bounced out of bed this morning. I watched a couple of good television programmes. I'm enjoying Prime Suspect. I'm enjoying Prime... Have I missed a break? No. Oh, I've taken a break. Right. Isn't it amazing? You can't remember what you do half the time, honestly. Oh, I've got this job. I've got no idea. Must have been by default or something. So tomorrow you will be listening to the programme because we will reveal the piece of exclusive Steve Allen merchandise that we have for you this year. Last year was the tea towel. This year, what is it going to be? Numbers are limited, that's all I can tell you. So you must listen tomorrow morning and make sure you get in fast. Look, when we did the tea towel, I told you, it was one of the most, if not the most exciting day of our lives. With Thomas juggling backwards and forwards. We had the screens on. We could see when we were mentioning it that we were selling it, and he'd go, we just sold another 100. And we're going, really? Are you sure? And we were watching it. If you listen back to that I can't remember the date of it, but somebody will probably tell you. And it was just amazing, just absolutely amazing that we were watching these going up and up and up. And I think on the first day we did it, we shifted 2,500 tea towels, and all the money going to. I mean, it was the most fulfilling thing that I think we've ever done. We've raised money in the past for Make Some Noise, but to actually watch it going like that was something that was just, you cannot explain it. You cannot explain it. It was just one of it. And Thomas then going, we're going on. And then Corey was sort of chipping with, oh. And you know, and everybody else was really excited, and Corey's going, oh. And it's trying to sort of wind him up. It's like a little clockwork toy, you know, kind of thing. You sort of hears, what do you give to people? Okay. That was from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, by the way. I do songs from the movies and the musicals. I never sing them in tune, but at least I've got guts and make a bit of an effort. So tomorrow morning we will tell you what it is, and we'll tell you how you get hold of it. That's all I'm allowed to say to you, apparently, because it's a tease. Steve, Prosecco's on offer at Tesco, £6 a bottle. Thought of you? Yes. The original Tea Towel show was on the 27th of September last year, 2019. So, in fact, if you've downloaded the LBC app, you can go to the 27th of September and download that programme and get as enthusiastic as we were on that day. I mean, the show is called The Tea Towel. That's what it's called. The Tea Towel. It's not very creative, is it? I mean, honestly, I think I need to change the producer. Can I find somebody who's a bit more creative, please? The Tea Towel. Yeah, and the presenter is The Presenter. The Presenter and The Tea Towel. A story of common or garden folk out in the countryside. Oh, I found a tea towel. Oh, you haven't, missus. I could buy 2 of those. You must get it, though. What did we say? 27th of September. Yeah, there you go. They found that very quickly, actually. So go there, and then you can listen. You can hear the enthusiasm and the excitement. We were so excited. I can't seriously to raise £50,000 in. We had till the end, and we're going to sell some more. We're going to sell some more. And just when you thought it was going to die down again, it burst into life. It was the most amazing thing. I can understand why when people raise a lot of money for charity and it's for such a good cause. I mean, for last year it was absolutely heartbreaking. But you did so well, so well. And this year, when we're raising it and we're trying to make sure that all those people who've been affected by coronavirus can get some help. People who've lost people who've got no money for food. So it's going to support those hardest hit by COVID-19's outbreak. And with your help, I think we can do it. I think we can do it and raise an awful lot of money. If we move as many of these items tomorrow as we did of the tea towel, or even half that amount, we'll be very pleased about it. But that's all I can tell you. I can't tell you anything about it. Steve, yesterday my daughter queued up for 2 hours for McDonald's. Would you? No. Not in a million years. Just to get a burger. No. I wouldn't queue in a fish and chip shop for 2 hours, let alone McDonald's. Steve says, Robin Tottenham, health is wealth. You are right. You are right. Health is wealth. Queuing for 2 hours. Steve, you don't have to choose jam or cream for scones. They have strawberry-flavoured clotted cream now. Do they? See, I don't think that's the same. I mean, I'm sure it's very nice, but it's not exactly the same as putting on the jam and then dolloping some really thick cream on top. Oh, don't make me. I've only had that a couple of times. Only had it a couple of times. Great British Bake Off. We got coming up again. Very short. I can't get excited about Bake Off, only because I don't bake. I suppose if I actually baked, I would be all right. Elaine says, sorry, I've just woken up, but am in time to join the social distancing queue for tomorrow's Make Some Noise announcement. We will be socially distancing. We will be socially distancing. But I hope you like it. I hope you like it. Because there's a lot of people come together for this. And a lot of you as well. A lot of you. So what is it? You'll find out tomorrow morning. I'll be doing it probably around about 5:30 tomorrow morning, something like that. As they say, you know, when you tease, you've got to tease properly. And I tease properly. You know, reel them in. Come on. But the more money we raise, the happier everybody is, because it goes to such a fantastic cause. Steve, Kay Burley's giving away free coffee cups on Sky. What's James O'Brien giving away? Oh, there's a part. I don't know. Free coffee mugs. Good Lord. Steve, the 2 Fridays you were selling those tea towels, you said you weren't sure you'd sell 5,000, and you did. I know. Listen, nobody was more surprised than me. Nobody was more surprised than all of us. A friend of mine bought 100 tea towels. Seriously, I mean, it's, you know, the generosity of people is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And because it goes, and every penny goes to such a good cause, then it's kind of worth it. You know, you can feel proud of yourselves that you'll be doing something that's going to help an awful lot of people. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think we'd get to 5,000. Mind you, I don't think they thought we were going to get to 5,000. Because when they said we've ordered 5,000, we're going to sell 5,000, that seemed an awful lot to me. An awful lot. But I know how vitally important the radio is to so many of you. And I know that, weren't the tea towels this year, Steve, says Jackie? No, we haven't had... No, we did it in September last year. September last year. Poor old Jackie, she's only just sobered up from the night before. Are you sure the tea towels weren't here this year? I think you remember buying a tea towel. No, it was September last year. Because we always do it towards the end of the year. It's September, October. We do Make Some Noise. This year we're doing it because of the importance of it. We're doing it a wee bit earlier. So tomorrow on the programme, do not be late. I don't want to do it without... If you're not all there, I shall know. I'll be doing a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should be doing all that. I should be checking on people tomorrow. You and Corey coming in? No. You just had to make sure we get the pass this morning. Let's see whether we can manage that. Shouldn't be too difficult, should it? I don't think. Steve, you're on fire as usual. Am I? You're right. That's better. Good Lord, honestly, I've been on fire for ages. Not since we fell over in the kitchen onto the halogen oven. Gosh, I'll be having another one of those again any time. Steve, I used to think I was better than anybody else. Now I know I am, says Bill. I love that. Listen, be positive. Be positive. Still working out how... What would you ever queue for any food? Is there anything you would queue a long time for? Like his daughter queued for 2 hours to get a McDonald's. Would you queue for vegan duck? You'd queue for vegan duck. And which farmyard would you find those in? None. No. Oh, look, that music means it's time for... Oh, it was a quick get out, wasn't it? We don't need to worry about it. Ooh, matron. Ooh. And so what we'll do is we'll take a short break for the new... There's no charge for this programme. You know, you can just wander in and wander out as you... It's like a revolving door. I'm tempted to say it's like one particular person's bedroom door, but somebody said, you must be Cornish, putting the cream on first. No, I didn't say. I said jam on first, cream on second. Which you'd be rather stupid if you put the cream on and then the jam on the top of it. That means a very dirty spoon, does it not? That's why it's always jam on first and cream on the top. And that's how the royal family have it, and that's how I do it. Steve, I saw Richard and Judy on television yesterday. Oh, they've got this new programme, haven't they, Richard and Judy? I believe. I think it's just running for a week, isn't it? Is that the new one? Lovely. Good. You've got to take the old one away and leave the new one. So, Richard and Judy, they didn't get on very well. He didn't let her get a word in edgeways. He told her to shut up. Oh, I love it. I love it. I think it works very well like that. Now, how are you going to manage that? You've got to take the old one. Throw it to me. Throw it to me. Hopeless, isn't it? Look at that. Looks all bright and sparkly, doesn't it?
It's got your face on.
Of course it's got... Don't talk. I can't believe he's just all of a sudden just chipped in like that without a by your leave or may... He'd be demanding pay for that. It's like working on Emmerdale. You know, that's why in Emmerdale, they have people sitting at the bar who are having conversations but not saying anything. Or failing that, the funniest ones are where you see anybody in a disco, because you know that there's no music, because otherwise you wouldn't hear the characters talking, so everybody else is just going... You think, what are you dancing to? I love stuff like that. I think that's fantastic. And, Steve, try not to get too depressed. I'm 65 today. Oh, dear, last legs now, isn't it? 65. 65. A child. Listen, Bradley Walsh is 60. Bradley Walsh is 60 today. Goodness only knows he looks 70, but I mean, that's it. Steve, I wouldn't queue for 2 seconds for a McDonald's. I had one in 1976 and I didn't like it. Steve, have you ever done LBC enamel lapel badges, says Albert? No, I never thought about that. I'll tell you what it has to be. We have to, if you're talking about making some money for Make Some Noise, it's got to be something that we can make a lot of profit on. So we don't want to waste too much money on the actual item, because the business is trying to produce a lot of money so that people can get it. And we haven't sort of said, oh, here's an item we're selling for £6, but it cost us £5 to make it. You know, ideally it would be something that cost £1 and we make £4 profit, which is nice. Steve says, Anastasia, last year I bought a tea towel through eBay, twice the price. Well, that's why you have to get in quick on this one tomorrow, because I don't know how many they've got. I really don't. Steve, I often see Rich and Judy in the Spaniards Inn pub in Hampstead. That's at the top, isn't it? I know where that is. She loves a drink. Oh, we all love a drink. What are you saying? She did used to enjoy Wine Friday on the show when it was the Richard and Judy show. In fact, even before the programme had started, I think she used to have a little sherbet. But that's what used to make it hilarious. I think it was absolutely hilarious. Another one that says, Steve. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, somebody else saying you must be Cornish, putting cream on first. No, jam first and then cream on a bit later. And somebody says, what are your thoughts on people queuing for an hour to get a Big Mac? Well, I wouldn't sit queuing for an hour for anything. I found it bad enough when we went to Alton Towers some years ago, and they said, oh, it's 3 hours from here, 2 hours, and I remember thinking, are you serious? We stand for 3 hours? No, I'll pay extra. And so we paid extra. In Disney, they call it backdooring. But over here, they've got another name for it, which they told me the other day, and I can't remember what it is, where you sort of queue jump, and so you can get on. You don't have to... Otherwise, you can't stand for 3 hours with kids in a line to go on a funfair ride. No, thank you. And so we actually paid extra to do that at Alton Towers, which was much better. Much, much better. Alex says, do you sit on an armchair or a sofa? Sofa, definitely. I'm not an armchair person at all. And Antonio says, will you forgive me for being a pathetic snowflake? No, you can't. You can't be forgiven for being a snowflake. You either are a snowflake or you're not. There is no sort of restitution in this one. There is no sort of, I admonish you completely. I'm just being very nice about it and sort of saying, no, once a snowflake, always a snowflake. And some people are actually quite happy being snowflakes. I wouldn't be one of those sort of people. Did you know the actor George Cole was Alistair Sims' adopted son? Really? Well, there you go. I'm sure somebody's written that to me before, actually. And I can't remember who it was, actually. Steve, you're a live wire this morning. You want a promise later? Yep, on a promise later. Corey and I will walk out the front door and we say the same thing every day. Wonder where the car is. And then he sort of wanders off to find his car, and I sort of get into my car, and my driver chats away to me, and Corey sits there talking to himself, thinking he's done a very worthwhile job. You know, he goes home, he should be proud of what he does. And the voice you heard was Luke, by the way. Don't worry, you won't hear it again. And we have that on very good authority from his... I couldn't remember what they were called, actually. I was trying to think of somebody who was sort of just about to go into Borstal, and they had sort of somebody who was looking after him before he went in there, and I couldn't think of what the name was for the person. Doesn't help, does it? Kind of everything. Steve, I missed the LBC Diaries. Oh, right. Oh. Steve, I shall try to get the product, but I might not get there quickly enough, says Anastasia. What happens if you eat your scone upside down? Would it cause confusion? Probably. Liam says you could do a sponsored nude walk through Leicester Square. Toby Tarrant did that the other year. He did a nude cycle around Leicester Square. And then they put it up on the internet. Very brave, I thought. But anyway, I sent another sympathy card. And, no harm is no harm. So the LBC diary, I don't know what happened to those diaries, actually. I've really got no idea. Steve, if you want a happy, healthy life, I have one. Please come and work at our new premises in Croydon. Recycling, Richie. That sounds quite nice. And also, your show is like a revolving door, Steve. I met my girlfriend in one of those and we've been going round together ever since. Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Very nice. We like things like that. Right. So what are we going to do? We're going to look at the... Should we look at the Guardian? Front page. Guess what they've got? Thousands of primary schools snubbing the government's call to restart classes, which is what we thought. And here, I mean, in parts of the northeast, not a single school let in more pupils. And there are some pupils who, of course, will never, ever go back to school again. Plus thousands gathering in London, including the actor John Boyega, to show support for the protests in America. Isn't it? Do you not find it odd? I always find it odd. And somebody used to say to me, we used to get people who were protesting in London. And it could be for all sorts of things, mainly for something that had taken place in another country. Well, do you remember we got something that happened in, I don't know, Guatemala or whatever it was. And somebody said, why are people protesting here? I said, because they can. Because they can. We've had the lorry drivers strike, when they all did a go slow down Park Lane. And then they stopped in the middle of Park Lane. And so us poor Londoners, and we do seem to get the brunt of it because we're in the capitale, it's a case of we have to suffer all the time. And then, of course, the good mayor, we love him so much, decided he was going to make the congestion charge run every day of the week, up until 10 o'clock at night, from 7 in the morning. What time do I finish? 7. Am I likely to get back to it? I shouldn't think so. I could, actually. I could, if I thought about it. I could park the car outside the congestion zone, get the bus in, and then sort of get the bus back. So I could go back and then pick up the car then. I could do that if I wanted to save the congestion charge, but to be honest with you, I really can't be bothered. People say, oh, do you want to do this? It's called fast tracking. Thank you. And Liz in New Cross, she says, I'm Cornish, yet so you say, And I want to clarify, the Cornish way is jam first, it's Devon who put the cream on. Personally, I like the cream first, because you get more cream that way. No, it's got to be, otherwise it falls off. It's ridiculous, you can't just put jam in there, because you put a big dollop of cream on. If you put the jam on, it all falls off the sides. And you know how messy the things are to start with. That's why, thin layer of the jam, strawberry, all these people out there, these heathens, were putting blackcurrant jam. Do you remember I told you yesterday that I bought some air fresh things? You put them in these machines. Every time you walk past it goes psst, frightens the life out of you. And I bought them. But normally they do sort of, they're quite bland scents. This one is not. It's mango. And it's really good. In fact, it's so good I've just bought another 2 lots of it. That's why I get carried away. Jackie says you could mix the jam and the cream by putting one on one half, one on the other, and squashing them together. I do squash. Definitely. Somebody says that they bought a vegan creme brulee by mistake. Ingredients including coconut milk and cornstarch. I tried it. I shall stick to the original non-vegan version, says Will. That's the one he's eating. That's one he's eating. He didn't even know there was a vegan version. Did you? You didn't know there was a vegan version? No. See? We have to educate him. We have to help him along the way because he's missing out on a lot of things. Billy says I got sacked for laughing once. Mind you, I was driving the hearse at the time. Steve, what's so bad queuing for McDonald's for 2 hours? It's still less than queuing for the supermarket. Buy your ingredients, go and cook dinner, says Jack. Really? I've never queued for 2 hours outside a supermarket. And also, it's cheaper. 2 hours outside of McDonald's. You eat it in 5 minutes. It's not the best thing to do, is it? Is it that addictive? Are people that addicted to to McDonald's. I mean, I could understand. I mean, we've had it with KFC, and we've had it with a few other places as well. But I mean, queuing for 2 hours. That's like I'd have to take sandwiches or something. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I've been up most of the night, says Ian, with an unwell dog. Have you ever thought of getting a pet of some sort? I have two. They're called Corey and Luke. Sit. That's better. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? There you go. They were all very happy here. And they're fully house trained. Well, one of them is. We're working on the other one. Steve, no squashing, says James in Truro. Jam first, thank you. Oh, squash? Do you not put them together? I'm beginning to think I'm doing it wrong. I thought you always put them together. I don't know. That's the way I do. And then somebody says, taking sandwiches to queue for a McDonald's. Well, if you're going to be sitting there for 2 hours... 2 hours waiting for a McDonald's. I can think of better things to occupy my time. Nigel Benn has revealed his hopeless career as a Woolworths security guard before he became a champion boxer. The Molly May story and ghastly Tommy Fury's new puppy has died days after they took him home. Did they ever see the mother? No. Did they buy it from a reputable dealer? No. As I say, it's absolutely dreadful. They only got this dog a few weeks ago, taken ill and tragically passed away. Chai became our whole world. He was an accessory, as well you know, because you printed pictures of holding him in one hand. It was disgusting. Disgusting. Poor dog is out of it now. Holly Willoughby opens up, of course, about her dyslexia. Be lots of you affected by dyslexia. Lots of people, really. And here she is, the attention-seeking Christine McGuinness, in a posed photograph, as she delivers a huge order of her own gymwear. She was loaded down with sacks for customers, but she left her postman's hat at home, preferring to head out in a red top and a white miniskirt. Desperado. Nothing more desperate, but never mind, dear. I'm sure you're very happy with it, and I'm sure the people who end up with it, it's fantastic. What else do we have? Pet's Tales. Alf Wiedersehen. Do you know I never saw Alf Wiedersehen Pet? I never saw it. But Tim Healy has accused the TV bosses of political correctness gone mad after they cut gags from reruns. As they revealed the other day, the show followed 7 British construction workers who leave to find work abroad. And one was Tim Healy, as you know, who used to be married to Denise Welsh. Jimmy Nail, of course, and he came out of retirement to act and sing in a musical about Newcastle shipbuilders. Pat Roach played Bomber Busbridge. I apologise if I get any of this mispronunciation wrong. Gary Holton, who played the womanising London joiner Wayne Norris, died from an overdose of morphine way back in 1985. That was midway through the show's second series. He was 33. Kevin Whatley. Love Kevin Whatley, because he went on to star, of course, as John Thor's Inspector Moore's sidekick. Later had his own spin-off show, Lewis. He's 69. He's married to actress Madeleine Newton, and he has 2 children. They live near Milton Keynes. It's always safer to say that. We live near Milton Keynes. Timothy Spall. Loved him. What an actor. What a great actor. They were all great actors. And Timothy is fantastic. His character was Barry Taylor. Dull but lovable. He's Sid Hamp's huge success, the Harry Potter films, King's Speech. He's 63. He's married with 3 children. I think he's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Christopher Fairbank, who was a mugger in Tim Burton's Batman. He was Albert Moxey. Albert Moxey. Pet's Tales. But they've taken out all the bits that they think could be offended. Everybody's offended now. Everybody's offended. It didn't take much to offend somebody. You're too fat. You're too thin. Your ears stick out. Your hair's falling out. You know, you've got the wrong clothes on, the wrong size clothes. It's always the way, isn't it? I mean, the producer is looking forward to when the sales start in the clothing emporium, so he can nip out there. He's not been in Primark for ages, and he's looking forward to stocking up on the summer wardrobe, aren't you? So he can get some clothes together, bless his heart. Because you can't keep wearing jumpers throughout the whole of summer. You know, nice though it is. I mean, it does make you look like a northern, I'm just going down pit, you know, kind of situation. 20. You do have a flat cap. Do you know, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I think I've seen you in it. I think I've seen you wearing the flat. I used to wear flat caps. Then I went for like a Trilby thing. I looked like a reject from Quadrophenia. Not one of my better looks. Not one of my better looks. Oh, we've got something else for you later in the year. I've forgotten about that. I can't tell you about that either. Can I? I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. We haven't confirmed it. We nearly have. Steve, says Richard, queuing for several hours for a McDonald's. The cows were still probably alive when the queue started. Was it the story that don't McDonald's take 2% of the world's beef or something like that? But I don't want all the gubbins that comes with it. I just want, burgers and a bit of cheese, and that's it. I have had a milkshake, yes. I used to get angry with myself because my sucking was not particularly brilliant, and to try and get it up the straw was like a labour of love. And you'd sit there with your lips and your cheeks were sucked in and all. I mean, people used to think I was ill. You'd go, I can't. And people used to sell it to me. They'd say, "God, you should get a McDonald's milkshake, Steve. You can't suck it up the straw. What's the point of having it?" The whole idea of a milkshake is do you take the lid and the straw off and you just tip it in? Yes, I thought you might. Steve, I'm with you on this one. First jam and then the clotted cream. Thank you. And he says, I never have done. I always thought of those of you who are working in central London don't have to pay the congestion charge. I wish. No, we have to pay the congestion charge. We have to pay the congestion charge. Steve, worse than that, says Daniel. They got the dog 6 days ago. I know. They bought it from a not very reputable place. It came from Russia. It was probably ill to start with, and it had 6 days whilst they exhibited it on internet and all the rest of it. And then write some pathetic little thing afterwards saying, "Oh, we're so sad our life is destroyed." Yeah, it shouldn't have bought it in the first place. That's why. You never buy dogs unless you've A, seen the mother, and B, you get them a rescue place. Really. Absolutely appalling and atrocious. I've never heard of such a thing before. Well, I have. Steve. Oh, I've just lost it. Thursday, a week ago, was the last clapping day, but I will be clapping this evening in the privacy of my own home because they deserve it. What do you think, says Connie? You do it. You do it. Never ever be told not to do something. It's all those people that go against the grain that get somewhere. You want to sit and clap inside? You sit and clap inside. I sometimes say a silent prayer, and I do that. I don't have to go outside to do it. I can do it all over the place. Steve, it takes 2 hours to get to at McDonald's, 3 minutes to eat the stuff, and 1 second for the brain-dead purchasers to throw the rubbish out the car. I'm fed up with seeing beauty spots littered with big brown bags with a big yellow M on it. Very upsetting, says Andrew in Maidenhead. Well, you'd be getting loads of them out your way, wouldn't you? You've got so many places where people pull in and they have an inability. We have an inability in this country to actually put rubbish in a bin. We just chuck it out the car window. We had some people the other day, they went to get something for one of the takeaways. They ate it on the bonnet of the car for about half an hour, then they just left it by the side of the road. You feel like you need one of those magic sticks that you point at the car and go zzz, and the car vanishes completely. And they have to walk home. I love it whenever you see the police stopping these cars on these programmes about police camera action or police interceptors or police on lockdown or whatever it is, and they go, "Yeah, well, you haven't got any insurance." "Oh, right, I'll just take it home." No, we're taking it from you now. I'd want to drive the pickup truck. I would be that person. Steve, says Chris, Auf Wiedersehen, Pet. All series are available uncut on YouTube. No need to watch it on ITV Player if you want to watch it and be offended. Oh, somebody will do that, won't they? Somebody will watch it and be offended. I don't know, but people, we obviously like to be offended. Carl says, queue 2 hours from McDonald's, not what I would call fast food. I know, I used to get annoyed when we used to have one in Twickenham. We haven't got one now. I don't know why. And you'd go in there when they open for breakfast, and of course the stuff wasn't ready. And you go, well, what's the point of you opening? If it says you open at 8 a.m. for breakfast, everything should be ready at 8 a.m. It's like, this show starts at 4 every morning. We don't start at 4:05 or 4:20 or 4:15. We start at 4 o'clock. If we didn't, they go, "Oh, Steve will be with you in a minute." Just sort of twiddle your thumbs. Absolutely not. If you're going to put a sign up at the time you open, then blooming well open at that time. Luke disagrees on the scones. Cream, then jam, apparently. Peasant. Really, it's ridiculous. Of course it's got to be jam first. No, the Queen does jam first. Yes, she so does. Yes, she so does. The Queen puts jam on there. The Queen puts, don't argue with me, I'm always right. James O'Brien will tell you I'm always right. Nigel Farage will tell you I'm always right. Well, actually, the Queen doesn't do either because she doesn't do anything like that. It's already put on for her. And she does not prefer... Will you stop making up stories about the sovereign? I mean, I can't believe that you've elevated yourself from being nobody to now talking about Her Majesty the Queen like you know what she does. I'm sorry, I will not have it. That's you're going to the Tower. I tell you will not be alive by the end of today. We're going to have our first public execution over the cream and the jam and everything else. There you go. The royal pastry chefs. The Queen's chef debate around jam and cream. The royal family. So here we go. The recipe used by the royal things. It's a consumption of jam and then the cream. So that's what it is. It's the jam and then the cream. So thank you very much indeed. I've been proven right on that one again. Thank you. Do not shout at me. Do not shout at me. I know what I'm talking about. It says here, jam and then the cream on. And that's what Her Majesty enjoys. And she's a close personal friend of mine, and I knew Diana. Okay. Nothing else you want to argue about. Go somewhere else. I know a programme that could do with somebody like you. Steve, when I was a child, there were more litter bins everywhere. For some unknown reason, they removed them. Yes, because the IRA kept bombing. And so they took out all the bins. And when you went through certain parts of London, they had police with mirrors on poles underneath your car to make sure it was all right. But, they actually took away the bins as a safety feature. Thank you. Steve, you had a text from Richie inviting you to work at his recycling centre. Richie is the big boss of the LMD Skip Roadies. And if I were you, I'd stick to presenting on the wireless, says he in the Skip. Lovely. Did you see Charlie Dimmock on television? She's the size of Gemma Collins. She had, well, it was some years ago when you would have seen her with Alan Titchmarsh, whose size does not change. But no, Charlie Dimmock is the size of what Gemma Collins was. She's lost a little bit, but I've noticed it's going back on again. Slowly but surely. Steve, it's cream first, as it acts like the butter. No, it doesn't. I'm not arguing about this. I shall ban the next person who says that. You will never be able to write to this programme ever again. You'll have nobody to write to about jam or cream on scones. And, and a curse on the whole family. You're not coming in tomorrow. Thank God. We're going to get that in writing. Get that in writing when he says he's not coming in tomorrow. Just make sure we got some sort of confirmation when he gets to the front door and it won't open. And we'll be sitting up here going, no. Luke's not. It's to 7 Thursday. I can't believe it's Thursday morning, but I promise you, when you get out of bed, as indeed I'm sure some of you might manage today, you'll notice it's a lot cooler out there. For Cool Read, it's a bit cold. A little bit cold. Steve, a planned pop festival staged jointly by Devon and Cornwall County Council has been scrapped. They couldn't agree whether the jam should go on first or cream. Oh, God, you're barred. Steve, put a sign by the bins. What, to get people to use them? I wish it was so... Listen, even when they go to these festivals, people sit in a field at Glastonbury, don't they, or a number of fields, and the rubbish afterwards takes... It's tons and tons and tons and tons of rubbish. Mainly tents. Steve, I like to be different. So call me Beryl. I have lemon curd on a scone with no cream. Well, that's just not right at all, is it? I mean, that's just ridiculous. Lemon curd. I'm not sure about that, actually. My brother's doing very well, which is good. So he's working, and he's working today and this weekend, all going well, lots to learn, and the colleagues are lovely. So that's all we need. We were trying to find out the other day, because my friend Darren has started investigating family history, and within 5 minutes, he managed to find out the name of my nana, on my father's side, what her original name was, and I couldn't believe you could get so much information out of a computer. I managed to find my father's death, my mother's death, my mother's family, her parents, and their parents. I mean, seriously, you can find out all sorts of things. I found it really quite entertaining, but I had to keep checking with my brother to find out what the name, because when you know, you just know them as Nana or Grandma. You don't know what their names were at all. I didn't know what their names were, and apparently she was. Wait a minute, I'll find it, because I don't know why it never came up actually in thing. It was Violet Mary. I mean, you can tell from an age thing, can't you? You don't find many people now called Violet. It's not sort of the right kind of thing, actually. Steve, I must be really decadent, says Carol, in Bella Medina. She says, as I butter the scone, then add the jam, which is finally topped with clotted cream. You fatty, Carol. Buttering the scone. Sounds delicious. Another one here. He says these corner sheet scones the proper way. In Devon, they don't use butter, and the cream is used as a replacement, says Nick. In Helston, which is God's own. Yes, God's own county. which I like, actually. I've heard of Helston. There's a river, isn't there? Is it the River Helston? He says, fumbling at that. I just think I've heard of it, actually. I'm pretty certain. Which is good. Steve, I was in Australia a few years ago. They were having a campaign against litter being thrown from cars. Well, yes. And apparently, Oliver says, I work at McDonald's, no breakfast menu at the moment. Oh. So what do you do? You're just doing the normal stuff, then? I don't know. I was talking, one of my drivers the other day, Wayne, he loves Nando's. His daughter loves Nando's. And he said, have you been to Nando's? I said, I have been. My friend Paul and I used to go to one in Twickenham. It's a Nino Nando. So it's a smaller one, slightly smaller menu, always packed. And I said, I was horrified at how expensive it was for chicken. Chicken is cheap. You can get a whole chicken cooked in Costco, beautiful quality, for about £4.50. By the time it gets to Nando's, it's turned out to be something like £13 or £14. Which seems an awful lot of money to me. Awful lot of money. I mean, it's not that I'm mean, but I mean, I don't mind people having a bit of a markup. There's markups and markups, aren't there? A lot of people wondering about, what about hairdressers, when are they opening? Well, hopefully we might get some answers from Robert Eaton, British Hairdresser of the Year and Vice Pres of the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. We'll talk to him in about 6 minutes' time. And find out, because all my hairdressing friends are crawling up the walls, and the things you've got to put in place before you can open are just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I'm surrounded. I mean, one of my producers is looking okay smart. I mean, the other one is just completely gone to bits. Seriously, it is like working with Dougal off the Magic Roundabout. Different colour hair, but I mean, it's just, even by your standards, it's now got so long, it just needs a little bit of a trim to sort of thin it out a little bit. You know. Well, Luke's hair is sort of, it's, you know... do you think what? I can't hear you. I don't think you look good. I'm just saying your hair is a lot easier than Corey's is. I'm not differentiating... No, you don't look quite smart. I'm not going to differentiate between the two of you. Both got hair, and that's why I hate both of you. So there you go. Sort that one out. Shelley in Coulston says, morning, Steve. Our hamster's called Violet. Stop it. Stop it, please. Steve, what about cheese scones? A really nice alternative for a late lunch with Stilton and chutney jam. The one thing you're not buying, Billy, at the moment, it's probably not just you, but everybody, you're not buying Stilton cheese. They're worried it could disappear. In fact, they're worried because Corey's been going to farm shops and buying somebody else's cheese, and he loves a good Wensleydale, does our Corey. But you're not buying enough cheeses. I think Jamie Oliver's trying to get people buying cheeses. I think you can buy a box of assorted cheese, because I'm not a huge cheese fan. I'm a bit traditional. I'm sort of cheddar or Red Leicester or Edam. And that's about as far as it goes for me. I can do Cornish, or I can do Cathedral cheese, which I think is quite a nice cheese, because I quite like the look of the packet. And that's quite good, actually. But you're not eating enough cheese, all of you. You are really not eating enough cheese. Steve, you have a grandmother called Violent Mary? No, she's dead. And Violet Mary. Steve, not to cause further scandal, but do you like a BLT, which is bacon, lettuce and tomato? If so, do you layer it in that order? I'm not telling you anything. I get picked on round here for telling people about my strange eating habits. It's not my fault. The Isle of Wight gang are late this morning, which is not good enough. I hope you brought a letter from your parents. Ridiculous, honestly. Steve, did I get my hair cut? I need a Greggs, says Steve. Listen, I can't wait for all these places to open, but I think out of all of them, it's the hairdressers that I want open before I worry about any other food places like Greggs. And there'll be queues around... Well, in fact, there won't just be queues around the block. They'll only allow 2 people in the shop at the same time. And if you go in there, they're only going to serve 1 person at a time, because otherwise you are going to be standing right next to them, which is not so good, is it? So they're going to have to work that one out. Steve, my old grandmother... They're always old, aren't they? You never find my young grandmother... in Plymouth, used to have honey and clotted cream. It was called Thunder and Lightning. Oh. That sounds quite nice. Honey and clotted cream. What, in a scone? Sounds quite nice. Perhaps we should have come up with this Steve Allen Memorial scone. Mustard scones with jam, says Ian in Scunthorpe. Oh. Apparently, I was born in Helston, home of the furry dance. Terry Wogan sang the song. No, he sang the floral dance, you fool. Cheddar, big bass drum, dun 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 dun. It was originally done by the Brighouse and Rastrick brass band, and I know that because I used to play in a brass band, so I was a big fan. I had albums at the time of brass bands. GUS Footwear Band, one of my favourites. Did I play? Of course I played. I was in a brass band. I've just told you. I was in a brass band, and he says, "Do you play?" I think, no, I'm just standing there, maybe sort of waving sort of a tambourine in the air or something. No, I played an instrument in the brass... What are you deaf or something this morning? I've just told you. I played an instrument in the brass band. Okay? Because I'm sort of, come from that sort of stock. What did you play, honestly? I played a whistle, in the brass band. No, I didn't. Steve, so Helston we now know about. And somebody says, I make my own Nando's. I butterfly chicken. I think butterflying chicken is butterflying chicken when you flatten it. I think that's what it's supposed to be, isn't it? Is that butterfly chicken? Coat it in Nando's peri-peri sauce and grill serve with skinny fries and Gilda firecracker rice. It's delicious and half the price, says Marion. I quite like the idea of butterflying chicken. Do you take the bones out? Do the bones come out when you butterfly chicken? But I think I've had peri-peri sauce. I think I've had peri-peri sauce. I'm not totally convinced I have. I've seen it on there because I've seen shops that say we sell peri-peri chicken, and I don't know what peri-peri chicken is. I don't know whether it's... is it a way of cooking chicken or a way of... Can't be a way of eating it, can it? Well, I don't think so, anyway. So, I mean, making your own Nando's is very commendable. Very commendable. I'm very impressed by that. Very impressed. I can't do anything. I can't do anything like that at all. I'm absolutely useless. But please, could you eat more cheese? I know it's fattening. But it is nice, and we need to support local cheeses. And the more cheeses we actually support, the better chance there is of places surviving. And the one thing we want, thank you, is people surviving, like hairdressers, which we'll talk about in a moment. Let me just remind you, if you're a new listener, that tomorrow it all kicks off on Make Some Noise. We'll reveal the piece of exclusive Steve Allen merchandise that we have for you this year. Last year, the tea towel. This year, you have to wait. Numbers are limited, so you must listen tomorrow morning and make sure you get in fast. That's tomorrow morning, right here on Early Breakfast. We're going to be doing it about 5:30. 5:30. Can you wait that long? And it's scone as in stone. I thought it was scone as in Ron. Isn't it scone or scone? Does it? I don't know if that makes any difference, actually. Somebody says not scone. Oh, right. Oh. Apparently, Terry sang the floral dance, originally named the furry dance. Look it up. The floral dance was... Why would it... All together for the furry dance. Well, that work out? That sounds just ridiculous. I don't think I'd be wrong. What do you mean wrong again? The person that you were talking about when in relation to the Queen didn't even work for Her Majesty. And please, I will not hear her name besmirched on this programme ever again. Yeah, otherwise, as I say, I'll transport you to the Tower myself. So the floral dance was called... Nothing. Oh, you don't know. Oh, right. Sorry. You don't know. Well, it just says floral dance. Yes, I think she's making it up. It was never the furry dance. So, tomorrow we're going to be launching the exclusive Steve Allen merchandise. We've got an item for you, and all the money goes to Make Some Noise. Now, numbers are limited, so you must be listening tomorrow morning. I don't want you to miss out. And in fact, I've got to hear how exciting it was last time when we did the tea towels. 27th of September last year. Have to be last year, wouldn't it? Can't be this year. And you can hear how we shifted those tea towels. Boy, did we shift tea towels. Chris Lowry says, because he's in Spain, Chris and Steve are over there, he says, hairdressers here opened a month ago. Have they done the same? Because they're not going to be doing... oh, look, I've got to go. They're not going to be doing teas, coffees or magazines or anything like that. But I hope it's going well. And peri-peri is Portuguese. It's chicken cooked in a hot, spicy sauce. People like hot, spicy sauce chicken. Anyway, so how did yesterday go for you? Okay, yeah, I'm good, yeah. All right, not all shout at the same time. That's ridiculous. Do it individually. I thought it was good. The march, which was out there, what did they say? 15,000 people, which was very good. Marred, unfortunately, by the usual people who go out deliberately to cause trouble, the people who start throwing bicycles at horses, the stupid people, the limited intelligence people, the people who really should be heartily ashamed of themselves because they're nothing to do with the demonstration against somebody who died in America and making sure that Black Lives Matter exactly the same as anybody else's. They just go out there. You can tell them, you can spot the troublemakers a mile off. Absolutely a mile off. They're the ones who still are wearing the masks when they were protesting about the other blooming thing that was going on a few weeks ago. It's not good enough, is it? Not good enough. So, what else we got today? Oh, yes, it's amazing, isn't it? That the police spend £12 million trying to find the killer of Madeleine McCann, trying to find out what happened to Madeleine McCann. And then, lo and behold, how lucky. We found a German paedophile in prison who happens to have been in Praia da Luz at the same time. They've now got witnesses who've come for... They've just all of a sudden miraculously dematerialised themselves. They've come forward. They saw her getting into a VW camper van. And this is after she'd been abducted. They saw her getting in and out of the camper van. There was one woman who said that she escaped from the Maddie monster. Well, she's not come forward before, has she? So how did they know? The answer is, can't have been through the police. They were nothing worse than incompetent. Because they knew this information more than 7 years ago. 7 years ago. And you begin to wonder, what in God's name have they been doing? The police's errors £12 million, let's go back to Praia da Luz again. What have they found? Nothing. The Germans had him all the time in one of their prisons. And I'm thinking to myself, because I've been reading up about it, actually, I think the police will struggle to charge him. There is no evidence to suggest he's been linked to her at all. Nothing. Normally, people like this, and this one in particular, I can only talk about this one, I don't know about anybody else. He kept a record of every one of his crimes. Every single one of his crimes, he kept a record of. There were either, photographs, homemade videos, all sorts of things. But nothing on Madeleine McCann. Nothing on Madeleine. So why on earth would they think it was her that he was responsible for? His elderly mother said she knew nothing of his alleged involvement in the Madeleine McCann case, but she knew about all the other things because he kept a documentation. Apparently people who commit these sort of crimes do actually have sort of a thing that they do. It's almost their little scrapbook. This is how pleased I am with what I've done. This is how pleased I am with the way things have gone, because they want to relive it time and time again. But in the case of Madeleine McCann, she never featured at all. So why all of a sudden? I mean, to be honest with you, they've almost done trial by newspaper. They've said it's... So all of a sudden he's now been named. We know he's a German paedophile. We know that he's in prison for assaults. And apparently he used to give sweets to children. That apparently makes you guilty nowadays. If so, I've been guilty of giving sweets to my godchildren. Over the years, I've given loads of sweets and toys and everything else. He had a sweet shop, and it's the classic case of easy to... So they can throw everything on him. Of course, and the police have, by the way, just asked for some more money in the case. They want some more money in the case so that they continue to try and unravel what this is. Meanwhile, the German police, who really don't mince their words, do they? She's dead. That's what they came out with the other day. I mean, they weren't even matter-of-fact about it. They just almost issued a statement. We think she's dead, so somebody told the parents. I mean, I can't quite get my head around it. But, at the end of the day, I think to myself, well, they want closure. They might get closure. I don't think this is the one. And, of course, we've seen this before, haven't we? How many times have they gone, this is it? They've been doing this for years. Years and years. We've actually now got a handle on it. She's been taken by the gypsies over in Romania. And so the gypsies are going, not us. Why do you think we've actually got it? Well, because that would be what you would do, isn't it? And so before we know where we are, we've got people who've spotted her in and out of camper vans in Praia da Luz by herself. No mention of the fact that this bloke might not have spoke perfect English. But they've got all sorts of people. Children reveal the gifts. This is how many years on? Now they reveal it. Funny, they never remember this last year or the year before or the years before or the years before that. It's unbelievable. But the papers are full of it because, as we've said time and time again, they haven't got anything else. They haven't got anything else at the moment, and so this is the nearest thing that they might get to some sort of closure for the McCanns, who, as we've said before, they need to hear something. But what worries me is that we might have sort of said, oh, this is the person. Because if he says... I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I was in Praia da Luz, so what? So were loads of other people. What are they going to do? Where is she? I don't know what you're talking about. He's in prison as well. He's in prison for these other dreadful, heinous crimes. But if he says there's nothing, where do they go from there? Well, we're going to charge you anyway. With what evidence? What, and a couple of people coming forward saying, I saw her climbing in and out of a camper van. She's 3 years old. How does she climb in and out of a camper van? 3 years old. I mean, I couldn't climb in and out of a camper van. So that makes all the papers today, plus the pictures of the march yesterday, as I say, marred by the usual bunch of thugs who go out there in an effort because they're anti-police, because they want to cause as much trouble as possible, so they were throwing all sorts of things. And it was all a bit sad, really. I mean, there were rallies in Manchester, Cardiff, Leicester, Sheffield, and there was a minute's silence, thousands gathering, and then just as everybody was dispersing quite nicely, they'd had their protest, all of a sudden you get the ones who want to kick off and they want to cause as much trouble as possible, bringing, no glory to themselves, just a little bit of sadness, really, a little bit of sadness. So we take your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Karen Brady says in her column today, we prayed for Maddie, now let's pray for justice. Yeah, but I think they've picked up the wrong person. I don't think it's him at all. Why would it be? If he was after there were 3 in that room. He was just able to walk onto site, go into a room, pick up a child. How did he know? There could have been the family going, who the hell are you? We don't know, do we? Pure guesswork. And from the police involved, an awful lot of guesswork. They've taken dogs over there, trained to find bodies, clothing, and nothing. But they have got through £12.5 million worth of money. It's an awful lot. Meanwhile, the police over here have clashed with the demonstrators in London. I don't think the demonstrators who clashed with the police were anything to do with Black Lives Matter. I think they're the sort of people who go out there, they're deliberately looking for trouble. They're deliberately looking to sort of, it's an opportunity to have a ruck with the police. I mean, at one point, some WPC was dragged off a horse, and then a bicycle was thrown at a horse. What sort of sick person does that? Nothing to do with the man who sadly lost his life in America. Nothing. In fact, to be honest with you, it's nothing to do with us at all. But I understand why people wish to make their voices heard. But you don't then turn it into a riot, which is what some people did. And it was the sad bit of the day. Even our reporter, Matthew, was down there. He was corralled in with about 200 or 300 other people. And if it's that bad for a reporter, because the police don't know, surrounded by a lot of people who absolutely hate them. You see them when they do other demonstrations in London, when people lie down across the bridges. There's always the nasty little ones, the ones who have never done a day's work in their life, but they've got rich mummies and daddies, and they decide it's great to be an anarchist. Good. Hope you get caught. Hope you get caught very quickly, because you were nothing to do with this. You were just the antagonistic gits who are out there ruining it for everybody else who was there for a serious reason. Anyway, apart from that, Friday. Now, Friday was the day when everything turned upside down on this programme. We were there at 4 a.m. The Make Some Noise team had said, so we're looking for something to sell. Last year, of course, we had the Steve Allen tea towel, which was very nice, and we shifted a lot of tea towels. We raised a lot of money on the tea towels because it celebrated 40 years. So they said, can we do it again? And I started having nightmares. I started having serious nightmares about whether or not we could actually sell anything, whether or not we could actually raise some money. And they said, so various people wrote in fact hundreds of people wrote in, and so we had to, it went everywhere from a toilet roll cover to a pair of gloves to a face mask to a pack of cards. But the one thing that we eventually settled on was in fact the tote bag. We settled on a tote bag with a caricature of me on it and some of our well-known phrases and sayings that we use on the programme, which is a similar sort of thing that we did for the tea towel, but this is different. This is a tote bag. And so the night before, I woke up in a sweat. And I don't sweat. I'm a little bit like Prince Andrew. I don't sweat at all. I'm very lucky, actually. And I thought, it's not going to work. Nobody's going to come out and support me for another year. Each year that we do it, we seem to top the year before. And they're all going, it's going to be fine. My producers were saying, it's going to be fine. Seriously, Steve, it'll be fine. I went, I don't think it is. I've got a feeling that this is where I stumble. And so at 4 o'clock, we started the programme, and I started talking about the cause and about the people who we were helping. And it's the people who've been affected by this coronavirus. And it's not just ordinary people, it's people who run hospices, people who look at food banks, people who look after people who've been bereaved. It's across the board, people who've lost their jobs. There was quite a lot of people who are going to be looking after some money, and we were happy to make some money. So I gave out the details of where you could see them. I said, listen, have a look at the tote bag first before you commit yourself. It's £12, and then there's postage and packing on top of that. And as I was saying it, I was thinking, I don't think anyone's going to buy them. Well, by 4:15, we'd sold 100. And I remember thinking, we've sold 100. This might actually be going a bit better. And whereas before, when Thomas was on the programme, which he's coming back to week after next, we could see a counter. There was a counter, and so Thomas would go, there's another 200, we sold another 200. And so but this time we didn't. We had to have somebody from the charities who was watching it and was phoning us through into the studio to say, you've just sold another 300 or whatever it happened to be. So we're going through, and we're getting through, 4:15. We got to 5:30, and I think with the time we got to 5:30, I think we'd done 400. And I remember thinking, wow, we've done 400 tote bags. And then it kept building. And every so often, Corey would sort of take off the screen and then write, it's up to this. And it kept building. And it kept building. And to be honest with you, we were sitting here and we were going, one of my friends, because a lot of my friends have bought them, and one of my friends, Rich, from one of our other radio stations, he said he'd spent half an hour trying to get through onto the line to buy one of these tote bags because all the money raised goes to the charity. And we heard from, parents, and we heard from children, and it's such a worthwhile cause. And with your help, we pushed it. So at the end of the first hour, we'd sold 1,000. So we had 1,000 tote bags, and I remember thinking, it'd be lovely if we could get 2,500, which is what we got the last time we did the tea towels. We got 2,500 by the end of the programme. Well, you pulled the boat out. You pulled the boat out from under us because I wasn't expecting us to sell that many. So far, we've done in excess of 5,000 tote bags, which is, as I said on Friday, and you have to excuse my French, I know it probably doesn't sound like French, you did bloody well. More than 5,000. And they phoned me over the weekend, usual thing from the management, reverse the charge, and, will you accept a coffee? Yes, okay, right. And they went, done very well. And I've said, yes. Now, as of this precise moment, I don't know how many are left. I really don't know how many are left. I'm being totally honest with you, because there isn't anybody in from the charities today, so I don't know if I've got 300 left, 500. I don't know what I've got left. All I know is that they've gone around the world. There is barely a country in the world that has not got, or will have, because they're being dispatched on the 1st of July, a Steve Allen tote bag, which you can wear with pride. It holds Prosecco. Okay, you can put other things in it, but obviously Prosecco is the preferred choice of bevy. And all I could say is at the end of the programme, we were to take us up to, 4,000. By the end of the programme, we were about 500 short. And in the last few minutes of the programme, we did the 500. So I remember thinking, you've done very, very, very well. Very, very well. There's going to be so many people that you don't know, people that you have no idea about, and they don't know you either. But what you did on Friday, and what hopefully we'll do today and tomorrow, I'll find out tomorrow how many there were left. But if you want to order one, you just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. On the left-hand side, there's lots of nice pictures of people, and then you'll see a picture of a lone bag by itself. That'll be my Aunt Enid, and because she's a bit of a lone bag. And you will see a picture of the bag, and then you click on it, and it will take you to our shop. And if you wish to purchase it, I would be eternally grateful. And the people who've suffered hardship throughout this year so far, and let's face it, it has been absolutely dreadful for people who've lost their jobs, people who've lost, parents and children, and hospices who've had to close because they don't have the funding. You can change that, and you did change it on Friday. And I'm hoping that that we sell out. So I can say to you tomorrow morning, I would love to say that there's some left, but there aren't any left. Now, at the moment, I can't say that to you because I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's very brilliant, everything that you did. So why don't you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and it's a case of have a look at it. If you fancy buying one, then commit yourself. All the money raised goes to charity. All the details of the bag are on there. You can see a picture, so you know what you're buying. And I'll say in advance, on behalf of all those people all those people who bought a bag the other day. Thank you very much indeed. And I did get a lovely message from Jonathan Shallett. Jonathan Shallett, as you know, is an OBE. He has an agency called Raw. He's also, and I have to point this out to you, okay, he has vested interest in this company because he supplies a lot of presenters. He's very good friends with my big boss and everybody else, and he has lovely members of the family who enjoy listening to the programme. And so he said, I've just bought the Steve Allen tote bag. I love it. What a great idea. Which actually, coming from Jonathan, who knows what great ideas are, is a big compliment. So he's just been really wonderful, really wonderful. And so we were very then that he bought, and I know that he's giving. It's for his mother-in-law, actually. He says that now, but I know it's for him. and then he sent a letter to my big boss saying the Steve Allen Show is one of the greatest talk radio shows in the entire world. Can't disagree. I can't disagree. I'm sitting here, and on Friday you couldn't really wipe the smile off my face. I was just too happy. So if we can, sell them all out, that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. So go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, have a look at the bag. If you wish to purchase it, you know that the money goes to such a fantastic cause, Please check out the LBC website. Have a look at the bag. It's worth every penny, and every penny goes to charity. Lynn in Bushy says, yippee! I just ordered my bag. And then somebody called Gary, here we go, this is Snowflake of the Day, says, over on LBC, Steve Allen Show commenting on a WPC being pulled from a horse. I know few are listening at this hour. You're obviously more stupid than you sound. Biggest audience going, matey. Need to get your facts right. He said, but he shouldn't be able to let his mouth run away. And then the following tweet, because obviously Gary doesn't know what's going on at all, says, I just saw someone throw a bike at a police horse. The lady policewoman fell off the spooked horse, which made its way back to the barracks. This is not the way to protest. That's what the horses do. And then one of them banged her head on something. I think it was a traffic light. So poor old Gary. Never mind, mate. One day you might actually know what's going on in the world. But at the moment, you know very little, I'm afraid. Somebody says, I wanted to say I'm disgusted. The person who put something on Winston Churchill's memorial stone. Was it graffiti? They actually put gravity. I think you mean graffiti. So, Martin, thank you. It is disgusting. These aren't anything to do with the Black Lives Matter. These are the anarchists, the people who go along, deliberately looking to cause trouble because they want to attack police officers. They'd be more than happy to attack police officers every single day of the week. It's just absolutely awful. These Black Lives Matter rallies are very, very important. They don't need to be hijacked by a bunch of, let's politely put it, stupid people. You're an embarrassment to yourself, but there again, you're probably a bit thick anyway. I think the last time we had things like this, it turned out some of the girls who'd been arrested turned out to come from quite sort of, upper-class families. They must be delighted what a right little so-and-so they've turned out. Ridiculous. It's supposed to be a demonstration of the horror of George Floyd, but the mindless-led violence only by a small amount of people. Only by a small amount. The majority of people there, more than 90%, were absolutely there to support Mr. Floyd and to make their feelings heard. The thugs who were involved are pathetic, sad little girly girls. They just go out there to cause trouble. They're anti-police. It's the sort of people who go out there and do all sorts of demonstrations. But the main thing is to cause trouble for the police. I think we need to build more prisons. I'd be more than happy to build more prisons, actually. In fact, I think we should have a sort of a programme to raise money to build more prisons. Let's sell more tote bags. Or failing that, we could have Steve Allen handcuffs. I'm going for that one. But as I say, I don't know how many of these bags we've actually got left. So if you want one, I would suggest you go there this morning, because by the time we get to tomorrow morning, I don't think there's going to be any left. And we're not. It was limited to start with. And so I think the limit is almost up and running. But thank you on behalf of all those people who will benefit, people who've lost their jobs, people who are probably listening to this programme at the moment, thinking, what do I do? Where do I go for a job? There aren't any jobs. Where do I go? I've got bills to pay. I've got mortgage to pay. I've got children to pay for. I've got to put food on the table. And some of these people, if they've lost their jobs, they've got none of that. They've got nothing at all. And so that's where you come in. So as I say, you don't know who they are, but every single one of them is absolutely vital to this country. Everything that they do is very, very important, and to have that taken away from them, I think is something that's really quite hard to live with. So if you're one of those people, we think about you. We think about you. You know, it's not everybody and not every radio station that can say that, but we're thinking about you at Global. So the more money we raise, and it's running over all of our radio stations. I even got Mr. Moyles but he bought 3 bags. He bought 3 bags. Mind you, I bought 5 of my own. Because I told Zora Suleiman she could have one of the bags. She got quite excited. And this morning, actually, I treated Zora because I did go yesterday. And it's only because I'd seen an advert on the television. I'm partial, every so often, not very often, for a scone. Okay, I quite like a scone, or a scone, you know, depending on what you call it. And, of course, we used to get into the argument over is it jam first or cream first? And I said, no, jam first. Of course, they're now saying, oh, it's different between this couldn't care less. And so you put the jam on and then you go with the cream. And so it's always been a big argument. Well, Marks and Spencer's have come up with the solution. Clotted cream with strawberry jam in it already. Look at that. So yesterday I saw it on the shelf because normally things are advertised on the television. And by the time I get there, I don't sort of get anything at all. But yes, there were 4 on the shelf, and so I bought 3. And so I felt quite guilty, actually. I felt like I was buying something I shouldn't have been buying. And so I bought these, and I bought some scones as well. I brought it in this morning, and I took it over to Zora on her desk, which was a cab ride away. And I put a plate with some scones on, and a teaspoon, and the pot of the cream with the strawberry jam in it. So it's clotted cream, and so it's strawberry flavoured clotted cream. So you don't have to decide which goes on first, and you can either eat it out of the tub. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's very nice. Do you like scones? Do you like scones? Scones. I can't hear you. Why can I not hear you? Your thing's not working. Oh, well, there's obviously a god somewhere up there who's decided we don't have to hear Nick. Yes, so you actually call them scones, do you? Oh, right. I still can't hear. It's great. Honestly, this is marvellous. Honestly, I've never had so much fun on a Sunday morning. So I gave them to her, and she said they were delicious. So it's a game changer. But I then nipped into Richmond and bought some more and brought it in here. And it all looks very nice, actually. But I haven't actually tried it myself, but she tried it, and it's delicious. So I said, well, you enjoy it. Little treat for her. I shouldn't get many treats, actually. And that was treat of the day. So that we're not giving away on the programme this morning. Steve. Another one here. There's a poll, I believe, that has just come out, actually, which says 52% of people think the UK is very or a fairly racist society. Well, judging by some of the calls I was hearing earlier on, quite clear, they're all old geriatrics. Have you heard? Oh, I can't believe it, you know. And I don't think they realised that what they were saying was racist, inflammatory language. I mean, something you only had to listen to Paul. Was it Justin? Oh, my dear Lord above. I mean, where do these people come from? Do they sit there curtain twitching or something? Look, yeah, I think there's a black family moved in next door. I shall have a word with the council. We won't let them in again. And I've spoken to people before about it. In fact, Fluella Benjamin, when she came in for In Conversation some time ago, she was telling me the story when they all arrived. They'd been given a new house by the council, I think it was, and the neighbours reported them. They reported them to the police because they saw a black family moving into a house. I'm not sure we've moved on. Seriously. Gary from Woolwich says those mindless thugs should be horsewhipped or birched. Oh, bring back the stocks. Can you imagine? We could throw things at them. There's some entertainment. Put these little pathetic people in the stocks, chuck loads of things at them, they'll love it. But make sure that all the people throwing the stuff are from an ethnic background. I think that sort of adds to it. I think so. It's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It detracted from what was a very, very good march and a lot of very, very good speeches. The people who then start attacking the police, those are the people, you know, you have to get them arrested and you have to get them into court as quick as possible. Ridiculous. Steve, congratulations on your success with the Steve Allen tote bag. I'm so glad my son managed to order one and help raise money for charity, says Connie in Stockwell. No, thank you. And thank you to everybody today who might want to buy one of my bags, and it goes to a very, very good cause. 4:30 is the time. Let's have the news headlines. First, it's Sunday morning. See that spike. What did I watch on television last night? Nothing. I tell you what it was. I must have pushed a button on the television, and all of a sudden I could hear the sound but no picture. So I did the usual thing. I unplugged everything on the back of the television, plugged it all back in again, which is what you do with the computer, but still nothing was working. And then I suddenly realised what I did last time. I unplugged it from the mains, pulled the plug out, put the plug back in again, and picture was restored. So I was very, very pleased. Very, very pleased indeed. And so my day was not ruined, but by God, it was cold. Everybody's complaining to me. They're going, it's cold. Oh, and I took the car in because I think I've fallen into one of these holes which appear in the road every so often. Not one of these sink holes, but just a hole, and it's just dented the rim a little bit on one of the tyres, so it's got it. So I thought, well, it's in there, might as well have a little one of those little things where they sort of tinker about with it, a little service, not big service, little service. And so they're going to sort that out, and they've given it. Now normally I get the most horrendous cars. They always say we give you a courtesy car, but the trouble is I don't know whose courtesy it is. The last time it was like a Fiat Uno, whatever it was a tiny little car. And you sort of sitting there with your knees hunched underneath your chin, and I sort of kangaroo down the road because I don't drive manual cars, I only drive automatic cars. And so I went in there and I took the car into the garage because I had an appointment. You can only do it with appointments. And we were chatting away about little bits and pieces. And the person who normally looks after it, well, in fact, we haven't actually done any better than Peter, who used to look after my car, and I could phone him up and say, hello, Peter. He'd go, hello, Stephen. And I'd say, can I bring the car in? Yes. What time do you want to bring it in? I'll make sure there's a courtesy car for you. And, which is great, because otherwise I'd have to walk. And you know I don't do walking. And so, I went there. So then Peter left, and then we had Terry, but Terry's left, and there's somebody else. But I haven't met this other person. And, I'm quite looking forward to meeting him, because I'm told he's like Peter. You know, he's sort of, hello, Stephen. I like, familiarity breeds contempt. Well, I don't mind the breeding bit. I'm very good with the breeding bit. I like the idea that you phone up and they go, yep, bring it in. Because sometimes you wait for ages, but I like my car done fairly quickly. So anyway, normally I would get like a Cinquecento or something really bizarre. What did I get yesterday? I've got a Jaguar. I've never driven a Jaguar before. And it's one of those cars where you sort of get in, you turn the engine on, and it's all whistles and bells and, beep, 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 put your seatbelt on, beep, 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 put your seatbelt on, all this kind of thing. But the whole front of the car, I thought, was moving to allow me to get in and out of the car. No, it's the seat. The seat all of a sudden drops down and slides backwards when you take the key out. Fried the life out of me. I'm looking at the dashboard, getting further away, thinking, the dashboard's moving. Where's the dashboard going to? But it's lovely. It's quite nice, actually. So I dropped something off at a friend of mine's house, and he said to me, what are you wearing your mask for? He said, you're in the car. Well, I said, yeah. I said, I just feel like wearing it in the car. I don't know why. I said, I don't have it over my mouth because I can't see anything. And, so, when you put it over your nose, and it's my glasses mist up all the time. I can't see a thing. I'm totally useless. Blind as a bat. Blind as a bat. Have you not worn one yet? Yes, next week you'll have to. Yes, if you're going to get on a bus and things like that. Where'd you get them? You'll probably I would get them from a chemist. A chemist would be the best place. I buy packs of 50. See, that'll do, yeah. That's about £60. They're not cheap. They're not cheap. They're generally speaking about £1 each or something like that. But so you wear them. These ones that I've got here, which are sort of the most preferred one, it's got a little bit of something stiff in it. And if you bend it, it sort of goes around the contour of your mouth. Unfortunately, of course, whenever you walk past somebody, I smile, but of course you're wearing this. Nobody knows you're smiling. Oh, funny. You walk past the road and you still go, like that. You smile. Nobody can see you smiling. But at least I'm wearing the mask. But from is it next week? You're going to have to, oh no, you've got till the 15th. Week tomorrow. Also, the other thing is, I was going to, because I opened up an account with the congestion charge people the other week because they're bringing that in for 7 days a week. And I thought it's okay. And then I said to a friend of mine, I said, I've just been onto their account. I said, I can't find how I pay for it because it's a different car, not my car, which is registered to the account. And he said, well, it doesn't come in yet. I said, when does it come in? He said, it comes in on the 22nd. So you can't buy the congestion charge at the moment, so I've saved myself a bit of money. I might skip down the road later. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I'm that kind of person. I can't hear you. We're not here. It doesn't work. I don't know what we've done. There must be some button that you've not pushed in there that means that we can't hear him, because it's very unusual. I can hear them during the week. So what have you done? Is it something you don't know? Possibly something you don't know. You need to find out. Because otherwise, I mean, look at him. He just sits there smiling. It's almost like watching somebody on the television, but with the volume turned off. It's a little bit like that. A lot of people have been buying the bags. Thank you. Steve says, Kim in London, I've ordered my bag. Thank you. And Waj says, it's good to hear you're selling the bags like hotcakes. I know. Perhaps we would have been doing hotcakes as well. Steve, if your dad woke you up at 5 a.m. for a Microsoft password, what would you do? Well, it would be a miracle because he died some years ago. I don't know, actually. I get it from here. Because if the team need to sign on, I get a thing that comes up on my telephone, and I have to give them the number, which I don't know why we have to give them a number. Actually, I didn't have to do the number earlier. Are you signed on to my account? You're on my because you. Yes, you must do it. Because then it sends me a thing saying I then have to give you a number. This is where we have to do semaphore. Because I can't read out the number, because otherwise you can all have access to my private emails, much as I'm sure you would absolutely love them. And, there I am. Look at that. That's lovely, isn't it? That's so exciting. So then they go, next. Right. Password. So you do that. That should be fine. Oh, it's incorrect. Oh, God. Okay, so did you know what it was before? We'll do it in the break, yeah. Otherwise, I'll be handing out the password. The entire country will be going, quick, log on. We've actually got access to his account. Imagine what you can find out on there. Graham says, 7 bags bought, Steve. Lovely to be part of such a great cause. A magnificent effort once again. It was by you lot. You were amazing. Dean says, I'm not sure what's worse about yesterday. The actions of a minority of people who only attended the protest to cause trouble, or certain journalists thinking it was rather funny that a police officer was injured. I don't think they ever think it's funny, but what they're looking for a story. If that had passed off peacefully, it wouldn't have made of half the headlines. But unfortunately, I'm not an advocate of people causing trouble. Steve, I'm a chemist. Look at this, a chemist up on a Sunday morning at 20 to 6. What's going on in the world? Come and visit me at Baywood Chemist on Westbourne Grove. Masks, sanitiser, whatever sets your heart on is complimentary for Steve Allen only. It's very sweet, very sweet. It's a short walk from you. Yeah, well, you're not Steve Allen, okay? I'm Steve Allen. Honestly, people trying to muscle in on my publicity. Actually, the funny thing is, I do have lots of masks and I do have lots of hand sanitizer. This one's particularly good. In fact, I cheat because I've got a little thing hanging around my neck, and why shouldn't I have? It's my show. And it ran out the other day, and I've discovered if you unscrew it, I can fill it with this. I've refilled. I've never done that in my life. I felt quite guilty, actually, because the management very kindly have provided everything. I've noticed as well, what a blessed relief, I can use the toilets around the corner. It used to just have Capital or Radio X written on it. They've taken that sign off, and it just says, if there's somebody else in here, stand back behind the line. But I always chivvy them up. There's a person out here dying to go to the toilet. Hurry up! You know, I don't want to have to wait for things. But I was going to write, and Steve Allen. And apparently there's somebody called IMAX who's allowed in the kitchen. It says that. There's a notice. One Max. So I'm not called Max, so I can't go in the kitchen. So I've got to try and find a kitchen that isn't sort of dedicated to somebody else. Steve, £60 for 50 masks, a rip-off in Bexhill. £30 for 50 masks. I'm a carer. Boots is the place. I don't use Boots. I have a private chemist. I like the private chemist. It's not my own private, but it's an independent chemist. I don't like the chains. I'm sorry. I've decided you have to support local little businesses. So, you know, local fish and chip shop. You know, I was going to have a sausage and batter this morning. M&S, yeah, little business. But I don't use Boots. I use Goods because they do my prescription. They actually dispense my prescription. Do you know, there was a woman on the television the other day. It must have been a programme about benefits. And she obviously had, let's just call them issues. And she was going out with this bloke. She was oldish, but she was probably oldish because she looked like she smoked herself to death. And she had a boyfriend who quite clearly was, and she admitted, she said, I think he's only with me for the money. So she was getting the benefits money, and he was taking it from her. And I remember thinking, I think that's called pimping, isn't it? And so she sat there, and then she said, if I don't tell him today that there's some money, I don't think he'll be coming round again. And so she did say, I haven't got any money. And he said, well, I'm not coming round again, and posted the key back through her letterbox. So he's obviously just going round there to take the money off her. Anyway, she then goes and gets some money from somewhere. It could have been the council. They come round and they give her out, or perhaps it was a loan shark. Anyway, whatever it was, 150 quid. And I thought, good, that'll help her buy some food. It'll help. No. She decided she wanted him back so much that she phoned him to say, I'm holding the money now. It's £150. He was round like a shot. Thieving little so-and-so. I thought, let's have a picture of him. Let's put him up there, because you'll probably find he's got a wife and everything else. He was just stealing from her. I was furious. I was so cross, honestly. So cross. Doesn't take much to get me cross in the morning, I tell you. Which is good. Who wants a programme which isn't cross? Steve, mounted police have clashed with demonstrators, an ongoing protest. Yes, it's the demonstrators. It wasn't all these people on this march, let me tell you. It really, really wasn't. Another one here. Hope you have a good day off, says Ian. I don't really have... Oh, you mean Saturday? Yeah, Saturday is my day off. I like Saturday. I like a day off. I don't really do a lot with it, but I was up really early in the morning. I was potting plants at 4 a.m. I was. I don't care. I went to buy a few little bits and pieces yesterday, and today, I think the weather... Wait a minute. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 8 degrees in London.
Here we go.
Expect cloudy skies starting in the morning and rain in the afternoon with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 18 degrees and the low will be 8.
So 18. Is she Irish? I don't know. She used to be South African. That was hilarious, hearing a South African woman doing our... I don't know if they're real people or they're virtual voices. Either way, she only changed into Irish because the boys picked up my phone and started changing things on it, so I've had to change the password again. They're terrible. They really are bad, actually. Steve, I ordered a bag, says Colin. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very good. Listen, every bag sold is more money into the pot. Thank you very much indeed. Daryl says, I agree with you. The protest was mainly peaceful, ruined by a minority of feral thugs. You can see them. You can see them on the picture. You can spot them a mile off. They're the ones who've got, the face masks on. But these aren't coronavirus face masks. These are things to hide who they are, really. Really disgusting. Really disgusting. So all the papers... I'll have to come back to it in a minute, actually. A Brit has told how she escaped the clutches of Madeleine McCann's suspect when he stayed with her parents. I mean, after 17 years. 13 years. No, but he stayed with them before, which is unbelievable, isn't it? Also, foodie David Beckham is whipping up a cookery show with his new production company. I wonder what hair he'll be wearing for it. It's always funny, isn't it? Whenever you see David Beckham, if he's wearing his Amish hat, you know damn well that the hair's not been sprayed on properly. And if you see him without it, you look, it just looks really odd. I mean, it's not only receding, but it's made his face look old. Very old. And so, Studio 99... which is David Beckham's little company, will produce documentaries, shows and other formats. Jack and Ori, which is fantastic, isn't it? We love it when he sort of talks about all these wonderful things that he's going to be doing. I mean, do you not think he should open a company helping his poor wife out, and her business, which isn't selling clothes, but it's supposed to be a clothing business. Plus, the reunion tour netted Emma Bunton £1 million. That's 78,000 a gig. Which is roughly what I'm getting here, but I mean, I don't like to brag about it. It seems a bit churlish, doesn't it, really? So she gets $1 million, but I thought that Victoria Beckham got $1 million for not singing. I think that was a lot of fans clubbing together, really, to be honest with you. And for Saturday Night Shiva, this is Strictly Come Dancing, the BBC being so politically correct. So every time they do Strictly, you'll have to have somebody from an ethnic background, somebody who's gay, somebody who's lesbian, somebody who's probably dancing with only one leg. They have to cover everything. This time round, they're looking for a lesbian couple to dance. I mean, it's so patronising, you can't believe it. And all they can come up with is there is a gay professional, Johannes Radibi. Because remember last year, the big shock for everybody, Ian H. Watkins from Steps came out as gay. Well, I nearly passed out. I couldn't believe it. I had him down as married with children and everything, but apparently not. And so what they want to be is progressive. And do you know who they're talking about at the moment? So far, Steph McGovern, who's obviously now going to be token lesbian. They're obviously going to go, oh, Steph McGovern can cover it, which is great. Singer Chelsea Grimes, Chelsea spelt Chelcee, and Sandy Toksvig. Although Sandy Toksvig, I'm sure, has already done things like this. I mean, to be honest with you, if Steph McGovern's going to be wheeled out every time they go, could we find a gay woman somewhere? Somebody will go, oh, Steph, who is her mystery girlfriend? Well, she's a producer, isn't she? She's a producer. And she's best known for her work on Breakfast. That's all she's known for. She's not known for anything else, is she? Or have I missed out on this one? Have you seen Coco yet, says Simon? I have not. Do we know if the police officer and the horse which bolted are okay? They are. The horse went straight back to the stables. Straight back. I had that years and years ago. I used to go riding. Oh, I'm late. But it doesn't matter. I used to go riding in Yorkshire. And my father, who had ridden with the Lipizzanas over in Vienna, was allowed to go out with me and my brother. And they gave me a socking great horse one day. This thing was as big as the Eiffel Tower. And we're going back down the high street in this little seaside town, which is near to where we lived. And there was this, let's just call him a madman, who worked in one of the shops. And he came outside and he clapped his hands like that. Well, my horse took off with me on the back of it. I looked like some dreadful cartoon character. I was clinging on for grim death. It was almost like my legs were floating out behind me. And I'm thinking, and my father, of course, he was sort of, we passed him. We were going out, and I'm thinking, where is this going? Where did it end up? Back at its stables again. That's where they go back to, and that's what happened to this horse. You can imagine everybody standing there going, what's that? I think it's going back home, obviously on holiday or something like that. But no, everybody all right, which is good news. Yeah. Steve, I've got an amusing thought. Gemma Collins being the voice of Siri. I don't think so. Why, yeah, voice Siri, am I? The weather today is going to be like, oh, I can't believe it. Honestly, is Arj around? Hello, Arj. What's the weather like? Stick your head out the window. Years ago, there was going to be the Steve Allen voice track for sat-navs. They said at one point, they said, do you fancy having your voice on a... I said, well, I'm not sure whether I could cope with something like that. In 300 yards, turn left. Left. Turn left. God in heaven. Can you imagine what it could be like? Rishi says, I'm hairy and broke. When do you think the laser clinics are going to be open? I've got no idea. Listen, apparently somebody said the hairdressers are going to be opening on the 4th of July. Possibly soon. Oh, I hope so. Seriously. It's all right if you've got longish hair anyway. It's fine. Look at me. I'm honest. I look ridiculous. I look like a stick of the dump. I've been getting so depressed over it. I bought every implement known to man until I discovered that one of them I bought, the head has seized up. So it's not cutting anything at all. I'm just basically scraping it along my head. Ridiculous. It's just, the worst thing is you can't do the back. You can't see the back of your hair. You need somebody to do it. But I'm not trusting anybody fiddling about the back of me. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, the PPE face mask has a bendy metal strip to go over the bridge of your nose to give a contoured fit, not for bending around your mouth to create a smile, as you mentioned. No, I didn't mention it was that. I know what it is. I'm over 50, you know. I know these things. I've been around the world quite a few times. Aye. And another one here, which says, I've just purchased 2 tote bags. Oh, thank you. If you remember, I was in Kent last week awaiting birth of my granddaughter. Well, she arrived on Thursday. So I'm now back in Wallingham. So nice to get back to normal and hear you from start to finish, says Anne. Thank you for all your texts. Do you know, we got so many texts and emails on Friday. I mean, I've never had so many in my entire life. Loads of people saying, I bought them, Steve. I bought them. And I could cry, Steve, when you told us about the damage to Winston Churchill's memorial. And being the 6th of June was D-Day, when the freedom of expression was secured. Hopefully they throw away the key, says Martin. I don't understand why causing violence to other people's property. It's like even in Minneapolis, they were destroying black businesses. I don't quite understand why anybody would ever want to do that. You know, the demonstrators must protect themselves by wearing masks and maintaining... Nobody was socially distancing. Nobody. They were all standing next to each other. There was no social distancing at all. It was dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. It was so annoying. Steve, I've ordered a tote bag to go with your tea towel. I must remember which one dries the dishes and which one to take to the beach in Blackpool, says Terry in Leighton Buzzard. I'm there for the Northern Soul weekend. God, they're not still doing those, are they? Northern Soul weekends. Do you remember the Northern Soul? Oh, those weekenders up there. I never went to one, actually. I was not the hugest Northern Soul fanatic. It was all a bit sort of frenetic, and a lot of boys danced by themselves. They had to, really. They used to take their shirts off, that was the interesting bit. And they'd all start dancing, and sort of, it was very fast. Very, very fast, but not for me, I'm afraid. I can dance, but I just don't do it, you know. Not when I'm an exhibitionist. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I'm body hairy, not head hairy. I need a laser clinic, not a hairdresser. Yes, I know what body hair is. I think we all have it, actually. Even my Auntie Enid has got a fair old beard going on at the moment. It's fantastic. We haven't managed to get her waxed recently, and she's not keen on the idea at all. Dave on the mobile security again. He said, I'm sure you will... Oh, it's gone again. Wait a minute. I'm sure you will lighten up all this rubbish news... which I'm getting bored of. The trouble is, if it's happening, it's, it has to be talked about. So if it's people who are interfering with our way of life, I mean, so much so that when I came into town last night, I had to decide where to go because I thought they're down in Whitehall. I don't want people coming up, and there's a place where I normally park the car. And so I've parked not in a place where I normally park the car. So I shall have to sort of get a bus back or something like that, or probably order a taxi. I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet. But either way, you just got to be aware. Got to be aware. Steve, I'm going to order an extra large size pizza now. Care for a slice? Good God, no. Pizza at this time of the morning? No. Oh, Nick goes, yeah. He'd eat anything. He's not remotely fussy. Remotely fussy. What's your pardon? What did he say? He said dinner time. What, now is dinner time? Do you eat when you go home? How bizarre. Do you? Oh, right. I sometimes have a little bit of toast. You get a £3 Tesco meal deal. God, he's living the dream, I tell you. It's rock and roll round here. Vegas? Who needs Vegas? Got Nick, the £3 meal deal from Tesco. Nowhere else? Tesco, which means you get a sandwich, packet of crisps and a drink, I'm assuming. He lives... Oh, my God, I tell you, if only I could live the rock and roll lifestyle. But I couldn't eat pizza at this time of the morning. In fact, I'm not a huge fan of pizza anyway. I have had pizza before, but unfortunately it's not in the Tesco meal deal or anybody else's. Oh, they do sometimes have it on when they do the £10 meal deal. You get sort of pizza, a salad, profiteroles and a bottle of fizz or something like that, I think, in. But to be honest with you, I can't eat all of the pizza, so I just drink the Prosecco, and then basically who cares? Why would you worry about it afterwards? Anyway, it is Sunday morning, which is nice. Steve, my wife's hairdresser's coming round to do her hair tomorrow. She said she cut mine, as I currently look like Jimmy Osmond, so I can't wait. Nothing the matter with looking like Jimmy Osmond. Mine just looks messy. I mean, I'm really unhappy about it. It's the only thing that's actually upset my life balance. I was very upset before we had Friday's show because I thought we're not going to sell any of these wonderful tote bags and raise a lot of money, and I didn't want to let the side down. I was more worried that my boss would phone me up and go, Steve, it's not working. I was so worried. So, as I say, when he reversed the charges and I spoke to him, also his name comes up. Well, in fact, my program controller's name comes up. My other boss, it just says God, and I have to take it from there. And he sent me a little sort of note saying congratulations, and then he put a kiss at the end. So I phoned his wife and said he's moving out. He's found somebody else who can sell bags, and then when we heard how many we'd sold, seriously, the producer was going absolutely cuckoo about the whole thing. And he's a bit like that anyway. He's a bit sort of over dramatic, you know. He said it's fantastic. He said you've raised this much money, and then Thomas, who's coming back to us in about a week and a bit, because he was here last time, and he said it's fantastic. I said, well, I have to agree. It is fantastic, but it's a combined effort. It's the charities helping, and it's them working their little socks off. And, I mean, we had no end of people phoning up. So Luke, who was on the telephones, was trying to advise people who say, I can't get through. How do I find it? And how do you find it? You go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. On the left-hand side, there's a picture of, could be Ian Dale. I've just drawn a moustache on my one. And then you go down only a little bit and you'll see a picture of a bag. That will be the tote bag. And so it's easy to find. And then you click on that and it will then take you to the site where you can purchase the bag. So you go down, there it is. In fact, it's easy to find. You can buy Steve Allen's tote bag for Global's Make Some Noise, which I think is nice. Please, I haven't got very many left. Steve, the way you talk to your producers makes me think they're easy on the eye. Think again. Easy on the eye. Yes, if you're going to Specsavers, easy on the eye. Steve Allen's early breakfast. Sunday morning, it's not a hot day again today, which actually suits me fine. I don't want it cold, though, because I bought a trough the other day. It's a big wooden thing. To be honest with you, it looks like a coffin. And I bought it in a garden centre, and it's quite nice because it's to replace one. They don't seem to last 5 minutes with me. And I'm going to fill it up with earth. It's going to take tons of earth. And then I'm going to plant things in it. And it's going to be quite nice, actually. I'm quite looking forward to it. So I've got some plants ready to go in. I've cleared out some earth out of some of the other pots and put in new earth, which is good. Mark says, not stating the obvious, but you need to oil your hair clippers before using them. Yes, I've done that. It's just that they're just cheap and broken. So I ordered another one the other day, and of course, usual. Although, actually, I don't know why, because normally Amazon are great. They'll sort of come in, they'll push loads of bells and everything else and whistles, and you get the thing. And so I didn't get my new hair clippers yesterday because I've got some other hair clippers I've paid a lot of money for, but the on-off button is where you hold it. So consequently, you start going through it and then it turns itself off again. You have to move. It's so annoying. Obviously not made in this country, I shouldn't think. Enjoying the show, but I missed where you got the scones with the strawberry clotted cream from. Well, you can get scones from anywhere you like. They've got scones. They've got them in Iceland, 2 for 50p, or they've got 4 for something in... They're all over the place. But the strawberry clotted cream is from Marks. They're the only people that use it. And it's nice, actually. And another one here. Oh, do you think Matthew Thompson made it home at the end of last night? Bless his heart, honestly. I don't know, he was sort of corralled. So anyway, so that's where the strawberry clotted cream comes from, and I think it's about £2.50. I think it's about £2. I can't remember. And whatever it is, you just literally, you get a spoon and you go all over the scone. Scone? I don't know what scone as in gone, after you've eaten it, I suppose. Or scone as in loan. What's he saying? You're saying, disagreement next door. That'll be fisticuffs. We'll have to bring in police horses or something like that. Try and separate them. And, anyway, Zora Suleiman said they were delicious. Very, very nice. Did you want to try one? Yeah, I thought you might. Wait a minute. Hang fire, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, blimey, I'm attached. I'm just about to strangle myself, I think. I'd be very careful. Wait a minute. Look at this, honestly. It's like running a shop. Seriously, it is like running a shop. So, there's some...
I love scones.
You love scones? Yeah.
I'm going to need a knife.
Yeah, you need a knife and a... Yeah, I don't have a knife.
Yeah, I'll find a on the spoon.
It's very nice, though, but it's strawberry. It's got clotted cream, strawberry sauce, strawberry puree, strawberries. And it's very nice. So it's made at a farm using Jersey and Guernsey milk. They say perfect with scones, or scones, and fresh strawberries. Either way, it sounds delicious, doesn't it? I haven't even tried it yet. You know why? It's going to be all full of sugar, isn't it? It's going to drive me mad, so I'm not going to be very good at things like that. Anyway, thank you. Somebody says, is Corey gone? No, he was only here last week as a one-off, actually. He was here as a one-off because people were taking holidays and things like that. So it interrupted his weekend, bless his heart. So no, he's definitely not. Oh no, the Groovy Gang are back together from not this coming week, but the week after. We're all back as usual. Cumberland sausage sandwiches, says Mart in Wells in Somerset. I do like Cumberland sausage sandwiches. They sound quite nice, actually. They do them. Look at you think you'd never eaten. Seriously, like a man possessed. You'll just be dipping your finger, won't you, in the clotted cream. Oh, you've got a knife. Good boy. They're very excited, aren't they? What? Looks like pate. Well, it's clotted cream. If you go and... Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? You can get a lot on your knife. What do they used to say? Bit of extra butter on your knife. Well, he's not even bothering to... better bit of butter on your knife. You're obviously not even bothering to cut the scones in half. You're just piling it on the top. Oh, please, honestly. Good Lord. It is like a cupcake, isn't it? Is it nice? Very nice. Is it? He likes it. He likes it. The man from Del Monte, he say yes. You trying it as well? Oh, my Goldfathers. You get a lot of clotted cream, I think. For £2.50, I thought it was quite good value. You'll all be trying it at home today, won't you? You'll all be going, Steve Allen recommended this thing. Every time we recommend something, we do very well with it. Very, very well with it. As in the case of the tote bags. That nice? Does it taste like clotted cream? Yeah. Oh, Bit like strawberry milkshake. Woo, yummy, yum, yum. I'm all in favour of that one. All in favour of that. I'm not in favour of the Yorkshire Ripper celebrating his 74th birthday. All the old lags in the prison where this serial killer is, who turned 74 on Tuesday, let's hope he never makes it to 75, bought him cream soda, ginger beer and a trifle. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be giving him anything for his birthday at all, but that's just me. Somebody says, it makes me sick. Neil Jackson, whose mum, Emily, was the second of the 13 women that Sutcliffe killed. 13, count them. Said it makes me sick he's able to celebrate like this. Don't worry, he's gone blind and he's slowly dying. Let's hope it happens. It's always the same, isn't it? Just when you think maybe, we could sort of change things. And I bought my brother some garden lights, even though, strangely enough, he's working today. Looking at gardens, which is quite nice. But he said the lighting came yesterday, is now charging. They look amazing. Well, you wait. Charge them all day today, because I've said to him, you're not supposed to use them for 2 days. And then when you push the little button on it, and they're so easy to put together, you just put a bit of tubing, don't you, in the bottom, and then the spike bit, and then sit it in the garden. Or you can fix them on the side of the shed. Makes no difference, because they've got a little solar panel on the top. And when you see them on, they flicker. It looks like lanterns. Really brilliant. Really brilliant. So at least that arrived yesterday, which is good. He said, we've also got a new tree, a blue spruce called Edith. You've got a tree called Edith? How does that work? Which is now sitting in the corner. You know, blue spruces grow quite big. You are aware of this, aren't you? It's like a fir tree, a blue spruce, isn't it? Have you got a picture of a blue spruce you can put up for me and show me what a blue spruce looks like? Because I'm quite worried about this. I mean, he puts things in the garden, and you think this is something that should be in a few acres. They grow enormous, blue spruces. Wait a minute, I'm just having a look. Oh my God, it's like a Christmas tree. Yeah, it's also known as green spruce, white spruce, Colorado spruce, or Colorado blue spruce, and they grow to a height of, what does it say? How many? They're about 30 quid, I think. It doesn't say how tall. Go down a little bit. They are. In the wild, they grow up to 75 feet. Just thought I'd tell you that now. Okay, looking at it, imagine you put lights on it at Christmas, and the leaves are up to an inch long. I mean, it's enormous. It's absolutely enormous. And the pale brown cones. Oh, it's got cones as well. How exciting. I'm sure you bought something that's going to overshadow. The neighbour's house will be plunged into darkness. I can tell. A blue spruce. I've seen them before. I had a blue spruce Christmas tree one year, because they don't seem to shed their needles. Steve, go neutral. Pronounce it as scun, as in done. Says, no, they're not having that. I'm sorry, they're not buying it. And we do try on this programme every week to try and find something we can get through a programme without a major argument erupting, but obviously not today. Did you like that? Do you want some more scuns? Steve, I agree with you about the protests in London. I don't like protests in London. I don't mind if it's something, and this one was going so well until people started to go home, and then that nasty little element, the sort of people, if they've lived next door to you, you'd be out straight away. I watched some of the clips on Sky News in sheer disbelief at the behaviour of the protesters. No social distancing, says Rachel. There was no social... you can see pictures inside the papers today. There is no social distancing. And the people who are wearing the masks, a lot of them are the people who'd be causing the trouble. They warn them before to these things, so they can't be identified. If they've got a hoodie on and a big mask, you know what they are. Thank you very much indeed. Got nothing to do with coronavirus, that's a fact. You've heard of Cara Delevingne. She's a model. And she's going to reveal intimate details of her relationships in a TV show about sexuality. How boring. How dull. How dated. Who cares? Get on with your life, love. It's not all about you. OK, you're a model. And so she wants to... she's been linked with Miley Cyrus, Harry Styles, Rita Ora, and a few other people, including Paris Jackson, Jack O'Connell. Yeah, most of it a load of old hooey, dear, isn't it? I mean, don't you think maybe keeping your mouth shut would be a good idea? Nobody cares. We're in the year 2020. We really, really do not care about, about you and your dreary sex life. So you've got a sex life. Well, big deal. Big deal. Go and bore other people with it. Not people over here, thank you. Oh, dear. Jeremy Vine appears to run a red light on his electric bike. Load of people do, don't they? I mean, he actually says, I'm sick of the danger of London cycling. He commutes to his studios from Chiswick. Somebody nearly hit him. I mean, it's dangerous out there anyway. But I've got friends of mine who cycle, and they say that they would jump red lights if they're a cycle. I mean, it's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? Can't help it. Do you know there's a lottery prize of £58 million, which has still not been paid 2 months after it was claimed? A punter contacted Camelot, but the prize remains on its unclaimed list. Oh. A Camelot spokesman said the prizes listed have either not been claimed or have not yet been validated and paid. How long? Well, that was 2 months ago. How long does it take you? Surely somebody's got the ticket, the winning ticket, and you've got the money, unless there is some decision about, whether or not you've actually got the winning ticket. Because for it to be if I'd won it, I'd be going, excuse me, I've lost 2 months in the version that my brother has got, the blue spruce, called Edith. It's a trade name, Edith. And it only grows to a maximum of 9 feet. Yeah, that's what they tell you on the packet, isn't it? They go, don't worry. It'll only go to 9 feet. 90 feet. That's like the people who bought what were those trees that just grew and grew and grew and grew? And people say, we need to get rid of this tree. It's dreadful. They had all problems with, no, not knotweed. No, that's not a tree, is it? That's just what are these trees that just grew and grew and grew, and Leylandi. Is it Leylandi? Is it those that grow big? You know what I mean, don't you? I mean, and people have gone, oh, look, isn't that pretty? We've got a nice little hedge. The next minute, next door's house vanishes. It just completely disappears behind these, they could be Leylandi. Well, that's what he thinks. 84850, Steve at LBC. Do these people at the protest marches using a megaphone without using a mask realise they're spraying droplets into the air? Yes, they probably do, but they don't think it affects them. They don't think it and that's what's so sort of worrying. They haven't, they haven't really sort of thought about it properly. My hair looks like the late blessed Kenneth Everett, as the hair clip which I purchased 2 months ago is still unused, says Dev. Also, Jackie says, do you remember that song, Let's Call the Whole Thing Off, about saying words in different ways? Yes. And a lot of people talking about the cream and everything else. Well, the producers tried it. He liked the first one. He's decided he's not inspired by it, whereas Nick can't get enough of it. Nick will be eating it on the bus later, sitting there with a knife, or just spooning the cream in. Is the cream nice? Because whenever you buy clotted cream, if you have a cream tea, you get a little sort of pot of it, clotted cream. It's different from, it seems to be long lasting or something. Is that nice? And those are have they got currants in those buns? Oh, right, an added bonus, currant buns. Believe it or not, Prince Andrew, you remember Prince Andrew, don't you? I thought you might. He's going to keep his taxpayer-funded bodyguards after complaining to the Queen. He has £300,000 a year, but he isn't in the royal family. He doesn't do any royal duties. What's he got bodyguards for? I mean, yeah, they get £100,000 each, yes. But the Home Office launched its review. They reckon that security for the royal family is £100 million a year. £100 million a year. That's an awful lot. Well, Meghan and Harry, to be honest with you, the two we're not working at the moment, people are not likely to. Although apparently there's a little bit pushed out to the paper going, apparently Disney are after working with her again. What for? See, they call it mile a minute, says Jay. No, they don't. No, I know what that is. Mile a minute is a very voracious plant. That's how fast it grows. I can't remember what it's really called though, but it changes colour in the autumn. Put in mile a minute on Google, and you buy it. People use it to cover sheds and their family and the granny and everybody else. It literally goes. There's a name for it. It grows really fast. I mean, so people use it. What, mile a minute? MILEAMUNUTE. MINUTE. Mile a minute. No, it's separate words. Mile a minute. And then put plant. Or vine. Yeah, vine will do. You'll find it there. Here it is, Russian vine. In the winter, it changes colour. It goes a nice golden colour. But this does do really fast. Really fast. I mean, people use it. In fact, once you've actually put it in, because it's very easy to grow, it's invasive. You can't stop it. It pops up all over the place. You know, it's known as, well, something complicated. It's a long, wiry stem, sparsely clad with smallish leaves. They reckon it can do 13 feet in a year. That's how fast it is. 13 feet. You can almost watch the blooming thing growing. And it sort of looks like a boundary fence that needs a little clipping. Once you put it in, you'll never get it out. You'll never get it out again. It's an absolute pain. So anyway, so Prince Andrew... the Queen has sort of gone, honestly, there must be the biggest embarrassment, these children. What with Harry and now Andrew as well, or was it the other way round? And then Sarah Ferguson, because she apparently has sort of plonked herself down in a royal residence. But to have another look at it due to pressure from the Queen is unacceptable. Public-funded security policy remains a matter for the well-established independent processes that decide these matters. But, you know, he quit royal duties 7 months ago. It was always a bit of a waste of space. And so he can privately pay, says Graham Smith of the anti-monarchy group Republic. Says if Andrew's not performing public duties, there's no reason to employ security. Exactly. I'm sorry, bring him out into the real world. Bring him out into the real world. Much easier. Patricia in Harlow says, I miss my tea towel but managed to order a tote bag. Yippee! Yes, you're right, Steve, says Nigel. It is Leylandi. Leylandi. And, Steve, let's wait and see if we don't get another spike in a week or fortnight's time due to the demos in London. Yes, it's not good, is it? Mile a minute but please don't buy it. Please don't buy it. I would seriously, you would not thank me for not telling you how bad it is. 2 bags sold here, mate. Thank you. Hope you're aware you keep so many of us going. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, we like to think that. We certainly kept everybody going on Friday. Friday was just a stunningly brilliant day as far as I was concerned. I mean, it really was. It was just... Passion flower's a bit invasive. Yeah, but you get the pretty flowers, don't you? And because it's got the biblical connection. I like passion flower. My brother's got a big passion flower as well, which is rapidly going to be covering next door's garage. But I like these things. Plus, yeah, somebody else talking about passion flower. Passion flower is very nice, very pretty. But once it gets going, provided it likes the soil, it will keep going. Warren is back with us. He says, have you ever fallen asleep in front of the television and then woken up at 6:30? Well, if I woke up at 6:30, that would be the fright of my life. My phone would be ringing off the hook, I should imagine, because the car would be sitting outside waiting. And I'd have to phone up and go, I can't come in this morning, I'm not very well. They go, you left it a bit late. So, no, I have fallen asleep in front of the television. I've had something to eat, and I've fallen asleep. And that's a bit frightening, because you wake up and you become a little bit disorientated. You know, you don't know where you are. And then look at the clock and you go, oh, no, what time is it? Oh, my goodness me. Awful. And you don't know whether or not it's sort of in the morning or the evening. You have to look outside to see if it's still sunny. Oh, look, Matt Goss is in the paper today. Poor old Matt Goss. Poor old Matt Goss with the hilarious hair. He says, I'm a cerebral person, I'm not eccentric. Yeah, whatever, dear. But anyway, good old Matt Goss saved a woman from suicide. I thought he's told this story before. I don't know why they're sort of... he's not touring. He says, I don't want to come across as just an idiot. No, you're not coming across as just an idiot. The Bros legend on sex, fame and the pain of that documentary. Yes, with your foul language. I'm sure that was absolutely charming. He says, the thing is, he says, people who sort of come and see you at airports, he says, sometimes when I get off the plane at the airport, there are 100 or 200 fans waiting for me. Yeah, because they've been told to be there. Don't be silly. Perhaps he lives in this dream world. Perhaps he's and what is the hair, though? We're looking at the hair. It looks very odd. Because Luke's lost his. And so he was sort of talking to a distressed fan. I don't know. I think Matt's... It's not going to happen again, is it? I mean, they might sell some more tickets for something, but at the moment I'm not doing anything. Steve, 20 million a year... for Harry and Meg's security. Surely they can find a pair of ex-army meatheads willing to bash their stalkers for 100 quid a day, says Patrick. I don't know whether it is 20 million. I'm not sure exactly how much their security costs, but it would be a lot. But of course, at the moment, they don't have any work. They don't, it's not their house. They're currently sponging. You know, they're so tight, they squeak. You know, wisteria grows mad, Steve, unless you train it. Oh, I've always trained my wisteria. Always. It looks beautiful. I can't understand people who cut it down, but I've heard that people do. Did Prince Andrew's bodyguards go with him to Epstein's homes? Now, that is a question I cannot answer, because we've got that famous picture, haven't we, of somebody coming out of the door and Andrew peering round the door. because he looked guilty on that one straight away, and still never came up with the answers. You would think that his two daughters, not the brightest pennies in the box, would be saying, Daddy, tell them everything you know. Tell them everything you know about Mr. Epstein. Or is that going to incriminate him? But either way, he's decided to throw in the towel with the royal family, basically on the instructions of Her Majesty, because he's become too much of an embarrassment and a liability. You can't do anything with him. You know, Harry is another one who doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to be famous throughout the world. And then they were saying, oh, he might make £500 million. You think, doing what? What would he be doing? I think the way it was described to us years ago, it wasn't years ago, a few months ago, was that him and Meghan could do a stadium tour. Or does he juggle or something, or play the recorder? What on earth does he do? The answer is he doesn't do anything. He does nothing at all. They sit there. He's got bodyguards to talk. I tell you, if those bodyguards ever sold their stories, boy, you would not believe it. I bet you anything. I bet they've all had to sign the Official Secrets Act. Steve, I've got my bag ordered. And have a look at Plumbago. Beautiful plot, but not hardy up north unless in a conservatory. And Mary says, you do cheer me up. Well, that's good. We like the idea that we cheer you up, but don't buy mile a minute, please. Amy Childs says she'll be devastated if her daughter, now 2, turns to plastic surgery. She's 2, darling, OK? Get a grip of yourself. Child by name, child by nature. Amy admits, now I look at Polly, and I think if she wanted a boob job at 13, I'd be devastated. Are you sick or something? What's the matter with you? At the moment, she's 2. I don't think it's very likely that she's going to be worrying about a boob job anytime soon. God, blimey, honestly. Small wonder you were the thick one on the only way is Amy Childs, and she's over there. Why? Yeah, why? The one who sounds like a 3-year-old. There seems to be quite a few of them on that programme. Mayor in fines called for B&Q fire fools. Barbecue fans could face huge fines in a bid to stop summer wildfires. What is it with this ridiculous preoccupation in this country for blooming barbecues? The eating outside brigade. Oh, look, it's absolutely tipping down. Let's go and sit in a lay-by on the A7 and eat something. What have we got? Cheese and pickle sandwiches. Should we like the barbecue? Why not? Let's have a burger. Oh, wait a minute, we'll put it back in the boot of the car. Oh, it's still hot. Oh, dear. Car on fire. No car, no burgers, no nothing. Sex on the first date is all in the stars, apparently. Some wish. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm Pisces. And it says that Pisceans are non-judgmental. Think again. I'm sorry, you're rubbish. You've got to be... No, that's ridiculous. They say sex is more than just a physical thing. No, it isn't. It really isn't. They say maybe that's why Bayesian superstar Rihanna sang Sex With Me. So amazing. We are creative. What rubbish, these people. Who wrote this drivel? Wait a minute. What star sign are you? Oh, Pisces. Well, that's it then. They say, Nick, what are you? Here we go. This will be the clincher for Nick. Capricorn. Right, Capricorn. It says here... Capricorn. Here we go. Capricorns like to be in charge, but they plan their sexual encounters and are most comfortable in a relationship. What? He says that's a pile of old rubbish. And then Meghan has said of her husband, this is Meghan McKenna, I think, I never really felt sexy with guys before. Look in the mirror, darling. That should make you feel guilty enough. What is the matter with these people? Why do they say stuff like that? Taurus, they say Taurians are known for being down-to-earth and sensual. No, they're not. They're absolutely not. What Virgos? Of course, you know Virgos. They say Virgos love to do the deed, but are notoriously picky, giving them a reputation for being prudish. No, they're not. They're absolutely not prudish at all. They're grateful to pull. Because the moment they say, somebody says, I mean, honestly, you know you're on a bad date, don't you? When somebody says, oh, what star sign are you? And you go, what's it got to do with you? Oh, I like to study the stars. Show me a palm. Oh, look, you've got a very short... Should we get an ambulance? And, you have to worry about these things. Scorpio, apparently, they're the most sexual sign of the zodiac. What a pile of rubbish. Of course they're not. You know who they've highlighted? Leonardo DiCaprio. If you want a fast-growing evergreen tree, eucalyptus grows. I had a eucalyptus one. It goes a bit spindly, as far as I'm concerned. It's quite nice, but not as nice as... I tell you what, I do like honeysuckle. That's very nice. And you could smell that, in the summer as it wafts in. and takes over your house. Steve, all this criticism on the cost of security for the royal family, well, people who aren't even in the royal family I'm objecting to. Do we know how much it's costing to police these illegal protest marches, says Judith? They're not illegal. They're totally legal, the marches. You can't just have an illegal march. It's a totally legal march. Unless it's a breach of lockdown, they could get them for that. But they're not going to, on Black Lives Matter, they're not going to be doing that at all. So as far as we're concerned, it's legal. It's working. From a council flat and £5,000 debts to reality TV royalty, they're still trying to flog us some dreary called Olivia Buckland. And they say her and her boyfriend are worth $4.5 million. I'd like to see the evidence for that, dear. I'd like to see the evidence. Because apparently she had some job coming up in America. Doing what? I've got no idea. But I can't see that lasting because the Americans have got loads of people. Loads of people. She says she's looking forward to going back to work. What she does, we have no idea. And has a presenting job lined up in New York. Has she really? Honestly, the rubbish you read in the papers nowadays. But she says, we still watch the season. We feel like the OAPs of Love Island. Nobody knows who you are, dear. I don't know what you're going on about. Nobody knows who you are. And you've got, so you're TV royalty. Not on my television, you're not. I've got an off button. Whenever it says anybody from Love Island, I always go talentless and useless. And I seem to be proven right on more and more occasions. Coming up with Andrew Castle, breakfast from 7 this morning on LBC. He'll be talking about the Black Lives Matter protests ahead of another day of demonstrations. And he'll be looking at the government's plans for a possible second wave of coronavirus. Both of which we've actually predicted before. The Mirror. Today, school kids told caretaker that the Madeleine McCann prime suspect plied them with sweet. Or when did this occur? When did this occur? They've only just come out now. He's been in prison for ages and ages. How old are these children? How old are they? It's just, I've never heard anything like it. So they've got here, Maddie suspect, new claims as cops probe 3 more cases. But, there are 200 new lines of inquiry. It's amazing, isn't it? There have, of course, been unconfirmed sightings of Maddie all around the world. So she's either in a time machine, whizzing around, because it's just not physically possible. Not physically possible. But 2020, the German police say a convicted paedophile is now prime. What have they got involved in it for? What have they got involved in it for? He's been named as because he's German. Oh, right. He's said to have boasted of snatching the 3. Well, where's the evidence for this? More hogwash. He's in prison on drugs offences and is appealing his conviction of the rape of a 72-year-old American in Praia de Luz. And then Kate and Jerry McCann were told that German police believe their daughter is dead. Well, they're probably not alone, but, you don't just blurt it out to them, do they? They had a tearful meeting with Scotland Yard detectives. They learnt that this man was a highly significant new prime suspect. They've known about this for ages. The German officers think they know how Maddie died, but not where she's buried. The Met assured Kate and Jerry there's no proof that she's dead. So even the German police can't agree with the British police. And here he is, the Italian police photo of Bruckner after his arrest. And, as I said, but there's no evidence. This man is known for keeping records of everything that he did. Nothing on Madeleine McCann. Why do they think... Are they just clutching at straws so we can give more money? Ridiculous. The lawyer accused of pursuing a show trial against Caroline Flack says he made the right decision. It's a very unusual intervention. Ed Beltrami asked what would have happened if the Crown Prosecution Service had dropped the case and the Love Island presenter had then attacked lover Lewis Burton again, because he said it troubled him. He says, he'd never heard of her before the file landed on his desk. He has to take, exactly what he thought was the right decision. There was a backlash against the CPS because people were saying, it's this that made her take her own life. It's absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. There's no evidence to suggest this at all. These are just people who are sort of jumping on a bandwagon. And he says the decision in the case was first made by the CPS's 24-hour direct service before it was referred to him for a final ruling. And, she obviously was troubled. She was due to stand trial for an assault on model and former tennis pro Lewis at their £1 million North London flat. She was charged without his backing. He said he didn't want her charged, and they went, I'm sorry, they would not be doing their job properly if they'd said, all right, based on your say-so, we're not going to do anything. And then it turned out she had another breakdown and she attacked him and something worse happened. So they had to go for it, and that's why he defends the court decision over her. I mean, she was a troubled soul. She said, just supposing, as I've just said, we made a decision not to proceed and she goes back to live with her boyfriend and loses her temper again, hits him a bit harder with a lamp and he dies. How would that look? Yeah, exactly. He'd then get criticised again for not doing anything. But he said, it's never just one thing that people, will take their own life for. It would be a combination of things. Steve, indoors, says do not plant eucalyptus near houses as it's very thirsty. Very thirsty, says Chris in Chelsea, and it could sort of suck up masses of water from the soil. Well, you just have to water it a little bit more, don't you? I think that would make more sense. Dame Cressida Dick, the Met Police Commissioner, encouraged people to stay home and not go to the Black Lives Matter protests because of the threat of coronavirus. Yes, I mean, there was one person who spat at a police officer. Disgusting. These people should be arrested immediately. Seriously, I mean, it's just absolutely ghastly. Dean says, I've just ordered my bag. I cannot wait. I know. These are these bags that you would hear talked about. Unlike Prince Andrew, who you don't hear talked about, but he wants 3 special officers because he obviously rates himself. He obviously thinks that he's sort of somebody who's very, very important in the scale of things. Steve, I missed the update on the tote bags. Did you sell them and by when? Well, we did 5,000 on Friday, and you can download the programme from Friday. If you go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, download the LBC app, which means you can then have access to Friday's programme, and then you can listen back to the 27th of September last year when we sold the tea towels. And we got as excited selling the tea towels. So if you do that, I don't know how many tea towels are left. I know there's no tea towels left, but I'm not sure how many of the tote bags that are left. And so that's why I mentioned it today, hopefully, so that people, if you want to get one and donate to Make Some Noise, we would be eternally grateful, because this is for people who've been affected by coronavirus. It could be people who have lost members of their family that they weren't able to see at the end. It's people who've lost children, people who've lost their jobs. There's all sorts of people for whom life will never quite be the same again, and that's why we're raising money. It's an emergency, and the emergency is, with your help, we raised over £60,000 on Friday's show. And there's some other things up on the LBC website. Just go to lbc.co.uk, left-hand side, scroll down only a little bit, you'll see a picture of the bag. Click on that, then click on the link it takes you through, and you can purchase a bag, and the money goes to charity. And you can't miss it. It's our emergency appeal, and you get yourself a tote bag. They won't be coming back again. Like the tea towels, they won't be coming back. And you get a nice caricature of me on the bag as well. Think how proud you'll be walking down the high street. Think how wonderful it's going to be. That'd be so nice. So you can buy a Steve Allen tote bag for Global's Make Some Noise, of which thousands of you have done already. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. Steve, rainbow tulips, do you like? I love rainbow tulips. You can buy them in Marks and Spencer's. They do rainbow tulips. You get a big bunch of tulips, all different colours. I don't think they're specifically there because of the NHS, but because they've been doing rainbow tulips for a while. When it comes to Noel Gallagher, he likes pastry. He used to be a Greggs addict. Like, that's how stunningly boring the story is. You'd rather hear that he'd made it up with his brother, but obviously not. Also, what have we got here? Jennifer Aniston has donated $1 million to a charity battling to end injustice now. She was left heartbroken by the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, so she's given this huge sum to Colour of Change, the largest online racial justice organisation. Amazing. Be nice to think. And also Jacqueline Josser, living apart from 2 weeks from that plank of a husband. You remember little Dan Osborne? There's the one. Even Helena Watts down the showbiz rabbit hole says, come on, Joss, you can do much better. No, she's still wearing his ring, and for some reason they're separating. I wonder who he's been texting this time round. She won't learn. It's one of those things, isn't it? Some people seem to like those sort of people, which is a bit of an embarrassment. Dua Lipa has revealed the singers who inspired her to pick up the girl power baton. There is no girl power. What's this girl power? The Spice Girls used to go, girl power. You think, no, you're managed by a man. There's no girl power there at all. If you'd managed yourselves, I could have understood it. But not. It's a case of, it's a man. In fact, we were saying something the other day. We were looking at all these boxers. And as far as I remember, I don't think any of the management of boxers are black. I think the majority are white. I can't think of any boxers off the top of my head who have got black managers. Don King he's not still alive, is he, Don King? Wasn't he that? No, I think he died. Wasn't he the one who had that hair that looked like he'd been plugged into the socket? Don King. But I mean, he's a rarity. He's still alive. He's still going. He's known for his involvement in historic boxing matches. He's been a controversial figure, partly... Oh, anyway. And he's got various things against him. He's 88, born Cleveland, Ohio. Wow. And so he's still going at 88. Doesn't seem to age at all, bless his heart. So is he still involved with boxing? Very slowly, I should imagine. Can't think he'd be doing it any other way, bless his heart. Also, the MOD wasted £10 million in 3 years on wasteful payouts. They had all sorts of financial errors and all sorts of other bits and pieces. And if you really believe this story, you must be from another planet, because they've got the story about ex-glamour queen Katie Price mulling over the chance to do Dancing on Ice next year, but the fee is said to be half the offer she got 2 years ago. They would be mad to employ her at all. A self-admitted coke person. She's taken cocaine. She's been married 4 times. She's quite revolting, and she never manages to complete anything. What a waste of space. So in other words, you'll put her with somebody, within a week she'll be out of it. Oh, I can't do it, my head hurts, all this kind of stuff. Apparently she's asked for 130,000. She's asked for nothing. She can't do anything. They say they're organising a conference call with her. What for? You know what she looks like. You know what she can't do. Anything. And you could be putting her on the television, on the BBC. My God, the BBC's sunk a little bit, hasn't it? You know, I mean, why don't you just sort of pick... I mean, we had the other day, didn't we, Peter Andre, and he was sort of talking about he'd like to see his son on there. His son, Junior, is 14. Won't be there for, for our lifetimes, I shouldn't think so. But the very idea of Katie Price, she's made it known she'll consider a fee from ITV, and it's likely they're going to offer 50 to 70 grand for next year's show. This is for another show. I mean, why do people bother putting her on there? She's never managed anything. She can't write, she can't speak, she can't sing, and she can't keep a tidy house. She can't even look after the children. What is the point? They say, speaking at the time, Katie said, they have asked me, but the show couldn't up with the 6-figure fee she wanted. What for? Why would you could, listen, offer her nothing. Offer her nothing. You watch her come crawling. She hasn't got any work. They say, maybe next year she'll be Skatey Price. What for? She opted out of that SAS celebrity thing. My feet hurt. A week she lasted. A week. She never managed anything. And she said, put me back in it next year and I'll win the programme. You couldn't win a race with a snail, dear. Dear God, even if you gave yourself a head start, the snail would win. You're totally useless. Totally useless. And if the BBC waste my licence fee on somebody like that, I'm gonna cancel my subscription to the BBC. Let's overpay everybody. I mean, what a waste of space. That's the best they can manage. They must have scraped the barrel. Dreadful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, I feel better having got that off my chest. I mean, how ridiculous. What sort of role model is she? To nobody. Apart from the bimbos who buy her stupid books which she never writes. Oh, and the other books as well. Here's the story of a model, and she buys the horse and then she marries. Unfortunately not. You know why? There's something the matter with her. She's not there. She's not there. She's not the full ticket. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The lift does not go to the top floor. She's more than 1 or 2 sandwiches short of a picnic. OK, get the drift? Good. Hope the BBC are listening. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Apparently, she won Celebrity Big Brother, beat Katie Hopkins. Not too difficult, is it, really? The Reverend Pauline Barnett. Now, we've been featuring some lovely poems from my second favourite Methodist minister. And she sent me 2 bottles of Prosecco. She said, with many thanks for highlighting our poems. I thought that was very sweet. 2 bottles of Prosecco. Have to do a few more collections for that one, I should imagine. Thank you very much indeed. And also, Trevor Phillips. I do like Trevor Phillips. Something nice about Trevor Phillips. He's a bit sort of there. Pete says Caroline Flack would most likely have taken her life after believing the prosecution would end the media career she worked so hard to achieve. Well, it would be a combination of loads of things. Nobody ever takes her life, but of course we'll never know, will we? Because she's not with us anymore. I mean, the worst thing was she'd planned it. because there was somebody with her. She'd spoken to somebody, and they've said, "Are you all right?" And she stayed with her for the night. Then in the morning, this woman went out to go and get some milk, leaving Caroline alone, and that's when she decided to take her own life. And so when the woman came back and couldn't get in, she knew something had definitely gone wrong. I mean, she was quite clearly very troubled. It certainly would not have been just this. She'd been through far worse, far worse. Sunday Times this morning, 20 pages of recipes. Obviously, it's just food this morning. God, who would trust a programme that talked about food all the time? Especially on that Cumberland sausage. Oh, I could do with Cumberland sausage now. There's a... Sorry? Red or brown sauce? Neither. No, not particularly. They always say that. Red sauce, brown sauce. I always go, do you mean ketchup or daddy's sauce? And of course the answer is it's neither of those things, is it? They used to do them at Waterloo Station, but to be honest with you, a Cumberland sausage in a roll, I didn't know what was actually the filling in the Cumberland sausage. They don't put that down there. To me, it looked like sawdust. And it tasted a bit like sawdust, and I was very disappointed, so I've stopped buying them. And also, they're not very good for you. And also, they can't cook bacon. They do bacon rolls at all these different places. The bacon is burnt to a crisp. Nobody burns bacon to a crisp unless you're really stupid. Goodness me. The People. TV Caroline's prosecutor, I had no choice. This is the story that we gave you a short while ago. Also, this defiant CPS boss says he hadn't heard of Love Island Caroline. That would be quite normal. There are loads of people. We mentioned somebody called Olivia Bockland or something. Nobody around here's heard of her. And she's worth $4.5 million, she says. I bet the tax man will make a note of that one. You know, that's the trouble. When you start bragging about how much money you've got, that's when it goes a bit pear-shaped. And all of a sudden the tax man comes down and they go, I have to declare myself bankrupt. You get no end of celebrities who do that. You know, Jade Goody was a classic example. She earned the money, her agent took his commission, who was Max Clifford, and then she forgot to pay, oh, blow me down, the tax. So, of course, when she died, knowing she was dying anyway and they'd amassed all this money, the taxman took it. I know that because Jeff Brazier told me. He said, and then he came back and took the last little bit that was left. So Jeff Brazier's had to cough up because she didn't pay the tax. I wouldn't mind, but she certainly didn't live the rock and roll lifestyle, did she? I don't know what she spent things on. Ridiculous. So we think we might get haircuts sooner than later. In fact, I'm hoping more so. Like today would be nice. But I can't wait to see my hairdresser, Kasia, and she probably can't wait to see my hair as well, so that we can sort of have a little go at it. Because it does need going at. Neil Razor Ruddock has revealed he died during an emergency operation before having a pacemaker fitted. This is Neil Razor Ruddock and his wife, who apparently, believe it or not, is a TV personality, model and TV personality. That'll be the vile creature we saw on the television when Can't Pay Will Take It Away turned up on his doorstep because he hadn't paid. He owed money, and so they knocked on the door, and his wife, TV personality and model, started throwing things at them, like jugs of water and everything else. A vile piece of work. He had to pay, of course, because he owed the money. I think it was to a vet or something like that. They were certainly very vet. But they've got a lovely picture of her being a model. As I say, looking at the sort of picture of her with her boobs sticking out the front of her wedding dress, you can only imagine what sort of model she would be. Certainly not catwalk. But he says, I was dead on the table. Doc's got me just in time. Don't make me say it, please. World darts champion John Boy Walton. You ever heard of him? John... Oh, you have heard of him. Has swapped bullseyes for a busy aisle. He says, it's a complete 180, but I love it. He's working at his local co-op. He delivers for £9 an hour. I'm so thrilled. I don't even know who he is. No idea. Kelly Brooks says her hunky fella spends more time using their home arcade than he does with her. Kelly, kick him into touch when I see her next. Because at the moment, I'm forbidden from going on all the other floors. We all stick to our own floors. And I used to see her all the time. I'd go up there and wave, and she'd sort of wave and then call the police. And, it's that stalker again. Love it. Nagaman Chetty believes newsreaders cannot always hold their tongues. No, well, you learnt that one, didn't you, dear? You work for the BBC, not allowed to have an opinion. I'm sorry, just not. You know, it's a simple thing, you know. And Anne and Mark in Shoreham Village get the impression that you totes don't like Katie Price. Nobody likes Katie Price. Not even the ex-husbands like Katie Price. Which is almost the embarrassing thing, isn't it, really? You know, you'd think somebody'd like her, but not. I seem to remember one of her little friends at one time said she spends all the time reading about herself on the internet. And her books, she just gives them an idea and somebody writes the story. She's never written anything in her life. She's sort of jack of all trades but master of absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. It's a shame, really. But there you go. But, I mean, and now she looks completely peculiar with all this surgery she's had. Very odd. Very odd. Also, twice wed Eamon, stag parties are vulgar. Can you imagine if pictures emerged of Eamon Holmes at one of 2 stag parties? He didn't have them. The funny thing is, I can't get used to the fact that he's only 60. I thought he was like 73. I don't know why I thought he was 73. He's certainly an old 60. Very old 60. Do you think he does any sort of exercise? I think doubtful. I bet she does. But I should imagine he does anything at all. It seems that the moment they have people cooking in the kitchen, you can't keep them away from the food. Seriously, he's practically eating plates. Notorious jailbird Charles Bronson is living it up like a lord. He's now officially Lord Charles, so he's a Vence dummy, which kind of fits in quite nicely with the tone of the programme. Sorry? Andrew's... He's a Scorpio. No chance of anything, Andrew. No chance of anything at all. Over and done within 3 minutes. Okay, that's it. That was apparently you're supposed to believe in these things about your sex life. But, you know, I mean, sex life. A memory for so many of us. Who wants to... On a Sunday morning, honestly, I'd rather go and sing a hymn, I think. So, Charles Bronson living it up because his family have bought him this piece of land in Galloway in Scotland. They'll be delighted. And lags and wardens have started to address him as Lord Salvador. Small wonder he's still in prison. The man's quite clearly off his rocker. What did we say his real name was? I can't remember what it was. Michael Peterson. Oh, diddums. He's changed it so many times, hasn't he? And he's now officially Lord Charles. No, you're officially still an old lag. You're not officially Lord Charles or anything like that at all. Hot on TV. Well, sorry, not on TV. Alan Carr's The Price is Right. Dreadful. Because he's doing 5 different game shows. To be honest with you, he shouldn't have been allowed near any of them. Really appalling. Oh, here's somebody else making millions. Aisling Horgan-Wallace. She made millions off the back of Big Brother. Did you really, dear? Honestly. It's a shame we can't see the evidence of this. But apparently the reality... She's 41! You're way too old, dear, to be on my programme. We only feature young, beautiful people. But you've made millions. Have you really? Have you really? We'd love to see the evidence of all of these people. The trouble is it's so easy to say it, isn't it? And what it does, it boosts other people going, oh, I'd like to earn millions as well. I mean, I'm sure if I had a little operation and grew a pair of 44s, I'd be on Love Island straight away. There'd be no hesitation. That's Steve Allen. That could be quite novel, couldn't it, really? Quite novel. But she's made millions. I know. If only we saw the evidence of it, that would be lovely. Steve. Another one here. I'm planting these in 3 big planters. My dad left me, says Martz. Thank you very much indeed.